What's up, y'all? Today I'm working on my game in Godot, as I often do. I'm still kind of new. I've been working on this game for just under a year, which is actually pretty long. I'm doing my best. It's about an alien who's sent to Earth to abduct humans. I just dropped that human on the ground. Sorry about that. Sorry to the human, not you. Welcome. If you're new around here, I hope you'll consider hitting that subscribe button. I stream pretty often. I'm just like learning in public, sharing my journey. We just devoured that human. Sharing my journey in learning game development. And yeah, so this idea is sort of like roguelite sort of game where you yeah, like I said, abduct alien or humans and you eat them. There's some abductions at the top there, so if I drag this up into that green orb that's dropping down, that number will go up. You'll pick power-ups in between levels. I actually just during a member stream on Monday, I do member streams, by the way. Check out the join button below this video if you're interested. I do a whole entire 8 to 10 hour live stream. Just for members. I planned out power-ups in that, so maybe I'll implement some of that today. I don't know. Speaking of 8 to 10 hours, that's how long this is gonna be. Yeah, this is how I motivate myself. I got ADHD, like a lot of ADHD, and by coming here and doing these live streams and showing up for this amount of time, it allows me to get progress done on this game. So if you're watching it after the live stream, feel free to skip around to see how the progress went, but I'm gonna try to be fun and have fun and stay explaining what I'm up to and everything like that. So if you want to stick around, I'll be glad to have you. And if you're watching it live or not, hit that thumbs up button, like it, because that means more people will see it. So press the like button if you haven't yet. Thanks, guys. It means a lot. So yeah, so once I get all these abductions here, now you can see, then we'll get a power up. Now you can see the arms are a little lopsided right now. So this is like a primary mechanic. Is that when you take damage on those limbs, so if I bump into things, so let's run into this solar panel here, bam, look at that, look at that. Now we have no arm, and you can see that circle on the ground has changed, and that circle actually represents what you can interact with. So you can see those things highlight as I hover over them. A player would not be able to pause like that. That is not something the player can do. So yeah, so if I abduct enough of these, we're gonna be able to get a power up and stuff. Something I want to work on today is there's a couple things I want to work on today. Hey, what's up, Dungeon Martian? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Now, wait, there should be an emotes wall. I don't know what it takes to proc the emotes wall, but it really should work, and it should work for members only. What I'm not sure of is how well. Honestly, if you spam some emotes, I'd be very curious to know. What if it even happened and I just like missed it? It should be functional. Anyway, where's those emotes at? Oh, I don't see a single emote. Dang, that didn't work at all. That didn't work at all. I wonder if it only works with like it might not work with channel emotes. I wonder if that's what it is. Dang, that actually would make a lot of sense if it might only work with the regular emotes. What a shame. Well, you can still enjoy those member emotes if you become a member in the chat, which is kind of fancy and special. Wow, so it's not working with any emotes. Oh, come on. I'm out here talking about features that don't even exist. What in the actual world? Yeah, here, now let me test something. Hold on, we're taking a break from the game. Look, I'm gonna do game dev and I'm gonna explain things about the game. What's up, Frank? Good to see you. I guess I'm not a member, so I can't test it. What I could do, though, is I could make it non-members only, and then we would definitely see a bunch. So I don't know, I guess maybe that isn't working. This is why I don't do special features on stream, because it wastes time. All right, let's not worry about that right now. Let me keep explaining this to you guys. It is a live stream. We do live streamy things, so that happens. Come through Wednesdays and Thursdays. 1 p.m., 2 p.m. Eastern time. All right, so right now, there's actually one arm that's functional. Only one arm that works. So if I click stuff, you'll see the arm stretches out and attaches to a thing that we click on. Now, if I cross over to the other side, and the right arm, the one that's functional, let me get a little healthier here. The arm that's functional will reach across and will attack things, which is super nice. But what I actually want is it to be kind of like dual wield. I don't know if that's really what dual wield should be called, but that's what we're calling it for now. I need this alien to be dual wielding. So I want, if we're attacking something closer to the right side, I want the left arm to go. If we're attacking something closer to the right side, I want the right arm to go, and I want it to make those decisions. So this is gonna be interesting. I'm gonna be in some code. I'm gonna be problem solving. We're gonna be trying to sort this out. So that's a big goal that I have for today. Other things, I mean, there's some UI updates I'd like to do. Yeah, there's varying degrees. Like I could do power-ups. Still need to figure out how those show up like on the screen when you have them. And then, but I think mostly this is the power-up choosing section. I think mostly I would want to change how things get hovered over and what it shows in those different instances. So we'll see what I work on. I'd love to do enemy stuff as well. So we can, so you can see that area got bigger when I picked fantastic arms, which makes them stretch out. So there are enemies. We have this helicopter that shoots you. There are a lot of adjustments I want to make to enemies, so if I have a chance, I might do that today as well. Let's spawn a bunch of helicopters. It's probably gonna mow me down. It's probably gonna mow me down. That's a lot of bullets. That's a lot of bullets to dodge. Dude, I wanna have like full bullet hell. That would be pretty cool. So we'll see if I get a chance to play with that today. But most important to me right now is I want both of those arms reaching out and grabbing. So thank you for joining me today. I look forward to it. I don't know what's up with the emote wall. Maybe like I need to like activate it again. Let's see. I don't know. It's very confusing. So it's supposedly members only, but I actually have a feeling that members only applies on Twitch. So it actually might not get to be a members only filter. We'll see. There might be a way. Yeah, I don't know. I think just everybody has to be able to do the emotes. I don't think I can make it members only, which is just a shame. Let me put some emotes. Why did I choose this emote? I don't know. Let's see if that works. Nothing! It's just not working. That's interesting. Oh, because I still kept it as members only. I see. All right, now do it. Now show me the emotes. I bet it's gonna work this time, guys. 20 bucks. 20 bucks says it works. Hey, there they are. Yeah, I don't think members only works correctly, unfortunately. It must just be a Twitch thing. No, you're not a member, Neil. But you didn't post an emote, so that would make sense. Last time I came to a game dev stream of this game, it was different. Yeah, it's evolved. It's gotten better, I think. It still has a long way to go. So how does the aiming stuff work? Well, there is this function, courtesy of someone in the community who helped me set this up, which I think they found on Reddit, but at least they passed it on to me and helped me get it integrated. My 2 cents is that person. Aim bone at target. And so what it is supposed to be doing is it checks a particular bone on the armature of the alien. And it takes that bone and it stretches it to the point, right? The target. So if I click on a helicopter, that's going to be the target. And it's going to stretch all the way to there. That bone it's literally just like taking them. It's not even like I can't even set up like a shape key or something in Blender. It's like it just stretches. It takes like an infinitesimal point somewhere, maybe like at the bone intersection, and just boop, just stretches it all the way out. And then a mount, I don't really remember what that does, if I'm being honest, but something. Neil remembers when it was just infinite grass. There was no terrain, no GUI, just grass. Yeah, it was. I mean, look, I've been working on this game for a long time. Maybe like 8 months, something like that. 9 months. I have this like number, like 8 months, 9 months, but like I feel like that time moves forward, and it's been a lot. It's a lot further out than that. So I started working on this game 10 months. That's the number. 10 months ago. Yeah, and I've every single thing that I've done in this game, I have live streamed, either in a member stream or here in the public streams. The member streams I save for like game assets and game design planning and things like that, and hanging out with members. Yeah, it was an infinite plane of grass with nothing else going on. That was true. That was definitely accurate. I mean, it can run. Wow. And for an endless runner, I certainly hope so. Yeah, there was some early days, but you know, it progresses over time. You know, it's taking longer than I think I would have expected it to take, but that's like okay. I actually have some early builds already built, but yeah, it's definitely it's pretty bland back here. Wow, the chat was huge back then. Jeez. Yeah, not a lot of detail going on back in these days. But we've come further than we were. All right, so yeah, so this function does some things, and it transforms. It gets set. Okay, I need to just like familiarize myself with this, and then we got to figure out how to make. I feel like we can just do like another. I don't know. I wonder if I would want like a second function that acts on the other arm, or if I can make this function act on both arms. I mean, I don't see why not. Like, you just have this I mean, yeah, it's where it gets called, right? So we actually need to roll back to where this function gets called, right here. So attack action tween. Okay. It's an interesting place to put that. If skeleton is not inside tree, don't bother with this, okay? If hit object is not null, aim. So okay. When does attack action tween get called? There's so you know, when I've been working on this game this long, and I'm, you know, I don't remember everything, so I gotta like kind of relearn how all this works. Oh, okay. So this gets called in a tween. It literally gets called. Oh, so the tween, we're tweening the method. Wow. So every single frame, because a tween basically is saying like over a period of time, the attack duration, repeatedly run that function gradually from 0 to 1. The amount 0 to 1 is I think that's how that works. I'm pretty sure. So we have an amount. I assume that's coming from the tween method. So if it goes from 0.0 to 1.0, I don't even know, dude. Aim bone at target, and then that puts the amount into aim bone at target. And then how does the amount get used here? Oh, wow. So we're just tweening the amount. That's nuts. That's really cool. Wow. I forgot it was set up that way. I feel like this has also evolved over the months. So it didn't start out quite this way, but it evolved into this. Set bone, global pose override. So this is what is doing the stretch, I would think. It's acting on a certain bone. Bone transfer. Oh, so there's two bone transfer. Oh, because there's two. Okay. So this is the index number. This is the skeleton, I guess, it would seem. You're thinking about starting your 2D game in Unity. Okay, cool. You got this. You got this. What's your game gonna be about? So what I'm curious, we define it here. Bone transform equals, so we're actually setting what the global pose, no override, setting what the bone is. Okay. I mean, I'm surprised that we need to redefine the bone index or re-clarify what the bone index is, but that's fine. That's totally fine. Your game is called Secret Balls. All right. All right. Very good. Skeleton, set bone, global pose, override, bone index, bone transform amount, false. So false, what is that? False what? Let me look at what this even does. Deprecated. Oh, hush. Sets the global pose transform pose for the bone at bone IDX. All right, so it does need that. Amount is the interpolation strength that will be used when applying the pose. Oh, wow. And persistent determines if the applied pose will remain. Yeah, no, don't remain. Right, we want it to like go and then come back, I guess. Or not be like permanent. The pose transform needs to be a global pose. Exclamation point. There's an exclamation point in here. To convert a world transform from a node 3D to a global pose. I don't think I care about this. Okay. All right. That's persistent. So we definitely want that to be false. So I think what we could do is we could say in here, like maybe a match statement or an if statement. We could, or a couple if statements. We could say, if it is the left arm, you know, we'll have something that determines if it's the left arm or the right arm. You know, have a different bone index and I guess a different bone transform. Remind me what that is again. It's so weird that we set the bone index here and then we got to set it again. It's a little confusing to me. This is get. So this is getting the like value for the bone transform. I see. So we're getting the value and then here we're setting a new value based on the original value. I see. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, got it. So I would need to have like a bone transform right, a bone transform left, bone transform hurt. So when we say hurt, the reason why there's these two separate transforms that are being set up is because there are actually two separate armatures on the alien. So you can see there's a tiny one and a big one. They're kind of like overlapped on top of each other. So when you take damage on a limb or your head, these are the ones that show up. So these appear and the big one goes away. So I have to make sure that both armatures are getting everything they need applied to them. So that's all that's about. All right. So now I got to think of some function that's going to be, or some way that's going to determine whether it should be the left arm or the right arm, and then we can set up bone left, bone right. I mean, I could set that up now just to like get it out of the way. It's not going to cause any harm because we're not really calling on it. So let me just do that. Well, if you're gonna have to refactor some things. So I'm gonna have my head in some code today. That's for sure. Bone transform right, hurt, let's say. And then I will need to replace all of that in here. So wherever we see bone transform, we need to replace. I might as well just do that here. I always do that. I type it one time and then I replace it, but I have to skip that one. Why not just do it every time? So we're going to replace this with bone transform right. I did that by using Control R, by the way, if you don't know about that little nice shortcut. So I'm going to hit, why is my comma key down? Okay, there it goes. That was weird. So I'm going to do Control R. And then I think I pressed an extra key there. Control R. And then you'll see that pops up. And what that lets me do is find, it's like a find operation, except it has an extra replace in there. So we're going to say replace that. Yep. Replace that. Yep. That one. Yep. All of these I would want to be replaced. I think that is good. Now, what goes beyond? Yep, all this. Healthy arm code. What? Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? Hurt arm code. Oh, there's more to this. Oh, God. Okay, I just skipped down to the bottom. All right, hold on. What's going on here? What the heck is this? Okay, so I didn't skip down. If target is not set to null, then do the global pose override by the amount from the tween that's running this function, I guess. healthy arm code, variable target position. So I guess this is what's actually determining. So we've set up the override and the tween and stuff, but this is actually moving it to the new position. Well, I mean, I think we can just do the same thing. This is gonna get messy. So I'm gonna have to find. So I mean, at that point, don't I just want another function? I don't know. I don't know what's gonna be faster. I mean, here's the thing, like, depending on if it's the right or the left arm, it can just, I think what we can do is maybe have more arguments, more parameters here, and it just plugs in something different, so that way when we call the function, when we say, hey, aim bone at target, make sure it's set to the left one, make sure it's set to the right one, or something like that. You know, and then it just does it. So I feel like we don't need. Okay, I'm gonna undo all this because that doesn't seem efficient at all. So here we're obviously plugging in bone index, which is fine. Yeah, I mean, all you gotta do is plug in the bone index. You don't need any more than that. So that's really not necessary. So all don't think about any of that mess, Lees. I'm glad that I refamiliarized myself with it, but generally speaking here, what matters the most is where that gets called, which is right here. Arm attacking. I even set myself up for it. Well, it's good to like understand what's happening here. It says arm attacking, which is very vague. So where does arm attack? I think arm attacking is literally just defined. Yeah, it's just right up here. So arm attacking child, I don't think that actually is used anywhere. I don't know why that was ever set up, but it was. It certainly was. Physics process, what is this? This must have been some strange experiment. Doesn't seem useful. I'm just gonna get rid of it. I wonder if what this does is it just like makes it constantly reach out. That's something else. So like when we grab things, like when I was grabbing humans and putting them in the orb, right now the arm doesn't like reach out and hold on. I would love to set that up too, but let's do one thing at a time. So let me actually set a task at the top just so that way I stay focused. We all know what's good and what's going on and what the deal is. Oh, did I forget to mention that Dungeon Martian, who was here, is a member? I might have mentioned it, but I forgot to make it matter. Members get songs. I sing songs to members around here. Your new game is in the server. Nice. Yeah. So we do have a Discord. Link is in the description box. We love to see games that you're working on, and I try to check them out, too, in a secret live stream that I do. And so, yeah, thank you, Neil. I'm looking forward to seeing what it's all about. So let's say that my task is having left and right arm attack. Whatever. I don't know, something about that. I feel like it's lacking to some extent, but it gets the job done. Oh, chat. So you're in the way. So let me sing a song though. I do. It's really embarrassing and it's gonna feel really random. Like, what are we doing here? I thought this was game dev. It is. Okay, it is. But also, I do be singing songs to people who are members. I don't even know if Dungeon is still here, to be honest. And I don't really want to sing a song to someone who's not here. So I will wait for Dungeon Martian to return before I sing this song. But just know, you're going to have to be ready for this. That embarrassing moment will come, I promise. I promise you. I guarantee it. Be ready. All right, so I think what I really need to do is I need to figure out, check the participants list, she's gone. Oh, but here's the thing, participants list, all participants list is, Dungeon is not a he, thank you very much. The participants list shows the people who've chatted, like, within the last few minutes, not people who are actually here, which is very confusing, because on Twitch, it does show you who is here. Yeah, I wish there were like pronouns. It would be nice if YouTube had some nice features like that, but they don't. All right, Dungeon is here. Let's get Dungeon her song. Do 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 do. We'll just let it be random. Just wherever the chips may fall is the song that I will sing to, unless I can't sing to it. Oh yeah, I can sing to this. All right, all right. Heck yeah. Oh, Dungeon Martian, oh, Dungeon Martian, oh, Dungeon! You're from another planet, you're from another planet, you're from another planet, you're from another planet, Dungeon! You're from another planet, you're from another planet, Dungeon Martian, Dungeon Martian. You're from another planet. Oh, I don't know which one. Is it Venus? Is it Mercury? Is it Earth? Oh, Dungeon. Oh, Dungeon. You're from another planet. You're from another planet. I don't know which one it is, but it's probably a good one. Oh, Dungeon. Martian. Oh, Martian. Mars. Mars is where you're from. All right, there's your song. Wow, that was fun. Let's let the music ride out. There you go. There's your member song. Really sorry about that. Also, you're welcome. That's what I'll do. Oh, we got Edward in the house. Edward is here. Spamming the emotes. Yes, yes, yes. I thought it would be a members only feature, but it's actually just an everybody feature. That's just the way it has to be, unfortunately, for now. Maybe I'll ask. I'll see if I can talk to the person who makes this and if we can get it changed to be members only. But for now, anyone can do it. All right, Edward is here. Let's get Edward a song as well. Edward is a member. That's what we do. We still got some time left in this song. Edward, Edward, Edward. What rhymes with Edward? All I can think is dead. We're so. Edward's not dead. We're glad that you're here. Aw yeah, aw yeah. Edward's not dead. We're glad that you're here. It's morbid that Edward is dead, but we're glad that you're here. Edward's not dead, we're glad you're here. Edward's not dead, we're glad you're here. Edward's not dead, we're glad you're here. So morbid, but we're glad that you're here. There you go, Edward. Does you remember song? I know. I should take it away because honestly, the emotes gotta go away. They do. I mean, because here's the thing: is like, it's not nice to take away features from people, you know? It's not nice to be like, here's a new feature and now it's paywalled. You know, I don't want to do that. And it was supposed to be members only to begin with, but I think that the chat app that I use, that only works with Twitch, not with YouTube members. So I'm gonna see if I can ask them to add that in. So for now, I know it's so anticlimactic, but I'm taking the emotes wall away for now. Because I don't want, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Because then I'm paywalling something that was previously available to everybody, you know? And I would rather not do that. So wait a little bit longer, and we'll bring the emotes back. Unfortunately, I don't think channel emotes will work though. It is what it is. But I'll talk to the developer, because the developer, it's like an open source project and everything, and they're really like cool and nice, so we'll see if we can work something out. All right. What are we doing here? So I'll leave the music running. Channel emotes do work. They do? Really? Wait, show me. That's awesome. You used the yes one earlier? Oh, shoot. That's awesome. Okay, well, that is freaking awesome. That is awesome. I didn't even notice because I was busy singing songs. But good. Thank you, Edward, for confirming that. All right, still, I don't wanna give it to everybody and then take it away. I'll leave it on set as members only, even though I'm basically certain it's not gonna work. You put my Edward song in there. Lee's win 100. Lisa suddenly appear behind her. I mean, it's fun, right? And the thing is it's nice because it's already built into something I use. I don't like setting up a bunch of different like services that do things for the stream, because then it in my experience it means that if one of those services gets messed up or something goes wrong, then I have to go troubleshoot that, and it's just like it just wastes time. But in this case, you know, not as big a deal because it's already built into the thing I normally use. All right, I can't find this right now. I lost the emotes thing. Oh, I found it. All right, we'll keep it set to members only, but yeah, unfortunately, I think that it's members only on Twitch. We don't do Twitch here. We're a YouTube stream. All right, so what I need to do is I need to set up something that determines whether the arm that's attacking, we just need this to change. So it's set by default to 12, and 12 is that right arm. That's what it is. And so I want to just make sure I see everywhere that this is used here. Yeah. This isn't being updated. Oh, it is, but it's not. Let me see. Nope, it's not being updated anywhere. Okay. So how do we want to do that? Well, let's go over to the interaction script. So this is something I've been working on for a while. Yeah, I don't think so. Because earlier, folks were sending emotes and it wasn't working. It might, you know, we can see. Members are welcome to test it, but it says on there, on the settings, it says like paid subs in parenthesis. It says like members only emotes, and then in parenthesis it says paid subs, and paid subs is a Twitch thing. So I kind of have a feeling that it just doesn't work for YouTube, which is really unfortunate. But they do have a lot of YouTube type of features. Like, oh, the badges are gone. Why is it all so weird? I don't understand. It used to have like the member badges. Oy, it's always something. So like it has previously been able to detect if we have members. But I had to reset it recently. That's why I found the emote wall in the first place. Yeah, I don't really understand what has happened. Let me see if that did anything. We'll see if a member chats. That face is terrifying. And also, when did you have a main menu? Yeah, that's recent. Probably within the last month or two, we got a main menu. So in theory right here, there would be a intro cutscene. And it would tell you like the story of the game. You can skip it. And then here is all of the aliens heading out to go invade Earth. Yeah, this was a whole couple months of work getting all this put together. And we got stuff and things. The story would just take you back to the beginning, where you can see that cutscene again. There are no settings, there are no credits yet. Just quits it. And then you are gonna pick the alien that you want to use. At some point, I want to add like meta progression or whatever. Basically, just like a cosmetic thing. Every time you play a game, and if you lose, you'll still get some points, and those points will go towards potential skins to have the alien be like a different color. And so up here in the intro, some of these, like there'll be like, you know, one alien that has a skin you've unlocked, and then you can choose that alien and get that skin, something like that. So yeah, so whichever one I pick, I can pick one far away or one close by. Yeah, it is. So I think what I'll actually do, like as I was saying that out loud, I was like, maybe we'll just have a bunch of them. You know, maybe it'll be like really easy to pick somehow. Yeah, that's a good point. But you know, it's part of the fun. It's part of the fun. It's that's a work in progress idea. But you know, it's so unnecessary to the overall game mechanics that I'm not like gonna prioritize working on it just yet. But yeah, so let's say I want to pick on this one. It can be hard to pick. Maybe we can have it like in a row, because that front row is the easiest to pick them. So maybe I can make sure it's on a row by row basis. So like that column, if you will, has all of the colors, so that way there's multiple options to pick the one you want. Something like that. So yeah, so then it abducts the alien that you want and plops it back down. By the way, these humans that are just standing out here, this is very much set up for debug. It is not my intention to leave the humans standing around. I even want them to run around and stuff, but for now, it just makes it easier while I'm working on it. So yeah, so this interact zone I've been working on for the past couple weeks, and then some, where you can see because this arm is shorter, we have less grab area. So this is kind of, I think, where we're going to maybe start detecting if we have the left arm or the right arm. I think it just kind of makes sense for that to be part of it. So we do have a collision area. Now, yeah, I mean, there's a couple different ways to determine this. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe it makes more sense to have like a raycast that, or just calculate the distance between the target and the alien. And if it's more on the left side or the right side, it chooses one arm versus the other. That could probably be good enough. Yeah, maybe that'll be easier, because I was thinking, like, you know, if it could be based on this zone, and because you can see it detects things, right? But technically, this zone isn't quite split in half. It is kinda, but like not really. It's not split in half for a reason that would be particularly valuable to this. So yeah, so maybe we just say, you know, let's try that. Let's try that. So I guess I'll put this in, where do I want to calculate this? I guess on the player. Yeah, that would make sense. All right, go back to the player script. And let's create a new function. What's going to call that function? Well, you could actually do it on whatever happens when you attack something, right? Something attacked. On something attacked. If we haven't started attacking, attack becomes true. It turns off collision for the limbs, so that way they don't get hurt when they attack something, because the arm actually stretches out and intersects with things that would otherwise hurt you. And so this makes sure that that hurt doesn't happen. Yeah, and so what the thing that is hit is put out here. So if we got what, well, are we even curious? Are we what else are we tracking here? I almost think we could do, let's do a new function from here. We're gonna say arm to use. Let's say that, and then that will be, and we'll put what is hit in there as a parameter. So then let's get beyond this, and we're gonna say func arm to use. We're gonna check the target that it's going after, and I suppose for now, let's just print target. So the position that really matters here is whether it's further to the left or the right. So I'm guessing that's the x-axis. So I guess I'll say target position x. Just tell me what that is. So we're gonna say target is at that, or target x is there. And in fact, it might be nice. How do you do the enter again? I always forget. I think I have a... Is it like /n or something? I think it's /n. But I don't exactly remember like how we use it. Is that like in a string? I think on the terrain controller, I just don't remember. In the terrain controller, I have a big long debug message that uses the, actually let's just search. It's not /n. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Here. It is, oh, it's the other slash. It's the other slash. Okay, so it's like semicolon slash and then /t. What the heck is /t? Show me what this looks like, please. Print rich. Ooh, we're printing rich. I don't think we need the rich for this. So this should happen right away. As soon as we start the menu, it should start doing that. Hey, Thoughty, welcome. So there's our semicolon, and then it does like... I'm not really sure what all those do. I'm pretty good today. I'm a little tired. I'm a little hungry. I made some good food, but I haven't had time to eat it. But I'm like good. I'm like excited to work today. Oh, Thoughty, by the way, during the member stream on Monday, I put to good use the shader that you made. Yeah, how are you doing? I think I said I'd try to use it again, and let's just say I am using it again. Check it out. So I came up with all the power-ups that are going to be in the game, and there are ways that I want those power-ups to be like visually represented. Check this out. So this is using your shader that you made, that you shared with us, with some modifications made to it, but it's based on that same thing that you put together. So we get this, when we get the thick skin power-up, which hasn't been actually implemented yet, but technically it's there. And so this is on all of these. Yeah, it's cool, right? And then there's another power-up. There's actually 2 other power-ups as well that are using it, your thing. So there's gonna be a way, I mean, there's already a way, but it's gonna be blocked or locked behind a power-up, which is running faster, and there's also running slower. So if you're, and there's gonna be a cooldown on how long you can dash or walk slow. And so while it's working before the cooldown comes in, the legs will do this. So that's, again, your shader. And so it's like going up like that, because it's like whatever speed. And then whenever you're going slow, it'll be maybe something. So we modified it so it can go the opposite ways, and we can like change it a bit. And so it'll be like a darker color or something, and it'll like go down for slow. So yeah, so we got those put on, which is really exciting. Couldn't have done it without your super like easy to put together to work with shader. So like, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, right? Just to like have like a little extra control. All right, and then you can see what it looks like in the game too, just for fun. Just for fun, real quick. Just for fun, real quick. But yeah, I have so much appreciation to everybody who comes through here and shares things, because sometimes I don't use it right away, or it doesn't work for exactly what I'm doing in the moment. But whenever I need something new, the first thing I'm gonna go to is stuff that you guys have shared before. And of course, credits will be amply given. But yeah, it works well, comes through. It's just good stuff. It's just good stuff. So like, thank you, Thoughty. I appreciate it. There you can see the little legs. So that would, in theory, only happen when you're going fast. You know, it might need some tweaking at some point, but yeah. Kind of fun. All right. And then we added these booleans here too. that let it go away. Instead of a HUD, these are good solutions for feedback. Yeah, right? Right? I mean, I might also do a HUD, but I don't know. If I can avoid a HUD, I will. I friggin' will. The less HUD, the better, in my opinion. As long as it's definitely clear to the player. So we'll see, we'll see. Because there are some power-ups. I would love every power-up to not need HUD, but like there are some, like there's one where you can like, you know, have a stampede of aliens attack. So you kind of have to like summon it. You have to like choose when it starts. And so, I don't know, I could just add like a keybind or something, but I want that to be more clear to the player. So there's definitely a couple things that are gonna need HUD elements, but the fewer the better, as far as I'm concerned. All right, so I guess I can use this. I don't know what the /T does. All this just to get a print message, I know. But you know, I like to recap that stuff and use it intentionally where I can. Hopefully I won't have to go look it up every time someday. So what I want to get here is, so we want N like that. Expected a new line after /. Are you quite sure? Okay, wait, actually I'm still confused, it turns out. So that's, we ended it. Maybe that is rich text only. Maybe that is print rich. Let me see. I'm not against HUD, but I like when it's minimalistic. Yeah. Fair. Relatable. Expected a new line after the /. Yeah, but there's not a new line over here, and you're okay with that. Maybe I need to put, like, something in between. Let's say N, and then what if I do something new? So we want to say player X. It doesn't really need to be relative to the player. It doesn't at all. I don't think we, okay, I know this is like a whole thing that I just decided not to go forward with, but I think I don't need to know this. If the X is like, because we're playing from the origin here. If the X is positive, then it's on the right side. If the X is negative, it's on the left side. So at that point, what I need to come up with is like a solution that says, well, what if you don't have your left arm? It needs to compensate with the right arm, which is totally fine. What if it's right in the middle? Like directly, perfectly in the middle. It needs to like, I guess just randomly pick one. Yeah, that's, I think this is easy. I think this is gonna be easy. Target X is 0. What? Oh, maybe it's just not showing the full. How do I get, is that something that I've noticed? Oh, and then we want it on grabs as well. We need to have it pop up there too. Oh, there it's, that was literally at 0. You gotta be kidding me. That's wild. I guess I did put it, oh, I see, because the whole object, I like snapped it to the origin, right? It's like stamped down at the origin. That's why it's at 0. So we definitely need to figure out what to do if it's 0. Probably just random. We'll be fine. Okay, so this is, wait, but that's all 0. Wait, no, that can't all be 0. It can't all be 0. Origin relative to what? Please, what? Do global position. Okay. You're right. No, you're right. I got you. What are we doing? We're doing target X stuff. Are we in the wrong? We're in the wrong script. On the wrong side of script town. So give me global position. What is that like? What is that gonna look like? Much better. That's what I want to see. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, and now there's like not zeros. Perfect. Love it. Good. All right, great. So I also need it to be for objects that are grabbed. So arm to use right now is happening when something is attacked, but we also need to look at when we grab something to pick it up. So where does that live? Something attacked, movement start, amount slowed, area undamaged, a level update. Grab begun, right there. Now this isn't calling with anything, so this doesn't even know what is being grabbed, which is real. So I think that's handled back on things that we can pick up, which is abductees. Well, it'll have an abductee script. So abductee hovered, meat entered dunk, on body entered, on mouse entered. Let's see if it's in abductee hovered. If target self, something hovered. Wow. So it actually might be back on the camera. It's a little confusing. It's a little unexpected. All right then. If input is action pressed grab. So maybe here, but this is gonna happen anytime we grab. That's just any old time we grab. That's interesting. If raycast result is set to null, is not set to null. Okay, so I guess that's where we want to do it. So we see what that target is. Oh, and then we also want to make sure it's an abductee. That would be ideal as well. Okay, so then what I gotta do is we gotta go back to the player. Do I have the player script set up on here? Doesn't look like it. It might be a class. I might have it as a global class. There's a chance. Sometimes that doesn't work like I want it to, so I wouldn't do that. Let's just on-ready it and be done. On-ready variable player. That's gonna be a character body 3D. I'm pretty sure it's just %player, but it is. That's what it is. Slap it on in then. Equals %player. Alright. Okay, so we want... Wait, didn't we... Oh, that's not the error, I see. Instead of what is hit, we want that to be raycast result. Okay. We might need to add a collider in there, but maybe not. All right, let's see if that gives us some extra X positions. Now, right now, the arm doesn't actually do anything when you grab stuff. So we're not going to actually see the arm do anything yet. I do want to set that up, and maybe I'll do that today. But for now, let's just make sure it at least is keeping track of the target position. So obviously we have no arms right now, so it doesn't really make sense, but I'm gonna just do it anyway. That will be, oops, I forgot to click. That will be a matter for another time. Okay, so let's click on this. Nice. So it does report the position very frequently. It makes sense because it's in the process. So it would. But we actually do want that. Wow. So that's kind of something to think about, right? Because let's say you're holding. Okay, let me eat some. Let me get some more space, because you'll drop the thing you're holding if you move outside of the interact circle. All right, so if I ate it. It's you're not really supposed to be able to hold things. You don't really need, either when you grab it, either you dunk it or you eat it. Okay, so if I move this to the left, now it's going to be held by the left arm. If I move it to the right, now it's going to be held by the right arm. So it'll be like switching arms, which maybe is okay. But That'd be weird. How did you finally solve the distance check for the hands? Oh, yeah. So, all right, I will tell you. But it is something. It is certainly something. So, the way that that interact zone is even working is, let's go up a little bit. It's tricky. It's a lot. I don't know. You be the judge. You tell me what you think. So you see this like octagonal kind of elliptical shape here? Let me pull that up actually. That is a collision polygon 3D. So this is the interact zone collision. It's a collision polygon 3D. The collision polygon 3D comes with this array that has these points at different positions. So what I have done is, let me open up that script. I've actually split that array up into two halves. There's the left side and there's the right side. So left side, right side. So all of these correspond to these points right here. Whereas all of these on the right correspond to these points. All right, so we're keeping track of each of those points, and then those are being rebuilt into a full array again, so that way it can be fed back into this collision polygon 3D. So let's say something is more on the left or the right, then these left points are going to be modified. If it's more on the right, then these right points are going to be modified all at the same time. But unfortunately, that wasn't quite enough. So there's actually a bunch of things that happen. So there's the way that this is sort of set up. So let's say you have 1 hit point on the left arm and 2 hit points on the right arm. There is this match statement here, this very large match statement, and it contains every possible hit point setup that you could have. If you have 0 hit points on both arms, it's going to match here. If you have 0 hit points on the left arm, but 1 hit point on the right arm, it's going to match here. And you can see all of the things that are changing. So if that's the case, then that collision polygon, the left side, is going to resize by a factor of 0.42. So it's literally going to multiply it by 0.42. So this is saying prefer the right side. So the right side actually gets a little bigger. So it multiplies that right side array by 1.1 to make it be a little bigger. And then the left side gets a little smaller. But I needed more than that. So sometimes we have to move it forward more. Sometimes I gotta move it to the side, left or right. Sometimes I have to rotate that collision polygon. So all of these govern, depending on what that match is, how it's going to nudge. Now we have these extra points here because it didn't quite go in just the right spots. So this is actually a few extra points here. So there's like this one. Yeah, it's crazy. There's this one. There's like this one. And so these are all defined separately on each side. And so those get nudged a little bit to a certain, this is an offset. So they get offset a little bit to make sure that collision shape adjusts just right. And then there's also the mesh, the circle on the ground. It also behaves similarly, much less complexly, in that it adjusts depending on that arrangement. So if we wanted to see that happen in real time, I would need to load it up. We can see it happen in real time. It's gonna be a little tough without debug tools, unfortunately. But it is very doable. But it's good. I'm afraid a little bit to modify collision shapes at runtime because physics glitches, but if it works well, it's good. It works. It does work. It does seem scary, right? Yeah, right? I don't know. It seems okay. so far. I haven't noticed any problems. It's gonna be hard to visualize, but I'll try. Basically, well, here, let's do this. Let's just do visible collision shapes. Because, like, if I want to see it from above, which is the best view to see it, it's a little tricky. I kind of need debug tools, but we can kind of try to see it here with visible collision shapes, and hopefully it'll be somewhat noticeable. It's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be a lot going on. Hopefully that's okay. So you'll tell because they're kind of like these like pegs. All right, let's go over here. So you see, you can kind of see it. It's like these long pegs or these long sticks going up. That's that. Those are all those points. And it just goes up high. So they're all there. And then you can see it matches the circle shape here. So if I gobble up a human, oh, I dropped it. Oops. I might make that lock in so that way you can't drop it. So there, hopefully you could see it got bigger, and those sticks are now much more wide, and they're spread out. You know, that was somewhat easy to do it that way, but where it got really wild, so if we take damage, so there you can see it shifts a little, but you know, there would be like this point wouldn't be in the right spot. It'd be like collapsed in, and they wouldn't all be right. So that's why I had to pick like individual points and sort of nudge them until they fit. Luckily, I only had to do half of all of the work, because for the opposite side, I just had to like reverse the polarity of a few things, and then it was sufficient. So yeah, that's basically how that works. And I had to do even 2 extra sets because there's a power-up that makes the interact zone get bigger. So I had to make more sets too. So you can see that's much larger. If I increase the points here and we pick the power up, so there's fantastic arms. This makes everything get larger, so you'll see it just immediately gets to be a bigger zone. I had to manually design that bigger collision zone. It was tedious. It was quite a bit of tedium. Perhaps it could be refined so much that these data could be stored in a separate dictionary or resource, not directly in the script. Totally. But don't rewrite it if you feel it's unnecessary. Yeah, it is. It is unnecessary, but I agree. I agree that could definitely clean it up. For sure. Yeah, I was kind of just like, man, I just gotta grind this out. I just gotta do it. It works, right? It works, and like you can really clearly see it by, you know, because things hover, right, that are in that zone. So you can see like they get a different shader applied to them when they light up. You'll remember the day that we found that Sobel edge shader. So it's using that. Which actually someone in the chat, Dungeon Martian, helped us evolve it. So it actually checks for faces as well. So we can make it like do the face and the edge. So look, if I adjust it, you'll see right away those things get unhighlighted. So like it's doing it. You know, maybe like adjusting collision sizes would be a lot messier if we were doing like physics stuff. But since it's not physics based, I think, you know, it's relatively a safe bet. So yeah, so that's how we resolved all of that. And hopefully, so you know, with the ARM stuff that I'm doing now, hopefully it won't matter that because I don't think it needs to know what the interaction zone is like. I think it'll just make sense. Because if you can't even click on something off to the left, then obviously it won't need to use the left arm. So I think we'll be okay if I just set this up this way. So now that we've got these values running in that function, let's go back to the player. And that is arm to use is the function. So right now it just gets that X position. So I would want to say, well, really what we want to be updating is arm attacking, right? And so it's 12 if it's the right arm. Actually, let me go find out what the left arm is, because I'm not entirely sure. left arm. So the armature's here. Get the skeleton. So if I do 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Upper arm right is the one that we are setting. So 11, 10, 9, 8 is the left one. All right, so we want to switch between left and right. I could set these up here. We could say variable left arm integer 8 variable, oh, that says let. Or let's say arm left index. Maybe I'd rather say, yeah, that's fine. Variable arm right index integer 12. And then we could, in theory, take this out. I'll comment this out here. And then in arm to use, we're going to say we could just say if target global, let's even set that as a variable. We don't need to print it. Variable target X, we'll say, equals target global position X. This is a float. And if target X is less than, we could say less than or equal to 0. We could preference one side. I don't feel like flipping a coin is silly. Like, just let it pick a side. You know, no big deal. If target X is less than or equal to 0, then arm attacking gets set to arm left index. Oh, right, we do have to declare. All right, I knew that. I forgot that. We're just gonna say that it's an integer. It might. You should set a default. Just give it a default. We don't need to worry about not setting a default. Ain't no harm. If target X is less than or equal to 0, arm attacking is set to left index. Otherwise, that should be fine, right? Arm attacking gets set to arm right index. I guess I'll say 0.0. Okay, cool. Great. Wow. What if that's it? What if I just did it? What if, like, it's done? That would be nuts. That would be nuts. Like, what if this task is done? There's no way. Something is gonna go wrong. It's too easy. It's too easy. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what happens, whether it goes right or wrong. Come on. I'm impatient. I won't get to see it until I eat something. All right, now we got arms. Oh, okay, right. Okay, we got problems. We got problems. So both arms are attacking at the same time. Oh, actually, okay. This is actually not going that badly. It's not going that well either. We have problems. Okay. So a couple things. Number one, there is an animation that plays. And you see that right arm just kind of lifting up? That's an animation. That's not the bone stretch being applied. Now, interestingly, even when it's on the right, it's stretching the left arm. And the place that it's stretching the left arm from is not looking correct. Oh, well, there it's working nicely. That should have been negative. Did I do global? I did. Okay. So the right arm animation playing, we just have to make sure we set that to the left. The left looks a little weird. I'm not sure why. The right looks good. This is strange. There's some oddities here. Let's see what it looks like with the full healthy arm. Left side attack. Yeah, it's still kind of doing that. But this is pretty good. We can work with this. What I'm not sure of is why sometimes both are set to arm attacking, or how that would even be possible. So we're going to have to figure that one out. Because if it's an if-else, it's either going to be the left index or the right index. Why would the left one? So I guess would it be helpful? Let's say print attack left. Maybe I mixed them up. I don't think I did. Print attack right. Let's get that info. I'm not sure why it's the wrong arm position, like why it's the wrong bone. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Upper arm right. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Upper arm right. Upper arm left. So I'm not sure why that one's bending weird when we're definitely using the same bone. Everything should be mirrored. So that's something to figure out. I mean, I could try a different bone, but why should I have to? Why should I have to? Strange. Let's just try a different one just to see. I wonder if... I don't think that makes a difference. Okay. And then with the animation... That's gonna need its own thing. What even plays the animation? Oh, you know what? I think that's actually... set up here. Reach right request. So we actually would want this to be checking which index arm attacking is set to. This is pretty nuts, but if arm attacking is set to 12, then do the right. Otherwise, and it should already be set up in here, do reach left. Okay. So that should deal with the animation problem, and then we'll have some information about whether it thinks it should be the left or the right arm. It might also be helpful. You know what I'm going to do too before I do that? Well, we can do it here. I'm going to also add a print that checks to see what arm attacking is set to. That would be valuable information. Attack left. Arm index, and then we'll just say arm attacking. Okay, let's see if that sheds some light about what might be going on. It's probably like some little typo I did, or I also wonder if the if else isn't quite functioning like I think it should. Alright. And we could even start checking it soon. That should be on the right. Oh, it's saying left. Okay. That's, well, there, that answers a lot. Does this say right when I go the other side? Let me eat this. Oh, I spawned a helicopter. Oh god, please go away. Please die. Don't kill me. Thank you. So this building here is clearly on the left. And it says left, and it moves it to the left. The stretch looks a little weird, but that's okay. I wonder if the animation is why. We don't need to change that bone number. It's the animation. That's why it was doing this, because we weren't animating it. That was the correct bone. I don't know if that's going to update here in the runtime, but might as well fix it now. All right, so if we go to the right side, oh, that looks fine. Oh. Oh, wait, there it didn't set it. So it's not quite updating it correctly. Attack left. Attack left. It keeps... So, oh, do you guys see what it is? I see what it is. I know what went wrong. We're doing global position. That isn't relative to the player. It needs to take into account if it's to the left or the right of the player, not just if it's to the left or the right of the origin. I see. Okay. No problem. So if I'm at the origin, it'll more or less work just fine. Sweet. We're dual wielding, baby. Love it. Okay. But we don't want to be calculating that X position globally. We want it, the position, we want it to be relative to the player. So I don't know how to do that. We got to create a vector. You got to do a little trig. That's fun. I'm sure I can figure that out on my own. Let's go back to arm to use. So we need to figure out the distance between the player and the target, which actually I think we're already calculating down here. Somewhere we must be. Direction, right there. There's your direction. Easy. So we just need to say target position, and instead of bone origin transform normalized, we need it to be the player. Simple. Done. All right, so let's come up here, back to arm to use. I should really just click on this. Arm to use. And we're gonna wanna calculate the direction. So we're gonna say, I don't know that we even need to do target X anymore. We'll say target minus self, but we wanna say target global position minus self global position. And we only want the X. So I think if we just replace this with direction X, I think that'll like work, right? Like, I think that is good enough. Maybe, I don't know, I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times before. And I've never so quickly done anything remotely trigonometric. I believe that increases the likelihood that I've done something wrong. But that's okay. We're here to do things wrong. Doing things wrong is how we learn. But what if it's just right? Left and right, specifically. All right, going on down, hopping along, no arms in tow. Or finger. Grabbing that. All right. Left, right. Looks good. Come over here. Left, right. Bang. Beautiful. Looks good. Okay, so there's a few oddities here. I noticed that the left arm was animating when it shouldn't. I'm not sure what that was about. I wonder if we're not in sync with when it checks about which animation to do. So I wonder if we can't set a variable there in the arm to use. Oh, and the left arm isn't, the left arm's getting hurt whenever it attacks because we only set up the right arm to be invincible. So we need to do a little bit more here. See, the left arm gets hurt there. So let's do that. Let's do that. This is good. This is going well. So I would want to say, let's look back at the where we're doing that collision stuff, or just show me where we defer here. So when we attack something, probably we might want to do this when we grab things too, possibly. It's just doing the right arm. That's the only one that it's setting. I would think we want the, because let's say you're grabbing something and your left arm bumps into it. I wouldn't want that to not take damage. So I think we need to set this. So I could keep doing if arm attacking 12, but I think we can make this more readable. Just a little bit. So let's say we could put it at the top of this function, but there are like other places that I want it, like semi-globally, kind of. So I wonder if we can't like set a which arm kind of thing. Well, there is arm attacking, but that's either 12 or 8, which is, it's just not very readable. I don't love that. So I'm gonna say, this is kind of wacky, variable arm left attacking, and that's a Boolean. I know it's kind of weird, but I just want it to be readable. You really only need to track one. Well, but what's going to set it back to false? Well, you can just have it in the arm to use, right? There's probably a better way to do. It's probably easier if I do like an enum. Whatever. So in here, in arm to use, we're not only gonna set that index, but we're gonna say arm right attacking true. Oh, let me type this. Arm left attacking becomes true as well. And then we'd want to do the opposite. Arm right is false. Arm left is false. It's kind of silly, but I don't care. And then out here in the aim bone at target, for example, there's a few places we could adjust this if needed. But probably the most important, let's do that reach animation. Oh, which function is this? Oh, this is on something attacked. Okay, nice. I wasn't sure if it was a multiple function thing, but that's fine. If arm right, we could do a match. I don't think that makes sense. If arm right attacking, then do right. If arm left attacking, then do left. In fact, well, could we could put this, no, I guess not. If arm right attacking, we want all those collisions to be turned off, so that way it doesn't hurt to attack stuff. If arm left attacking, Literally, we just change all of these to L's. Assuming I have set those up in here. I have. I think there's one other place when we put the collision back on. There's a couple places. Match floor. Arm right, current health. Oh, we also have a match for the left. Oh, well, that was nice of me. Oh, wow. I didn't know I set that back up. Well, good. Carry on then. All right, well, that actually might be fixed. Wow. I like when I think ahead a little. It's like a little present for myself to find later. I love presents. I need a quick start. Yeah. Okay. We gotta eat someone up. Gobble them down. Go. Then we gotta attack something on the left that could hurt us. Or that can happen. Alright, let's do one of these trees here. Nice, no pain. Now you can see the timing on the left arm is a little different. So the right arm, the animation stops right away. On the left arm, it kind of hangs out there for a little bit. It's not supposed to do that. So there's something different with the left arm than the right arm animation-wise. I gotta figure out what that is. But it's pretty good. What's going on with that animation there, pray tell? I mean, it's not... Whoa, what is this? Oh, okay, I see. So what this is doing, when it says 1, that corresponds to the animation tree on the alien. So what I've set up is a blend tree. So this animation tree is of the type animation node blend tree. And so there's all these nodes that get set up. And I have one-shot nodes, one for each right and one for each left. In here, where it says parameters reach request 1, what that 1 represents is fire. Because 0 is this empty one, 1 is fire, 2 is abort, and 3 is fade out. So what I have set up for the right side, further down here, that is to say, after the attack duration is complete, it runs the third option, which is fade out. But there is no such thing set up in the code yet for left. That's all that is. So let's grab this, copy it, paste it on down, and then just replace it. I mean, it's just literally the letter 3, the number 3. So we can get rid of that and just change these to 3. And that should fix that. All right. Show me the money. Wow. Wow. I don't know why I thought this would take a while, but this took less than 2 hours. Less than an hour. I mean, I would say it took about an hour. And that was just because I was being extra careful. This was an easy task. Wow. I got a lot more to do today. I better come up with some stuff. I do want to do UI things. I do want to do enemy things. There's plenty to do. But I would say this task is getting donezo. Which I love. I just love that. Alright, so check the animation, make sure it wraps up. It does. Both sides, there we go. We got dual wield. I mean, we always had it, but now it looks like we have it. which is friggin' awesome. Now, hold on. Lise, you're not done. Wait, girl, you ain't done yet. Let me tell you why. What if you're missing an arm? It doesn't account for that at all. So if I have no right arm, guess what's gonna happen? The thing is going to get attacked, but no arm is going to go attack it because the arm is broken. Oh, okay, I guessed wrong. Okay, so somehow it figured to use the left arm. Good. However, it's now stuck in some strange position. How did it know? I mean, it makes sense that it's stuck because it applied like all of the other things to the right arm that might make it not get stuck. But how did it even know to use it? It's dabbing! It's dabbing! Procedural dab. How to do procedural dab in Godot. Oh, that's silly. I'm amazed that it knew to use the left arm. That creeps me out a bit. So if you use the left arm, it'll go back to normal. I'm confused. Okay, so there's the right arm. Okay, so that's what I expected to happen right there. The thing gets destroyed, no arm moves. What the heck was the dab? I don't even understand that. Like, was that like right on 0? I mean, I did say less than or equal to 0. So it should just it should default to the left if it's at 0, which means everything gets set accordingly. And there shouldn't be any problem. That was a strange bug. I don't even know how to reproduce it at this point. So maybe I just got to keep my eye out for that one. Okay, so at least what I thought would happen is happening. There just was some extra happening that I don't understand. And I might have to try to reproduce it at some point somehow. Huh. Odd. All right, well, anyway, I'm just gonna... Well, actually, if you look at it, it does look... Something is happening here. Look at that arm. That don't look right. Something is going on. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm bugging. All right, let's just move forward. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up that if the arm that it chose is dead, it needs to use the other arm. As long as that other arm is alive. If that other arm is also dead, then don't use any arm. And in fact, I would like it to be the head. Not related to the fact that it was in a stop state. I don't know. I don't know why that would matter. But you're right. That is a factor I wasn't testing for there. Oh, maybe that is. I wonder if it has more to do with moving. I think I know what it is. I think it's... Thank you. That was really helpful. I gotta give you a debug credit, because you just saying that allowed me to realize what I think it is. All right, I said we got this in an hour. No, we didn't. We got a crude, untested version of it in an hour. Thoughty, I think what's happening is if I move horizontally and the target is no longer on the side it was originally on, it switches to the other arm. And if it switches to the other arm while the original arm is doing its attack, it doesn't complete all of the steps that it needs, which is that it retracts back. So I think that's what's happening, is we need to have it be definite, unless it's something that we're grabbing. But that's kind of an exception for another time. So I think that's what the issue is. The animation is being stopped, and we have that right in that function. But yeah, so it's not the animation, it's the stretching. So like if I'm gonna reproduce it, I have to, cornfields are kind of the easiest. So this is on the left, but if I move to the right, there we go. So you see what happened right here. Left arm stretched out. I moved, and that thing that it originally attacked that was on the left side became on the right side, which means that it started doing the rest of the code using the right arm. And the rest of the code was just telling the right arm to go back to normal, meaning the left arm never went back to normal. The right arm didn't need to go back to normal, but certainly the left arm did. So we need to add some conditions in here. About to get a little convoluted. Yeah. Okay. Couple things to think about. Not only do we need to make sure that it only does an arm that exists, but we also have to make sure that it commits to the one that it initially picked, and it doesn't try to change that. Kinda. Unless it's something that's being picked up, but that's for not right now. All right, so I don't even know if we need to do it with something that's picked. I feel like with something that's picked up, it can still use the same arm. I don't think that's a problem, actually. All right. So arm to use is called anytime something is attacked, anytime something is grabbed. So we need to check at the beginning. That then gets updated. So maybe I'll have like a global variable that says, what about your attack variable? Look, attack false right there. Use that. Friggin' use that right there. That's the thing to use. Because that marks when the attack begins, and it marks when the attack ends. Now that doesn't help as much with grabbing. See, it'll run arm to use once. You could even have this be in here, right? Plop that in there. Actually, that would fix it. Done. I think that's all we need to do. Except on grabs, right? Because the grabs are being set up over here. There's arm to use. And I don't think we have any kind of check going on here. So that's something to think about. Well, it could be a cross it when I get there kind of problem. Because again, when I pick up a human, the arm doesn't move to that yet. This is just sort of an ahead of time thing. Oh, is attempting grab? Maybe do it there. Is attempting grab? If not attempting grab. What sets that to false? It's false to start with. On grab ended. Okay, so actually we could do it there. Do it there. That might work. Excellent. Because that's checking if it's in the group. It's making sure that the thing actually is still the correct thing. Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's put it here. I think this makes sense. Alright. Cool, let's go. So let me make sure that that is fixed. Still gotta get it when there is no arm to choose the opposite arm instead. But at least now, we shouldn't get accidental dabbing. So I'm gonna have to do a lot of horizontal movement. Seems okay. I'm not seeing any weird dabs or anything. It only updates it when it should. I think this is acceptable. Nice. Beautiful. All right. Let's save it, and then I'm actually gonna do a GitHub push before I start doing all this other stuff. Seems like a nice, wise thing to do. Left/right arms both can visually attack. Added a function arm to use. Whatever. Onto the player script that fires when something is attacked or grabbed and determines which arm should be used. I think that's enough. I think we get it. Grabbing has also been set up via the camera script. Grabbing has been primed. Okay. So, what's next? If the hit points are low, it needs to make some choices. Oops. Sort that out. I think we do have the arms set up. We do check current health at some point here, right here. Arm right current health. We floor fit. We do want to floor fit. The reason why we floor fit is because I'm introducing a mechanic that halves healing, potentially. Like, it's a power-up. And so sometimes it could be 1.5 or 0.5, but 0.5 will essentially be the same as 0 for most purposes. So the floor makes sure that 0.5 is read as 0, that 1.5 is read as 1. So we'll need to do a similar check. I don't know if a match statement makes the most sense. If arm right current health is at... Yeah, I think we want an if statement. Well, we kind of want to... We need to determine both. So we might even want to say if arm right current health floorfed is... I mean, really, 0's the only one. So if it's 0, but the right is not 0, if one is 0, but the other isn't, use the arm that's healthy. And then have that for both possibilities. And then if both are unhealthy, in theory, I'd want it to use the head. I have not set that up yet. Maybe today I set that up. Maybe today we give the head go. I'm actually really scared about what that would look like. Screw it, let's do it. Okay. So I will grab this. Back to ARM to use. I would think I would want that. I'm going to have an else statement. I'm going to say if ARM right I don't know if this is going to work like I want it to. Oh, we want a floor fit. If ARM right current health, I don't know if this is going to work like I want it to. Or ARM left current health. I find that the ors never work like I want them to. I'm gonna actually check it first. Print and ARM is at 0. Else print no arms are at 0. But wait, what about if both are at 0? Well, then it'll be, yeah, it'll still be the same. Let me just see like if that works. Sometimes, I don't know, or statements haven't worked like logically how I think they should. It probably will, but I just want to be sure. So I'm gonna slap this into the physics process real fast. I just want to see. I just want to know if it can do that. And then we could say else do the normal stuff. But that could even itself be in an if-else statement that's checking if both of them are at 0 or not. All right, so obviously we're printing a frick ton. So you start out the game with your arms both at 0. So that's gonna just print in the thousands right now, which is fine. But as soon as I eat something, as long as I don't get hurt right away, it should change. Wait, it says no arms are at 0. It should say an arm is at 0. So we actually already have a problem. I just realized. All right, let's see. Eat this. An arm is at 0. Well, no, that's not true. Okay, I typed it wrong. Oh, I did. I just typed it wrong. We're good. No arms are at 0. Okay, it's actually working fine. It's working exactly like I told it to work. That was a typo on my part. Okay, so no arms are at 0. That everything was fine. Okay, so we heard that. Okay, so there, see, it's like the or is functioning like an and statement, because technically an arm is definitely at 0 right now. Now, if I break off this one, okay, that's a hard one to actually run into. Now it says an arm, but really so to me, it's just doing an and statement. It's not actually doing or for some reason. I don't know why. I wish it would. What am I missing? Why does that not make sense? Godot or operator, GD script. Like, help me out. Help me out here. What am I doing wrong? That isn't problem that, what is that? Is that another way to type or? Does that mean the same thing? Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God. Why did I forget that? Oh my gosh, you're right. I didn't say, there's no condition. It's just, hey, if it's something. I don't even know. Oh my gosh. You're right. You're right. What am I doing? All right. So if florf arm health 0, I forgot that entirely, is less than or equal to 0, or this is less than or equal to 0. I totally forgot to even like clarify that. I can't believe I did. Maybe we want to say greater than 0, actually. This is confusing. I get really confused. I have like binary dyslexia or something. No, both arms are at 0. Wait, what? Okay, I'm actually still confused, if I'm being honest. Yes, you would want to say an arm is at 0. Alright, we got it. I guess that stuff confuses me. You can use it at both simple set to 0. That's true. I don't know why I do the less than. It's like a... I don't know. What if? What if? I think we're even snapping that float, so I don't even think it's possible. Okay, but right now no arms are set to 0. So it should say no arms are set to 0. Oh, it took a second. What if? Yeah, exactly. I don't know why that took a second. All right, break off an arm. Oh. Okay, there we go. Okay, it should say an arm is set to 0. Do you want me to, did I not hit Control S or something? It's definitely 0. So my OR statement still might not be working. Let me just try restarting it. I don't know. I don't know why. I haven't found that OR statements work like I think they should. But maybe that's a me problem. Probably is. I can't really Control F it because the word OR is going to be in here 555 times. But I feel like I'm missing something quite obvious. All right, we cruising. What does it say? An arm is set to 0. That's right. You're absolutely correct. No arms are set to 0. That's right. You're right. Okay, break off this arm. An arm is set to 0. Let's go. Okay, I guess I just needed to restart the runtime. Okay, it works. OR statements are fine. We're good. An arm is set to 0. Okay, whew, we're good. Whew. Thanks, Dottie. I gotta give you an eagle eyes credit. I don't know if I even needed to set the less than or equal, but I don't care. I appreciate you. These credits, as you know, entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying appreciation. So thank you. All right, so now that that works, let's pull that out of there. Head on down back to the arm to use. And now we're gonna plunk it in and sort this out. So I want my else to be that which we set up earlier. So everything functions like we had previously set up, the dual wielding. However, now it's only going to bother with that if there isn't something that's set to 0. And if there is something set to 0, we need to check which one it is. So if arm right, well, you got to forfeit. Forfeit down. If arm right current health is less than or equal to 0, I could set this out somewhere else. I could like check. You know what would be easier? Let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna say variable arm right dead. That's gonna be a Boolean. And it's gonna be false. I'm gonna set up arm left dead, also false. And then I just kind of want to set it and forget it and move on. I don't want to put all these flurfs. It's just too much. So it's another if statement. If flurf arm right current health less than or equal to 0. It's funny because I'm just gonna get rid of this, but it's okay. Still useful. If flurf arm right current health is less than or equal to 0, then arm right dead is true. If left is 0, arm left dead is true. Done. Now, instead of saying all this, we'll say if arm right dead or arm left dead. Look how much better that looks. If arm right dead or arm left dead. Check which one it is. If arm right dead is the one that's dead, we want arm right attacking to be true. And we want arm left attacking to be false. Oops. Basically, let's just grab this. If arm left is dead, oh, you have to set the index. You basically are doing the exact same thing. It's like a replacement for this. You want? Oh, if. It's not a match. It's not a match. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I forgot to put the ifs. Yeah. I did treat it like it was a match. Exactly. If arm right dead, that becomes true. That becomes false. Got it. Yeah. Thank you. Alright. So now, this should be fine. No! We gotta consider if they're both 0. Well, that's for the head. Let's just try this first. Let's try it before I think about the head, because the head is its own entire thing. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna try. Wow. I might be able to use the exact same function, aim bone at target, except we just set it to like the neck bone. It might be really easy. It really might be. Or it could be a mess. I'm not sure. It's gonna be weird, whatever happens. But, you know, the reality is, when you have no arms, you only have a small area that you can attack, even with the power-up, the area doesn't get bigger. So the head's not going to be able to actually go that far. So hopefully it won't look that weird. Okay, so I need to break off one arm, and then if I attack something on the left, it should use the right arm. It didn't! It didn't. What? Wait, it's not using either one now. So that, I mean, the conditions are being met. Uh-oh, spawned a helicopter. Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez. Oh, God. It's gonna kill me. Please don't kill me, helicopter. I'm testing the game. Okay. Let me go back to healthy arms and make sure that works correctly. Yes, so the healthy arms works fine. So what's happening, unfortunately, is that when we have a 0 hit point, it's doing nothing. All right, let's see what I did wrong. If arm right dead or arm left dead, use telekinesis. Oh, and yeah, well, I mean, that is kind of like what it is. Like, it's just looking at something and then exploding it. So, like, basically it is telekinesis. But technically it doesn't fit with the game idea. But it is kind of cool. Maybe it could be warped into a power-up someday. Probably not, but maybe. So this is making sure that arm dead, right or left are true. Oh, first of all, it's never going back to false. So that's a problem. Try brackets around your or statements. That might resolve this problem. First of all, I definitely need to set these back to false. They're always true. So we would need to say here, else arm right dead is false, else arm left dead is false. Let me try this first. Because here's the thing, you're gonna start out with these being true. I'm actually shocked it ever even went. I'm actually confused how it. Anyway. Let me circle back to that, Dungeon Martian. Let's see if this makes any difference. It may not. But I'm curious. Take your time, load on up. I know you're gonna load. I gotta sip my tea, so take your time. All right. And if it still doesn't work, we'll try Dungeon Martian's thing, and then if that doesn't work, I'll put in some print statements so we can see what's going on. All right, so everything should work normally. It looks good. Let's break off an arm. No dice. Nothing changed in there. Dungeon Martian suggestion: try brackets around the or statement. Okay. And you mean brackets, not parentheses? What's the difference? Wow. Look at that. It's accepted. That's the only or statement that I've got. Oh, parentheses. I was just like, wow. I mean, it didn't yell at me, which is kind of cool. Where did my or statement go? Here. I'm gonna put some prints anyway. I have a feeling this might help, but what if it doesn't? No. We can always wedge in the prints. At runtime, probably, maybe. Credit for debug help, though. I thought he was eagle-eying back there. So let me give an eagle eyes. Where's that debug credit? Where you at? It's a logical problem somewhere. Syntax was okay. Yeah, it's a logical problem. Yeah. I think so. The print statement should help. But I see what you're saying with the parenthesis. Like, so it sees it as a unified unit or something. No harm in trying it. So in order to test it, I have to get healthy. Just make sure that looks the same. I'm sure it does. And then we'll break off one arm. Nope, I broke off both. This building's always hard to run into. Ugh. Okay, there we go. No dice. Alright, let's get some data. Let's see what we're dealing with here. So we're gonna say print arm right is dead. Here, print arm left is dead. Does it even know what is happening? So if I click, we should see arm left is dead. Arm left is dead. So it knows. It knows arm left is dead this whole time. So that's really good. Now right now, technically they're both dead. So it's saying arm right is dead, arm left is dead. So that's good. I don't know. That seems concerning to me, because it might mean that literally all of these are happening. So I might want to, let's wrap this. Oh, that was something that I meant to do. If arm right dead and arm left dead, we'll just pass. Otherwise, check this. Whoops. And wedge all of that into that new else statement. If arm right dead and arm left dead, we'll just say both arms dead. Otherwise, check to see if one or the other is dead. If one or the other is dead, do stuff based on that. If one or the other is not dead, then base it on the direction of the target. Okay. I should be able to test this with runtime. Sometimes it doesn't work, but hopefully this time it does. All right, so right now, if I hit something, it should say both are dead. It should like know that both are dead. Both arms dead. Excellent. Now let's heal up. It shouldn't print anything if both are healthy. So let's make sure that's true. It printed another both arms are dead. Oh, because I grabbed at that moment. So that was correct. Okay, nothing is printing. That's good. Let's break off an arm. A try to break off an arm. All right, now attack something. Left arm is dead. Okay, good. I didn't even check to see if that fixed the gameplay. So unfortunately, I'm not seeing any change yet. So it might be not here, but where I'm applying it later in the aim bone function might be where we're dealing with the issue. But let's just double check. The animation isn't working. It's not just the animation. It's also the stretch. Because there's two things. The animation, which is just this or this. And then there's the stretch, which after this happens, it goes like that. Neither are occurring. So it seems like these changes aren't being communicated to the aim bone at target function at all, which governs the animation and the stretch. So everything is good. Just double check, break off the arm. It chooses nothing. Unless I have my arms flipped. Let me make sure I don't have my arms flipped. Guys, I flipped the arms around. Look at this logic. It says if arm right is dead, attack with the right arm. But there's no right arm. There's no right arm. I told you, I have like binary dyslexia. Like it's really hard for me to catch, not just like true or false, but if there's like overlapping trues and falses, I get really confused. Okay. This is a very easy fix. This is so weird. If the right arm is dead, we want the left arm to attack, and we want the right arm not to attack. And the arm that's attacking needs to be the left one. If the left arm is dead, we want the right arm to attack, and we want the left arm not to attack. And we want to make sure it's the right arm. Okay. Let's see if we can still test it at runtime here. Bam! Fixed it. I was wondering about that, but I thought it was intentional. It wasn't. It wasn't. Alright. There, it's using that. So now, try it on the left side, and it reaches all the way to the left side. Bam. Function. Let's friggin' go. Yeah, right. It's just like one of those things. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, break off an arm. Make sure we can cross arm attack. And we can. Beautiful. I love it. It looks great. Awesome. Especially when you watch for an hour and don't understand. Yeah. Yeah. We got there eventually. A little more, just a little more watching. It can be funny. Yeah. Oh wow, wait, the member thing worked. Wait, the member emote worked. What? I thought member emotes didn't work. Earlier in the stream, I was like, member emotes don't work. Fati just did an emote and it didn't show up. Dungeon Martian did an emote and it did. Okay, we do have members only emotes on the screen. Frick yeah. Just good news all around. Good news here, good news there. I can't complain about that. Wow. There they are. Hey! Let's go. Wow. Yes. Yes. Member features. That's awesome. It now can be done. Yeah, maybe like sometimes it like doesn't show up though, so I don't fully understand how it works. You should like mess with it. You should like try to make it happen. I wonder if there's just one, sometimes it like shows up like off or something. All right, so this is all good. I would say it's good time for a GitHub commit. And then I kind of want to set up the head. I mean, there's the head, and then there's also grabbing. Honestly, the grabbing feels a little bit more related here, but I'm not sure. This is where I go mad with power. Yeah, do it. Do it. Get your membership's worth. Left, right, attacking improvements. Arm to use now considers whether arms are healthy or not. Okay. So do I want to do head? I think I want to try head. I think that'll be kind of fun. Oh, the internet's being goofy now? Dang. Oh yeah, it is that time. Dude, it's always at 3:30 in my time zone. Like exactly. Every single stream. That's wild. The internet's there. It's right next to it. That's awesome. That's wild. So that should be at 9,000 kilobits per second. I can't believe that's right there. I mean, you're not going to really notice much, but wow. I can't believe that was exactly at 3:30. That's suspicious. Someone's flipping a switch. Okay. So anyway, hopefully it won't mess the stream up too much for now. So if I do the head, okay, so if both are dead, right now it's just printing both are dead. But let's see if we can't just set it to be the head. You're not feeling it here in the quality? Nice. That's really helpful. Thank you for letting me know that. Yeah, sometimes like the bit rate will drop. It'll go from like 1080 to like something lower. Okay, so yeah, let's just try making it friggin' the head bone. Well, we've only set up arm left attacking or arm right attacking. And then arm attacking is, so that's actually a little messy because it's neither the left nor the right arm. So I would need to set something up special. Where do we even do all of that? Oh yeah, because we make the head not, yeah, we actually need to set up some more things. This will be a bit of effort, if I'm being honest. And luckily, this could be as simple as if head attacking. Then I just have to set up the head. This is actually a bit of effort. All right, let me change my task here. Making the head chomp attack. The word chomp doesn't really need to be there, but it's okay. It's more fun that way. This is gonna be some effort. So the collision area for the head doesn't exist. Let's make it exist. We don't need this many, but we do need 2. We need 1 for hurt and 1 for healthy. The tiny head and the big head. So collision area head, collision area hurt head, get node area head. I assume it's just called head. I would be very surprised if I named it anything else. It's possible, but I really doubt it. I can go check. But what else would I call it? Okay, so come back down here. Grab a couple of these. Collision area head set to for disable true. We need to set up head attacking. That's absolutely correct. Oh, and then that's further down here as well. A couple different places. I don't really need an animation. Maybe, we'll see. Where's the false, pray tell? Oh, it's a match statement. I guess that makes sense. All right, add 1 in for the head. I don't think I've set up the head though, so I need to go set up the head. So we have arm right, arm left, on ready variable, head, area 3D, get node, alien v3 slash detection areas, area head. Looks probably fine. Oh, we already have something called the head. This is actually head index, if I'm being honest. But now I need to update that here. Head index. Make sure it's not somewhere else. It's a lot of places. It's all over. So let's do a replace head with head index. This one, replace head underscore rotation. What the heck is that? Skip it. Yeah, this is not a quick one. Oh, that one, replace. Don't need to replace any of those. Not that. Not this. Not that. And that's head rotation. Okay, so let me just make sure we didn't miss any. Okay, good. And then I still need a head attacking. Variable head attacking. This is getting a little messier than I particularly want it to be, if I'm being honest. We got arm index, but then we have head index somewhere else. It's just kind of weird. Whatever, let it be messy. All right, so we want to say match. We got a floor fit, head current health. Let's just copy all this. If I can. I will attempt to copy all this. Paste it in. Change this. Oh, you only need one. You don't need two. To head. Okay. Is that... Well, no. There's still one more thing, I think. I don't think so. Wait. I think in arm to use, I need to set the bone index correctly. This is a little hard to read. This is not the most readable function. If the right arm... Okay, that's setting up left arm, right arm. Let me put this... The head, if it's the head, you're dead, so it doesn't matter. Let me put this in a code region, because this is kind of hard to read. I'm going to say this is... arm health. Any arm's dead. I'm just going to call it that. Alright, so if they're both dead, then we want this to all be head. Did we make a head attacking? I think I did. Head attacking to true. I don't remember. Oh, I guess we'd actually want to say the arms are both false. This is not good. I feel like we should change this to something like attacking limb and then set that to head index. So let me actually refactor that. Find all the arm attacking, and we're gonna call it attacking limb. Replace. Replace, replace. No, wait, where's that checked? Oh, here. Here we go. Attacking limb, attacking limb. Great. All right. I probably did something wrong, but I'm gonna be very curious. I feel like, and even if I did it right, guys, dude, it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be so weird. I guarantee you it's gonna be so super very weird. Like the head, even best case scenario, if the head is here and the thing I'm clicking on is like down here by my thumb, it's gonna be like, it's gonna like clip through itself. Like it's gonna look ridiculous. Assuming it even works. Alright, what did I do? Set deferred on a null value. Oh. Oh, maybe I did name the head something different. Collision area head. And was it, which one was it, by the way? Literally the first one. Alright, let me make sure I got the name correct. We'll go chat. That looks pretty correct. But is it correct? Area underscore head. Oh! It's called collision A underscore alien head. Alright. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. Something, something, don't use naming to reference things. Yeah, yeah. Let me make sure I didn't do that somewhere else as well. That one is correct. Alright. Do-over. Not the worst thing that could have happened. I like where we're going with this. Speaking of likes, if you're watching this right now, thank you. If you haven't pressed the like button, I hope you'll consider doing it. It means more people will see this live stream and be recommended after we go live, and it lets me know that I'm doing okay. So thanks if you're able to do it. Press that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. And yeah, thank you. Man, that internet's getting rough. Internet's getting rough. I'll probably go swap it in a few minutes. But let's see. Let's see. Oh yeah, I see the quality dropping. Look at that bit rate. Ugh. Ugly. All right, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. Don't worry. Let's just see if this head is doing what it needs to do. Oh, okay. Just slow down. Yeah, I mean, yes, yes. It said. Oh, that was so silly. Oh my god. That is not what I had in mind. Wow. Okay, I think we can probably improve the way that looks. For now, give me a second. I'm gonna go fix the internet. So you might see a drop in the internet in the stream for a second. You think it's perfect? I mean, it's definitely kind of awesome. Alright? There's elements of awesome here. But I'm gonna experiment with some different bones as well. Because this is straight up the head. Maybe we could do like the neck or something. All right, I'm gonna improve this internet real quick. It'll take me a couple minutes. I just gotta go let my partner know, who's on the other internet, that they need to switch, because my partner and I basically can't use the same internet or chaos happens. So I gotta go let them know. And I'll be right back. Give me a second. I'll bump the tunes. If you're co-working along with me, go get a snack, stretch your legs, do what you gotta do. We'll get this sorted out. And then we're gonna see if I can get this head to look a little better. Maybe. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Yes, it looks pretty good, but doesn't look perfect. I don't know. It's tough. Because, you know, sometimes we do, sometimes don't. We'll see. Look at those glitchies. Look at those glitchies. All right, we're switching it for real now. Switching it for real. Stream will drop for a second, and then it'll come back. If you don't see the stream come back, check the chat. I'm gonna let you know when that swap. All right. Oh, the other internet isn't that pretty either. Did I switch them? I did. Dang. I hate when both internets aren't pretty. But this is better. This is probably better. Hopefully my partner actually switched off the other one. All right. Let me put it in the chat. Swap complete. Refresh. If you don't see the stream. I like that to be at 9,000. That's the number I want it. Hopefully that goes up a little bit. All right. So right now, I want to get this head to attack things. And it does. It really does. I think what bothers me is like, it just, I don't know, it deforms oddly. Let me make sure it's setting the conditions off and on correctly. Nice. So now it's not using the head, which is good. Perfect. I love it. Let's break the arms off and make sure the head will continue to attack. Yes, it sure does. Oh god, especially when you're tall. It stretches so far. I mean, I will say it isn't clipping through the body like I thought it would. So like that's really good. I'm definitely a fan of that. However, let's try a different bone. So instead of head index, let's also set up like neck index. I'm gonna hop into the armature here. What is it that we're saying? 6? So spine 6. Let's do 5. Let's see where 5 gets us. And on ready. But it's pretty much working. Variable neck index. That's 5. And then over in the arm to use function, instead of having that set to head index, We just set it to neck index. See what that's like. It could be worse. It could be better. It could be similar. I have no idea. We could even go down to spine 4. I probably should have on-readied that too, just so we can test it. So let's just try it. See where it gets us. Not better. It looks pretty much the same. They might even, I mean, I kind of gotta, I don't even know. I'm actually surprised how similar it looks. It's a little different. I feel like it's, I'm a little confused. Because it looks like, I don't even know what to say. Well, I will say, we were seeing the mouth before. Remember? The head was like kind of like doing this. But now it's much more like that, which is better. I was kind of imagining more like this. Oh, I just got my head blowed off. All right, so let's try switching neck index down one more number. And so this isn't like mesh or weight painting, mesh weight painting. This is basing it solely on the like XYZ position of the like bone. I'm pretty sure we did experiments where I tried to change like the weight painting on the bone and it didn't have any effect on how it stretched. And I think it's literally the point that the bone is at. Ooh, that's a little, okay. It's actually worse. Because it's like, it's different. It's definitely different. But you can see when it does it in front, it actually sticks out the bottom, the back of the torso, which is completely unacceptable. All right, I think head's the best one. Dang. So, I mean, I would have to assume that 3 is gonna also be terrible. I mean, if we're getting that little bottom, basically, let me show you in Blender. I mean, whatever. At least it'll kind of give you that, a little more clarity about what's going on here. But essentially the neck extends down into the torso a little bit. And so it's actually stretching out, I guess, like this, which is making it come out of the back of the torso, which is kind of weird. Oof, yeah, so we're just gonna get even more stick out there. Yeah, you know, I mean, if I wanted the head to fundamentally behave differently and, like, do something like this, I would need to go and, like, adjust the aiming code. I don't know if I have capacity to deal with that right now. That feels like a lot. But just to clarify what the neck's deal is. Oh, actually, never mind. I guess I'm wrong. Okay, let me take that back there. The neck does not extend down into the torso. That is false. That is a falsehood. I guess what that is then is the torso itself. Well, no, it does extend a little bit down into the body, but not much. And then, curious, what are those bones exactly? Be nice to see. So this one is spine 3, right here. That's spine 5. So I don't fully understand what's going on, if I'm being honest with you. I'm really not sure what the deal is. That's spine 4. And then spine 6, which we've identified as the head, is this one. So I mean, you can see it's a little confusing where it's stretching from. I guess the head was the best one. Neck wasn't bad. I definitely can't change these at runtime though, right? Yeah, I don't think so. We could make it export. Why are we on-readying this? Oh, I know why we on-ready this. We on-ready this so we can set it up here. But that's not, we're not doing that with the neck. So the neck we don't actually have to on-ready. So I should be able to adjust this at runtime. So I think for me, like, in terms of like scope and not like doing more than needs to be done, I need to just pick one. I gotta friggin' pick one. Like, which one am I comfortable having exist? What's the least bad one? I think this one, maybe. I don't know, because it does, it's interesting. You know, it's cartoony. I do want the game to be a little cartoony. I think what also plays into it is that the head is rotating left and right. And I think that is affecting the way it looks, which makes sense. Not necessarily a bad thing, but certainly happening. Okay, let's see if we can update that value. I'm gonna bring that down to 3. I'll try it with the export. That's gonna be on the player. You might have gotten a little angry that I messed with the original. Okay, no, that looks different, I think. I can't tell. Put that to 4. Soft tofu is kind of great also. Yeah, it is. Hey, Pierogigon, welcome. No, there's something to be said. I think this one, well, but look, it's sticking out the back of the torso. This one I almost like the most because it's just like, it's just I mean, it's almost too subtle, actually. We gotta sing you a song. Members also can now have emojis appear on screen, by the way. It's a new feature. What was that set to? I forgot what number that was set to. So I think it's nice if it like animates enough that the player is more likely to actually witness it, you know, so they're not like, how is that happening? It's like clear. Actually, I think this is the best one. Something looks kind of weird. Oh, that's a shadow. Okay. Well, I don't know. What is that shadow? Do you see that? Like, it's like there's this like black band around here that like appears. I don't know what that is. Is that the mesh tearing? Or is it just a shadow? I think that it's both. I think that that's a shadow being stretched more than it should have ever been stretched. I think that's what we're seeing. It's too bad, because I kind of like that one the best. Well, then you can really see that shadow stretching here. I think that's what bothers me the most, is how stretched and distorted the shadow gets. It's just a pet peeve. Like, I can let it go and just say it's good enough. I can do that. I can do that. Right? Can't I? But I still, it's like none of them are gonna be perfect. I'm gonna have to make some kind of concession. This is 5. That was 6. That was the head bone. This is 6. You see that? Like, it looks like it's wearing like a headband or something. It just ain't right. I mean, if I really wanted to, and maybe I do, I could have the shadows go away the moment it attacks, and then the shadow comes back after. Like, if it really bothers me that much. That may come with its own problems. Let's try 4. Oh, so that one sticks out the back of the body. That's not worth it. Same with 3. It's gonna be even worse. Sticking out. Just for fun. What's 2 like? Terrible. What's 1 like? I just want to see. Really bad. Really, really bad. What about 0? Just for fun. Pretty bad. Yeah, it's real bad. Real not good. Oof. Look at that. It just like completely destroys the mesh. I think 5 is the best one. Right? Or no, 4. Wait. Yeah, 5 is the best one. Even though I'm not... I always imagined it... Well, it's tough because, I mean, when you're eating... When you go to grab and eat something... It'll look fine. It'll look fine. I definitely imagined it as being more like that. But instead, it's more like... And I think that just has to be okay. Now, the question is, do I want to deal with this shadow problem? Do I? I don't know. I don't know if I do. If I was going to deal with it, supposing I was going to deal with it. Oh, Progigon needs a song. I gotta do that. Supposing I was gonna deal with it, I would have to have the head mesh be findable. I don't think I have any of the meshes set up in here yet. However, I do have them set up here. In a way. In a special kind of way. Right, we would need both. Oh, I didn't even test it on the hurt. Oh my god, what does it look like when the head is tiny? I didn't even check that. That could look really bad. It's definitely gonna be a little weird. Let's find out. I'm gonna spawn a helicopter. Wait, you can't attack it. You need more limbs. It's going to kill you. Okay, let it hit you once in the head. Move out the way. Oh, it killed me. Very well. Do it again. Something else I want to add is a retry button. So it just retries instead of going back to the main menu. It's going to take a little effort to make that work. All right, let's get super strong first, or strong enough. Then get our head blowed off. Kill the helicopter. Break off the arms. And then we can test the head. It's a very specific scenario. Oh. It's fine. That's weird. It looks weird. It definitely looks friggin' weird. I don't know. The mesh is doing some strange things. Which, it makes some sense. I mean, the head isn't actually attached to the body here. Like, especially. I wonder how that would look if we changed that neck index. Just out of curiosity. What if we made that 6? It's better. It's still kind of weird, though. It's definitely detaching. I mean, if it makes me smile, does that mean that it's correct? That shadow stretch is even worse. Quite egregious. It doesn't make me super happy. I'll be honest with you. I don't super love it. Something else I could do is I could turn off the rotation, potentially. We do actually turn off the rotation for when you eat stuff. I'm not exactly sure. Oh. I'm not exactly sure how that is set up. But it should be in here. I can sing to this song. This is a good sing song. We should do Rogi's member song now. I mean, there's no if statement in here. So how does it know not to rotate it? Well, where does rotate head to direction get called? Oh, look, it's not just members. Frank got it too. Probably because it thinks that moderators are members. It's got bugs. It's got some bugs. There's bugs. I guess moderators also get to do it. What if it is only moderators? I don't know. I don't know what the heck is going on. All right, so where does this function get called? Probably in the process. It is. Wait. Oh, when we click. How does it not rotate? Oh, I know how it not rotates it. It changes the process order. They're like, okay, I know what happens. I'm not sure where it does it, but it definitely does it. Do eating. Eating begun. Eating begun. On the player. Oh, there we go. Animation process priority gets set to 0, and then it gets set back to -1. So that's what we'd want to do. So we could say while the head is attacking. It's tough because it has to be only with the head. And then we do what, 0 and -1? We could do it right here. If the head is attacking, the animation process priority. But it's not an animation, it's not gonna override the head in that moment. That's the problem. So you'd have to play some animation that can override the head movement. It's like the head needs a neck that's hidden until it stretches. Yeah, well, you know, there is a neck. Something that I've learned from doing the arm stuff is it is almost futile to try and control how that deformity works, because it's not based on weight painting. I'm pretty sure. So the neck does actually sink into the body a bit here. So you see we've got like this section right there. And so that's about spine 3, which would be bone index 3. I mean, and spine 3, unfortunately, if I put it at index 3, it's gonna clip through the back of the body, which sucks and is really annoying. Look at that broken polygon. So I'm not sure. I feel like the effort that it's gonna take to try and get that to make sense is going to be really hard. And then it's potentially gonna mess up other animations. I think that it's likely not worth trying to figure it out. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a massive headache. And I think I just have to accept that it's not good enough. Things that don't transfer to Godot. I mean, the thing is it's important to understand that the way that I'm doing this is stretching a bone, right? I'm not stretching a mesh, I'm stretching a bone. And the bone, like, coordinates happen to be the transform basis of the bone is connected to the mesh. But there's no way that I know to actually determine how that is set up. Use FBX exports? I don't think that's gonna help. But I appreciate your theorizing. I don't think that's gonna help. Because I think, and again, I don't know about FBX in Godot, because that's really new, and I haven't used it. But my guess is that it's just gonna convert it right back to GLTF, which is what it does when I read in the Blender files, is it just basically makes it GLTF. So my guess is that Godot is gonna handle it the same either way. So I wouldn't base your theories on what I'm doing, because what I'm doing is a little cursed. Like, I'm stretching bones, you know? As opposed to using deformity that we can build in on Blender. It's just trying to mathematically get that deformity to line up with objects in the 3D world. Just is so much more easily done if I use bones. I hear you though. I do hear you. It's just it's a highly specific situation. So yeah, so if I want the rotation to pause at that moment, it might make more sense to actually make a variable here. We could even say head attacking. Wait, is that even a thing? Yeah. Yeah, do that. But when does that become false? Never? Head attacking never becomes false? Whoops. That's interesting. Seems like that should ever become false. Seems like that would be good. Yeah. But this isn't even... I don't even think it makes sense to do it here. With the arms, it doesn't matter as much. With the head, I wonder if that would be better set. Down here. Oh, we don't even have it down here. Okay, here, when we change the animation. So we'll say if head attacking, just make head attacking false. It's gonna look a little weird. I might even actually want it to be a little sooner than that, because it's gonna snap back into looking left or right, which is gonna be a little awkward. So I might actually want to put that sooner. Let's try that here. Okay, and then I might regret this, if I'm being honest. Do we have anything happen with the head after that at all? We do a whole match statement, but that's collision stuff, so let's not worry about that. What I'm trying to basically do is not have the head looking when it attacks. It's not a big deal, but I'm curious to just see what that's like. So if head attacking, if head isn't attacking, then do that. Okay, that immediately is broken. Oh, but you know what? If we... Maybe I just need to reset it. Alright, Progigon, I have waited long enough to sing you the song. My apologies. The song is a little low-key, but it's kind of nice. Whoa! Your ears! Your ears! It's okay, you'll be fine. Oh, pierogi. Oh, pierogi. I know you're not gonna see you right there. You're putting me on and I appreciate you. Oh, a pierogi gun's not gone. Oh no, I see you right there. You're not gone. You're here, you've been here all along. Oh, pierogi gun's not gone. I know you're not gonna see you right there. You've been here all along. Oh yeah, pierogi gun's not gone. Oh no, pierogi gun, you are not gone. You've been here all along and I appreciate you, pierogi gun, for not being gone. Oh, pierogi gun, it's good to see you here in this stream. Oh, pierogi gun's not gone. Maybe you've been here all along. I know pierogi gun's not gone. We're singing up in here cause pierogi gun's not gone. They've been here all along. It's your member song, Rogi. Thank you for being a supporter of this channel. It means so very much. and that's what I do. I do be singing the songs to people who are members. Welcome, Sable Spirit. Good to see you. How you been? Hope everything is going well. Yeah, bonjour, I should say. So I'm noticing that the head is indeed not spinning around. Yeah, things are doing good in here. Things are doing great. Not Gone the remix. That's right. We gotta remix it as much as possible. As much as possible. Now, what I don't understand is why this isn't getting reset and then letting that work. I'm a little confused. It's almost like I didn't set head attacking to false. I am setting it to false. Sable was kind of out of the game for a while. I had to get used to my new house. 2 roommates. Oh. So that is, yes. That's real. That's real. I mean, you know, we develop like certain, you know, habits, routines. Being in a new place already is challenging. But having to adjust your routines and your habits around other people who you didn't have to adjust around before, that's real. Honestly, you kind of bounced back. I mean, I feel like I haven't seen you in like maybe a month, maybe less. That's a pretty good turnaround for getting used to that. But that makes sense. I'm glad that you made the choice to like balance that out before diving into, you know, all the other stuff you were doing before. Welcome back. All our computers are in the same room. Ah! I was shy to record while hundreds of people watching online is okay. Yeah. No, I understand. It's totally different. I mean, look, I'm someone who experiences social anxiety, right? So if I'm like in a public space with human beings, I experience a lot more stress than being alone in the room on camera. Even if my partner, who I've been married to for like 7-8 years now, right? Even then, if they're in the room with me while I'm streaming, it's like, because the thing is the people around you don't have the context of what's happening. You know, so it's just something, it's weird. It's just not right. It's something not right about it. It don't feel right. And I get that. I completely get that. It's weird. Honestly, I think if you can conquer that fear, that's probably like good for you or something. Let me see if this is print head attack should be false. Why is this not happening? Because I'm noticing the head isn't going back to spinning around again. And then, you know, I'm kind of getting hung up on something that isn't that important. Chomp attack, things are getting nasty in here. Yeah, you know it. Yeah, I'm trying to get the attacks to look more like they're happening. Before, we only ever used the right arm, and so the left arm never did anything. So now the left arm and the right arm can independently attack and make choices about whether they should attack if the target is further to the left or to the right. If you don't have a left arm, it'll instead use the right arm, stuff like that. But then what if you have no arms? Well, it should use the head. And so I'm trying to get the head to move, and then, I don't know, I guess I'm sort of like tweaking the way that it moves to move a little more like I want it to. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. It's a little strange. It's a little odd to me. So if this, this is gonna print a lot. Print, rotate, okay. So this is gonna print a ton. But I'm just curious to understand what in the world is going on here. It might even just start spitting out rotates okays. Let's find out. There they are. Rotate okay, rotate okay, rotate okay, rotate okay, rotate okay, rotate okay. It's just spewing it. Can you see that? There it is. Try a 10 days jam. That's a long jam. Ooh, good luck with that. Man, I get stressed out with 2-week jams or That's less than 2 weeks. Good luck. You're gonna make something awesome. Alright, so if I attack with this head, it says rotate okay. That's what it says. But it ain't rotating. That's surprising. I wonder why. Oh, is it because of that? Is it because I left that process priority line in there? Is that why? That can't be why. Is it? Maybe because I left that in. It's, I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but I hope that's it. That's an easy fix. I like easy fixes. Basically, I was trying to do a process priority thing. So it's actually interesting that that does work. So it looks like I could potentially use that without playing an animation. Oh, that's the other thing. That's another way I could get the head to be positioned a certain way, is I could try animating it. There we go. Nice. Good. So now it's always going to be a consistent position that it distorts on. And it's not going to base the attack position on the rotation of the head at the moment of attack. I don't know why I'd prefer that. I just think it makes more sense somehow. But I wonder if we couldn't help things a little bit with an animation. I don't know if it would, because you can see everything's so wildly different. Like when it's one that's way over here, it stretches in a really specific way. When it's way over here, it stretches in a whole nother specific way. And actually the shadows look a little less terrible to me, somehow. I don't know if the rotation is playing into that. There's an odd, sometimes it flips like it inverts in a weird way. It's kind of unsettling. And which, oh, we're on, that's on 6. So that's actually the entire head itself. What if we do 5? What is that like? Yeah, I don't think that that's better. I think that that looks worse. But I do think turning off the rotation is an advantage. Let's put it back down to 4. It is very goofy. You like it? I mean, it would save me a lot of trouble to let it be goofy. Everything would be easier. But you see, if I do like bone 4, you can see it sticks out the back of the torso. And it looks ridiculous. It looks terrible. It really does make me wonder if that isn't a weight paint. I mean, what the heck? Like, how would it even know to do that? How could it even do that if it wasn't weight painting? What's that like when the arms or when the head is smaller? So let's get our head blowed off. Okay, then we gotta kill the helicopter. Quick, kill it! Kill it now! Kill it! Okay, it's dead. And then, oh, then we have to break off the arms. It's almost an edge case to have no arms and to have a tiny head. I'm not saying it won't happen. It'll definitely happen, but. Oh yeah, it is helicopters. And they shoot. It still sticks out the torso so far. It looks so weird. Yeah, I don't know about that. What's that look like on bone 5? Not awesome. I mean, I don't think the tiny head is gonna look awesome no matter what. Let's try this on 6. But yeah, we got helicopters. I would even like to consider working on that a little bit today. The enemy stuff, potentially. Yeah, this deforms a lot better on the tiny head, that's for sure. It just looks more correct. So I think the head bone is the bone to go with, which means I don't even need to define a neck. But just in case I ever want to change it, I'll leave the neck index set up. I don't think that's such a bad thing to have. But yeah, All right. So be it. It be so. The shadow stretches bother me. Like, it doesn't make sense that the shadow would stretch out that much and be so dark and bold when it does. I could try to turn off shadows on attack. I could, but it's gonna be effort. But yeah, there's helicopters. Do the helicopters work with the right arm, left arm, by the way? I'm not sure. And they shoot. I just got killed by that helicopter. Game over. When your head is dead, so are you. We can spawn a whole bunch of them, too. Let me get rid of these prints in here, by the way. There was one there, and then when we set head attacking to false, right here. Get all that mess out of here. But I'm curious, I think so. I think it should, the left arm, right arm should go there anyway. Blender Bones radius influenced by default. That weight painting overrides. So Godot might be using the bone radius instead. I don't think that helps much. Blender Bones radius influence by default that weight paint overrides. So if I'm interpreting your sentence correctly. I don't know why rotate OK is still printing. I thought we deleted that. We did. But if I'm interpreting your sentence correctly, Blender Bones have a radius by default. So you're saying that that is going to override the weight painting. It's okay. It's literally fine. So you're saying that Blender Bone Radius overrides weight painting. And since in Godot we're calling we got a bug. Oops, we got a bug here. Oh, I wonder if that has to do with the grabbing. I bet it does. I think I understand what you're saying, Rogi. Wait, let me see if the helicopters also obey left and right. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So grabbing actually is going to have some bugs we need to fix. So what you saw there, the left arm was crossing in front of the right arm. The reason why that happens is because it's still updating the left arm when I move across. Usually weight painting takes priority in Blender, but if Godot doesn't support weight paint, it might be using radius instead. Godot supports weight painting. Godot very much supports weight painting. I mean, well, on the other hand, Rogi, maybe it doesn't support weight painting. I think it does. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I don't really want to say. I don't really want to. But like, you know, there are things like armatures and rigging between Blender and Godot. There's definitely weird things. Like inverse kinematics, I know for sure do not transfer at all. So, you know, even if I have inverse kinematics set up, yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. So I do have inverse kinematics set up like on the legs, for example. But if I move like the foot, that's not going to come over. Guy, welcome. Oh, I can't move it because anyway, I don't even want to worry about it. I just don't even want to think about it. I'll let my subconscious absorb that for later use. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care. Let's get Kai Kai's song. This is a fun song. Let's sing a song to Kai Kai about whatever this song is gonna vibe me as. Kai Kai's a member, that means we sing a song! Kai Kai says hi, Hi, hi to me, hi, hi to you, Kai Guy. Kai Guy gets me high in the sky like a boomerang that flies. Oh, Kai Guy gets me high in the sky like a boomerang that flies. Oh yeah, Kai Guy gets me high in the sky like a boomerang, and it flies. Watch it go. Will it come back? Look at that. Pretty cool. Kai Guy gets me high like a boomerang in the sky. Will it come back to me? Will Kai Guy come back like the boomerang? That remains to be seen. Kai Guy gets me high in the sky like a boomerang. Will Kai Guy come back to me? We'll find out. It remains to be seen. Kai Guy gets me high like a boomerang in the sky. Oh, Kai Guy. This is your member song. Sorry about that, but also you're welcome. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev and being a member. I will embarrass myself any day. Well, devlog streams for members. Just suffered through one of the official rules of retail. You suffered through one of the official rules of retail. I don't even know if I can guess what that means. So it's an official rule of retail. You're always coming back to Hyper Game Dev live streams like a boomerang. Let's go, let's go. Oh, we have a new feature for members only, by the way. Emotes appear on screen. If you remember. That's a new feature. It's real. Alright, so if I wanted to adjust the shadows on the head at that moment, which is kind of overkill, but what can I say? I'm curious. Basically, I need to access, I think, the material of the head, which is this one. And then we gotta go down to shadows. I think we want to do receive shadows. Disable receive shadows. Oh, but that's gonna go on, I can't target the head. That's gonna affect every single material because they're all linked. So if I was gonna fix that, I would literally have to make another material that doesn't have a shadow. It looks like it's like the shadow that it's casting on itself, which actually would be a little easier. I don't even understand. What is this shadow here? Where does that even come from? If I get rid of both of those, it looks to me like there's still a shadow. What is your deal? What? Well, that's a bit surprising. I mean, do I have to make it unshaded? I mean, that looks terrible. Don't nobody want to see all that. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with that, truth be told. Well, maybe I can't deal with that. If your coworker just went to break and left you by yourself, that's exactly when the flood of customers appear. Oh no! Oh no! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. All right, I don't think I can adjust the shadows. I think we're stuck with it. So I just gotta live with it. It was worth poking around, but yeah, I think that's just the way it goes. So I think for now, the head stuff is done, and I just have to be okay with it. That's what I think. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. You're not gonna want to be that. It's really gonna be uncommon that you, the player, are gonna be attacking with the head. It will happen, and it usually means you're gonna die soon. It's a bad situation to be in. It's the weakest that you are. So I think that it's kind of okay for now. Now, I did see a bug before, so I think we should move on to another aspect of this, which is, let's update this task. I'm gonna call this good enough for now. I'm gonna GitHub push it. We're gonna say head also attacks. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Good enough. And then let's update this task. Bonus points if one wants the price of something from the section you just pulled the price labels off of. Oh no! And the item happens to not be there to scan, but in the back rooms. Whoa. So it's just you gotta leave it unattended. What are you gonna be like? I'm sorry, sir. I'm not gonna tell you that information. It's too much work. It's not a good time. It's not a good time, sir. I'm sorry. Dang, you're just getting all the bad stuff happening. Dang. It honestly kind of sounds like an understaffing situation. That's my take there. So let's say arms, or let's say hands actually grab the humans. Let's put it that way. So this is gonna be a whole situation and a half. This is gonna be a lot. I promise. This will not be so simple. Not the back, yes, those back rooms. That's exactly what Kai Guy meant. The endless abyss of sci-fi experimentation. Yep. That's how retail works. It is what it is. Wouldn't that be something? That's actually some kind of fun about that. Like, it's on the face. It's just like a normal retail game. You know, normal retail games. Except you gotta go back and explore through a sci-fi monster-infested hellscape to try to, like, get stuff for customers. I'd play it. So, right now, we have a special aim bone function. Aim bone at target. And this function does a really good job at sending a limb or a bone out at a target. It does a great job of that, which is already what we need for this grab thing to work. What I want to happen is that when you grab something, it constantly holds it. And maybe even it switches. I don't know. We'll see. So this will do that as long as I tell it to constantly happen when we're grabbing. So if it is constantly happening while we're grabbing, there's one problem with this function, which is that once it does the reach out and the grab, it is designed to retract as well. Oh, that's actually not just aim bone. Oh, interesting. So aim bone at target just sets up the aiming. Right. So what actually makes it move? That would be... Oh, then there's attack action tween. It's all getting very confusing, even though I went over it at the beginning of the stream. So on something attacked, this is where it actually does the thing. So that runs attack action tween. Oh, okay. I see. So that aim bone at target figures out where the target bone sets up where that's gonna go. Then here in the on something attacked function, it actually fires off a tween method, which makes the thing actually go. And actually, that's running aim bone at target. Wait, this is so confusing. This is so confusing to me. Okay, I know this seems really arbitrary, but something that really helps me when I'm doing coding like this is to actually order my functions from like top to bottom in a way that makes sense with when they tend to be used. So let me just do that. Let's collapse all these functions. Kaka says, power up if you get caught by 2 other customers that just need something real quick. Real quick! The savage. And had no idea the other customer was first. But first request will take a long time. Oh no, so sure, real quick. Extra life if after you do make it to the back and bring out the original item, that customer is nowhere to be seen. I think you might be the best person to make this game. Look at your game dev gears turning. I mean, it sounds like a legit like time management game. Like Burger Time or something, or that game where you make drinks at a bar. You got something here. I think you got something. On something attacked. So, oh, then there's arm to use. Like, to me, arm to use should be higher. Taking a few minutes extra on your break. Yes, take a few minutes extra. Wait, then there's aim. That's so confusing. So, I mean, the first thing that happens is on something attacked. Yes, you definitely deserve it. And there's power up right there. There's your power up right there. On something attacked happens before all of these things. So I'm gonna plunk that down right here. I hope I did that in the right place. I don't know if I did. Okay, good. On something attacked. And then when we attack something, it's then going to run the attack action tween. Which basically delivers the information about amount. It's really just making sure that, yes, it is time to run the function aim bone at target. This function is just making sure we're running this aim bone at target correctly. Okay, and then what it's going to do is it's going to run aim bone at target. So that is this one here. So I'm gonna plunk that one there. And actually arm to use would be before all of that. Again, it's just a visual thing just to help me puzzle this out. I guess for me personally, this improves readability, personally. If these are in like an order that mirrors how they are actually used or how they actually run. You got two of my favorite arcade games. Yeah, Tapper or Root Beer Tapper for the kids. Yes, and Burger Time. Yes, 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 yes. Root Beer Tapper. Wow. That's adorable. It's root. What? It's root beer. It's fine. He's 8. He doesn't know. I'd be curious to know the amount of lines of code in this game. How do I find that out? Is there an easy way to see how many lines of code there are? I am also curious, now that you mention it. A lot. So arm to use, it decides which arm to use, or head, actually. Oh, the Git will tell you. The link is in the description to the Git. I'll pull it up here, though. If you ever want to look at it, the repo, it's there. Some Git hosts do that. I don't know where to see it in here. In Insights? Projects? I don't even know. GitHub, how many lines of code? A shell script. Oh, this is if you're using the command line, right? Sorry. GitHub website. I have no idea. I just don't know. A website to view the size of a GitHub project and what languages are used. Well, that was the end of that. That don't work no more. Oh, wow. We may never know. We may never know the answer to that, Sable. Maybe Godot has something like that too. Let's see. Godot count lines of code. Total lines of code in a project. Let's see. You have to use external tools like this one. Display statistics about your code. It's pretty cool. What is it? It's like, it's command line. Boring. That wouldn't be that bad though. And then what is this even? So we just, so we would, oh God, this looks boring. With the music, I feel like I've thrown a troll topic in the room. Yes. Yeah, it's a short one. Yeah, that one's a fun one. The easiest solution is this. I wrote a little script. If you make a new script, paste this code and press Control-Shift-X. It'll tell you how many lines, how many of those are code, how many are comments, excluding add-ons folder. Dope. Do it. You got like a copy button? Paste bin? I know you're paste bin. Can you be a copy bin? I can just do it. Let's try it. Wait, we might have a solution yet. It does. It seems nasty to me too. I actually completely agree with that assessment. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Yeah. I don't know. Just put it somewhere. It doesn't seem to specify that it needs to be anywhere in the scene tree. So let's just make a new script. Stats. Okay. Control Shift X. Look, it worked! It just cuts your entire project in a snap. There it is! I don't know how correct it is. Magic! Magic! That's awesome. I didn't even read the code before I fired it, dude. I just did it. 30 lines of code manually involves going through each line of code and tallying the lines while excluding the comments, blank spaces, and non-executable. Thanks, Google AI, which I'm guessing is where you got that from. Wow, wow. Hadn't considered that one, Google. Greatest website in the world. So there you go, about 4,000. About 4,000. I kind of expected it to be more. It's pretty cool though. It's pretty neat. There you go. You're welcome. And if anyone else would like to use this, I'll post the original Reddit comment so this person gets some credit for sharing this. Professional Garden 30. Next time you need to know the line count, give me access to Google in a week or two. Yes. I'll give you the results then. I know, it would take so long. What are you on, Google? Come on. Gemini? Get off that Gemini, Google. It's not good for you. It's not good for anybody. What was I doing? Player stuff? Oh yeah, definitely. Worst thing is you would make more lines as I would count. That's true. That's true. I'd have to like stop working on it or like count every one that I do. That's way too much. Follows with, to do this, open the source code file and count the lines with a paper or with paper. Paper. My God, those poor trees. Imagine printing out all of your code. Like if I got some message from the government in T-5 days, all hard disks and servers will be null and void due to a celestial body approaching Earth. It will make all of our hard drive technology fail forever. As far as we know, we'll have to rebuild it all from scratch, and everything will be deleted. If I knew that everything was going to be deleted, would I, or you, print out all of the code of our game project that we're working on? So we could retype it once they figure out how to fix it. That's about the only scenario I can think of. Here's your paper. Yeah, I might have to use toilet paper at that point. Counting is the process of incrementally increasing a value by a specific quantity, usually by 1, based on some specific piece of desired information. Thank you. Wow. It's so helpful when you just have all of the most obvious things broken down. Couldn't do that without AI, could ya? Manager, what is the intern doing? Counting lines because he doesn't know scripts. That is definitely some very sad intern type behavior. So it decides what arm it needs to use. Right, wasn't I doing something? It decides what arm it needs to use. And then we attack something. Actually, I think arm to use is after that, kiddo. Other way around. Get it right. First, something gets attacked, then it checks which arm to use, then attack action tween, fires the arm off, and then it, over the course of the tween, aims the bone at the target. So if I wanted to get something that has a constant grab and holds onto it the whole time, then I would want to make sure that that function calls arm to use. Now we do actually have grabbing calling arm to use, but arm to use doesn't call attack action tween. So something needs to call attack action tween and set a particular amount. And that amount will then get passed on to here. So I need to figure out how this amount works. Dungeon says, when new management took over at Twitter, they had all the staff print out their code written in the last X months to determine who to fire. And they fired the people who had written the least. Seriously? Why print it out? What is printing it out? How is that necessary? It's like probably some hazing technique. That's wild. God, that's so stupid. That's the stupidest thing I've heard in a long time. I've heard some dumb things. Like, okay. The obvious here, right? Better coders can do the same thing with less code. Like, maybe the people who wrote the most code also contributed to the most things the best, but not necessarily. I read that an abacus comes in. Oh no, for counting. Yes, thank you. We're really constructing like a torture scenario. Getting punished by writing efficient. Yeah, exactly. It's so weird. Why are they so weird? So what is this amount? What the heck is that about? Where does that get set? Wow, we got the word amount a lot. I'm confused. I'm actually just very confused. Rewarded for convoluted spaghetti code. Yeah, I mean, you know, whatever. Twitter isn't a meritocracy. That's amazing. Wow, I'm actually impressed. I guess that efficient coders would still make more lines, even though they can make things right. It's true, because if they make more, but it's like not necessarily. It's still too stupid. It's bad code to code firing people that way. That's right, Frank. Longer code probably means you need to think about it much more. Could be. Somewhere, I wish I could just search within a function. I guess I can, if I do that. So wait, what? Oh, I'm confused. Attack, I must have my order wrong here. Oh, I see. It's because it's not the word amount. It's attack duration? Wait, what? I'm so confused. How is attack action tween running? What is... Okay, I need to see what tween method is doing here. What? I don't understand where it's getting amount from. Creates and appends a method tweener. This method is similar to a combination of tween callback and tween property. It calls a method over time with a tween value provided as an argument. Okay. The tweened value is the amount. So that's why I couldn't find amount, because it's the tweened value. I see. So if we're gonna call the action tween, it has to do it using the tween method. Got it. Understood. And so we're calling this twice when we attack things. I'm off to reconsider my life later. Goodbye, guy. I wish you luck. I wish you luck. I hope you don't get cursed again by too many customers with too little help. Thanks for hanging out, stopping in. And thank you for supporting Hypo Game Dev. I appreciate you. So we actually run this twice. We run it once when it first sends out the arm or the head, and then we run it again when it's retracting it. So it waits for the attack duration to end, and then it brings it back in. So for the grab, we'd want to say that when the grab begins, tween it out. When the grab ends, bring it back. We actually already have that set up right in here. We don't even need to set up the await. This might actually be pretty easy. The only problem is... I still need all of this other code in here. We still need... Well, I don't know. We need to say if... We wouldn't... This is kind of tricky. It's kind of hard. I think I just have to like set it up and see what goes wrong and fix it as things come. But we still have to choose an arm to use. And then when we do this, how does it choose the arm? Yes, it does the animation. Is that handled on the attack action tween? It is. Okay. Wow, this is so confusing. Okay. I think I know what needs to happen. So let me put this tween method on grab begin. Not game begin, grab begin. Grab begun is grabbing true animation stuff. This is actually, I'm gonna comment this. Pause head rotation is what this is doing. Don't do it like that. We got code regions. That's what we need. Pause head rotation. Oh, and then we have more head rotation stuff here. If is grabbing. End that animation. Set is grabbing to false. If is grabbing and is not eating. So I don't think this is gonna work quite as simply for pausing the head rotation over here. Sable says, recently I needed to use tween/animation for a crash test. I've been impressed by how much I've learned doing these 1 hour game jams with you. Yeah, I love it. I love that. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, so we do 1 hour game jams, if you didn't know. Every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern time, right here on this channel. It's a 1 hour game jam where we try to make games in 1 hour. As long as you can export your game or somehow embed it as an HTML file on itch.io, you can join on in. You can join on in. Incomplete partial projects are all fair game. That's awesome. I love that, like, you're exploring and learning new things. I feel like I'm often trying to like, and that's the thing, you can set your own goals for these jams. I find I often try to like reinforce what I already know. And if it's like, if it's something I've never done before, I'm like, maybe I shouldn't do this. But I love that you're like, no, I'm gonna do something new. I feel like that's exclusively what you do, or like explicitly what you try to do, is learn a new thing during the 1 hour jams, which is super awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. That brings me a lot of joy, because to me, the 1 hour jam was just like so obvious, like, yes, this is gonna be good to me. But I kind of was like, dude, who's gonna want to do this with me? Nobody's gonna want to do this. It's ridiculous. It's an hour. And I was told as much. Even Thor told me it was ridiculous. But y'all have repeatedly shown that I'm not the only one who gets value out of it. And it warms my heart. So thank you. Hey, how are you? Game going good as always? Hey, Salmon, good to see you. Yeah, it is going good. It is going good. Today, I've been trying to set up the arms to kind of be dual wieldy. So we can use the left arm or the right arm, and the animations will play, and it'll behave as it should. And even the head doing some attacking. The game jams are fun. Yay! And so now I've got it so when we reach out and attack something, it'll do that. But what I'd like it to do is when we grab something, I want it to hold on and then follow the thing we grab, which I haven't set up at all. And I'm trying to do that. It's going really well. I'll show you sort of some of our progress in a second here. Fun. Animations are always fun. Not making them, though. No, making them is not fun. Luckily, I'm actually not even really doing animations, because it's all set up procedurally. So the bones of the armature are actually stretching themselves, and that is in turn stretching the mesh. So it's borderline procedural animation. And you know what? It kind of is fun. But yeah, definitely doing like complicated animations is not that fun. I hear you there. I hear you there. The jams. Yeah, I know that's what you meant. I know that's what you meant. Okay, so when grab begins, we want to get tree, create tween method, attack action tween. From 0 to 1, attack duration is fine, because that means it'll take a certain amount of time to get to the thing. I think that's okay. It might need to be instant. We'll see. It might look a little... We might pick it up before the hand gets there, actually. That's okay. What I could do is I could say that the thing doesn't get picked up until attack duration is up. But let's just do this for now. All right, but now it's not going to get put back down. So in order to put it back down, we need to say that when the grab ends, I'm sure I'm missing something here. Do we have a check? We don't even have a check. But let's just slap that in. And I believe we would want the amount to go from 1.0 to 0.0. Now, there's stuff missing here. What is it that's missing? I don't know. Can I just see what happens? Can we just see how bad this is? Like, I'm sure something really important is missing here. And I'm pretty sure I even defined what that was few minutes ago. But I have already forgotten it, and I don't feel like sitting here and trying to remember it. So I'd rather just go in there and see what goes wrong, and then fix it. Alright, so we have no arms yet, meaning we won't get a bunch of attacking. So, Salmon, some of the things we set up, the head now attacks things. Oh, I'm already seeing some problems. So this is from, wow, look at that. So the reason why we're able to do Night at the Roxbury right now is because Oh, man. Oh, that's funny. So it's actually remembering the point that was last defined as something we attacked. So the further away we get from that point, the bigger the head goes. Wait, we can stop running now? Oh no, so this is a debug tool. The player cannot actually do that. Won't be able to do, well, eventually, when that time comes. Okay, couple problems here. I actually think it might be that grab is ending constantly. I think that's what's happening, right? Print grab ending, and I think we're gonna see that that's constantly true. Yeah, the grab is constantly, which, by the way, you might want to look into that. Maybe we shouldn't have grab constantly ending. I do see that I put this little if statement, so I'm a little concerned because won't we not be grabbing anymore? But you know what? Whatever. Let's just pop that in there. So that should fix that problem. Alright, so now I can attack things correctly. So there we have the head attack stuff if you have no arms. Now, if I eat a human... Oh! Okay, couple things. Number one. If we grab something when we have the head, as you can see, the head tries to deform to it. This is not good. We're gonna ignore that for now. Yeah, we've made a headbutt simulator, exactly. Now, if I attack things, it knows whether to use the left arm or the right arm, which is very good. You can see it switches between them, left arm or right arm. And then if we are missing one arm and we grab on the opposite side, it'll know to use the right arm since there is no left arm. So that's kind of what I've been working on, is setting up that stuff. Now for the grabbing. Yeah, they're getting real smart. Exactly. Okay, now. Invasion and... Exactly, and that's what it's all about. That's my whole evil plan. I mean, regular plan. So, this is where things are going to get really weird when I try to grab this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess I hadn't put them in until recently. Yeah, yeah. So they're just kind of standing there. They're not actually, you know, where they would be. But you can even see that this interact zone will highlight them. So this interact zone represents your arm health. So as you can see, it's not as much on the left side because my left arm is busted. And so this represents what you can grab and what you can't. And it will sort of change its appearance if it's within there. Hard day of work at the farm, so it seems, yes. And also, they're fearless, by the way. You know, farmers, they have nothing to fear, including a very horrifyingly hungry-looking alien staring them down. All right. So if I click on this thing, something is definitely going to happen, and I bet it's gonna suck. But let's just see. Let's just see how this goes. What I want to happen is that the arm is following wherever I move my cursor as I'm holding the thing. And ideally, when I let go, it's gonna let go. They're colorblind, they can't see green things. That is not how colorblindness works, actually. Unless, like, the background is red, the sky is red. No, it's a theory. It's a theory. Maybe you have to. Maybe you only see aliens if you believe aliens exist, and these are just non-believers. All right. So I'm gonna click on it. Okay. So a lot of things not doing what I want here. So the arm does outstretch. It goes to the initial. It's not even the initial. Also, we can see the arm looks like it's staying deformed. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Actually, it might be okay. Actually, the arm maybe is fine. Okay. So if I grab this, what? What's it doing over there? I'm very confused. Okay, and the arm takes damage. There's a lot of problems here. There's a lot of problems. Will it try the left side if it's on the left? It will. I'm very confused with where the arm is going and why it's going there. That is strange. This might be harder than I thought. I think we're not setting the target. It has to be that it doesn't know what the target is. And it's possibly choosing the last thing that we targeted. I think that's something that's missing. There's a lot of things missing, but I think that's one of them. So it doesn't know what point to go to. So let's see if we can't help it learn that. So on something attacked, arm to use. So what is hit? We're not identifying what is hit anywhere. So when we do like arm to use and we set a target, we're not even I don't think it even knows what target to choose. I mean, it must. No, it does. It actually does, because where I'm calling arm to use is over here where the raycast fires, which is right there. Player arm to use raycast result. So we are getting a target and it's set right there. That's good. This is good. But all that this target is getting us is whether or not it's going to use the left arm or the right arm. But that's not necessarily determining the point that the arm is going to travel to. So where it determines the point that the arm travels to, I'm not actually sure. I forgot. It's got to be aim bone at target. It's got to be. So this is being called an action tween. Aim bone at target. Hit object. What the heck is hit object? Oh! There it is. So we need to update hit object when grab begins. And I don't think grab begin calls with anything. So really it would be arm to use. This is a little wacky, but I wonder. I feel like this is a little disorganized, and that bothers me. Oh, well, you could do it right here. No, you can't. No, you can't. Okay, so arm to use, I'm going to say if is grabbing when arm to use is called, then I want hit object to become what target is. The timing might be off here. There's a good chance that that's the case. And then the other problem is that it's not constantly updating. So when I move something around, it's not going over and over and over again. So that's something else that I would need to add in. Either by having grab begun be called more often, which I don't love the idea of that, or I have to actually run that code somewhere else, which might be what has to happen. All right, so it's going to be weird because it's going to try to do it on the head. Technically, I'd want an exception and say don't do it if it's the head. All right, that looked actually pretty okay. So now we've got some arms. I wonder if it looked okay because nothing is happening. And then, oh. Okay, grab this. Yeah, nothing. It's just doing nothing. Now, why? What if I hit something? Because we hadn't hit anything yet. If I hit something, does hit object get updated? And then it'll actually go somewhere? Yes. Okay, so I think hit object is not getting updated. Which is weird. Because we're definitely running arm to use, right? Print arm to use did run. So to test this, I want to make sure I attack nothing except for the human. Otherwise, arm to use is going to run when I don't quite want it to. Okay, so I'll be checking the print to see if it even gets to there. Quite surprised that it's not updating hit object. So don't click on anything except for what we're abducting. Pretty please. Thank you. Arm to use did run. So it's definitely running that function. Maybe we're not grabbing. Arm to use knows we grabbing. So I think that must be it. That has to be it. This is running after or before is grab is set to true. That's gotta be what's happening. Yeah. So in order to change that, see if I can adjust. Well, is grab, so we would need to emit. Where does that even get emitted, by the way? Grab begun, emit. On the abductee. When the abductee detects that it's grabbed. That makes sense, because the raycast is sending that out a lot sooner. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. What runs has been grabbed? I don't know. Here. That's in the physics process. Okay, so we might want the abductee itself to be letting things know what's going on. Wow, and we could even easily tell it, hey, I'm the thing that's been grabbed, and that's the target that it needs to see. That could also work. So is this running constantly as long as something is being grabbed? I think so, because we're moving it. This is good. Okay, so we're gonna say report itself, right? I think so. That means everywhere we connect grab begun, I need to make sure that it has that argument prepared, even if it's not getting used, unfortunately. Grab begun target. This is on a score dunk, so this is an argument that we're not using. That's a bit of a warning. Oh well. Come over here. Grab begun target. Okay, those are all the places where it's used. So then we're gonna say is grabbing becomes true, where I don't really need that anymore, but that's okay. I mean, I do, but anyway. We want to say hit object becomes that target. And then back where I was doing that before, we don't need it anymore. It didn't make any sense there, actually. Here, get rid of that. Will that work with the runtime? Nice. Nice. Okay, so we're getting some functionality here. It's still not updating constantly. So out of curiosity, back on that abductee script, print, is this gonna print constantly, or is it just one time? It's one time. Got it. If I wanted that to be running more often... And it's also, it doesn't seem to really be stretching. Oh, no, it is. Yeah, it's stretching. Okay. Oh, and then we also need the reach animation to play so it doesn't bend. I do not particularly want to run grabbing in. What I could do, because that's going to make sure is grabbing is going. Okay, I think I know what makes sense here. Come back to the player, script. Hop into that physics process. There's a lot going on in there. There's a lot going on in there. Kind of want to put this in another function. Grab. I don't even know how I want to put this. Grab. Reach. I don't know. That's what I'm going to call it for now. Run grab reach. If is grabbing. Okay, so that if I wanted to keep my like order of operations that's just for readability's sake, I'd want to be like here, I think. So func grab reach, and then what I want to do, or what I want to do, I guess this, that's tough. So remind me what this does. Attack action tween. We might want to say, you know what I actually think? I think we should say, once it has reached this amount, I'm going to say if amount equals 1.0. I'm going to say is holding becomes true. We're going to make something new here. And the reason why I'm doing it this way is because it makes sense to me. So we're holding the thing after we've grabbed it, in theory. Variable is holding. Is holding becomes true. And then I think what I'd want is to run this again. We need all this data though. We need to know what the attacking limb is, the hit object, the amount, and stuff are. Well, the amount is going to be 1. We know that. Hey, Stoner Jesus, welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. How you doing? Stoner Jesus is burning that leaf. Let's get you a song. Let's get you a member song. This one's got some energy. Oh, Stoner Jesus. We got a Stoner Jesus rising from the ocean. We need you. We got a Stoner Jesus rising from the ocean. We got a stone of Jesus rising from the ocean. He's got a gift for us. It's gonna make us feel good. Gonna put the motion in the body. Jesus, give me your stoner gifts. I got some pain in my joints. I know it's gonna make me feel real better. Bonus points if it makes my mind feel better too. Stone of Jesus rising from the ocean. Don't you know you got a gift for us? It's gonna put motion into my brain. Thank you, Stone of Jesus. Thank you, Stone of Jesus! Ow! Alright, there you go. There's your member song. That one turned out pretty well, actually. Always burning the leaf. Let's go. Let's go. Humans are rocking. Yeah, they're feeling it. They're like, oh yeah, yeah, I like this. Wow, that actually turned out really well. I liked that. That was a good song for singing songs too. All right. So, what the heck am I doing? What in the frig am I doing? What am I up to? Oh yeah. I'm trying to get the hands when we grab things to actually be there, sticking to the human. It's presenting some challenges, but it's exciting. Okay, so we need to call grab reach with... I mean, attacking limb, we're already setting that globally. Hit object is global. We only need a mount. That's the only thing that we need to feed in to there. What is this problem? Oh, sorry. Set to, not assign. Thank you. And then, back when we call grab reach, literally the amount is just going to be 1. That's just what it is. It doesn't need to be anything else. All right, I have a feeling this is not going to work the way I want. Oh, it works! Look at that. That's awesome. That's so good. What happened? What went wrong? Whoa, that is a long error. Nom nom nom. Apparently the nom 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 didn't like that. Invalid type in function aim bone at target in base character body 3D. The object derived class of argument 2 previously freed is not a subclass of the expected argument class. So we need to add in some if hit object is not null, I believe. So as long as the hit object is not null, then do this. I do actually remember we need to do this as well, the else statement. So let's make sure it's got an else in here. And then hopefully we can enjoy the nom nom nom. All right. Now there is one other thing. I want the reach animation to play. It's not actually playing the right, any kind of reach animation. So that we say, if it's the right arm or the left arm, that's it ending. So we still need it to put it down. We have it holding it, but we don't have it putting it down. We'll get there. We'll get there. So in grab reach, if arm right is attacking, play that animation. Basically, all that animation does is it straightens out the arms. That way it's not like grabbing like this, it'll grab like that. That's all that does. Now it's not, we don't have an end, so I need an end. I could even refactor this a bit to grab reach begin. And then we can make a grab reach end as well, which will be interesting. Well, not really, because that's a one-time thing. I don't need that to be constantly updating, so we don't have to do it in the physics process. We can do that on grab ended. Although grab ended is one that constantly runs. We don't need it to constantly run. Something about that makes me uncomfortable. That grab ended is constantly running. It bothers me. It bothers me a wee bit. Just a wee bit. By the way, if you're hanging out with us tonight and you haven't hit that thumbs up button, boop, 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 consider pressing the like button. It helps a lot, and it lets me know I'm doing okay. So thank you. If you press that thumbs up, like this stream, and it'll like you back. That is horrifying. That is... wow. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Nobody wants to see that. All right, so we'll have to... We need to set an exception that says don't do the head for grabbing. We'll work on that. All right, so as for this, though, it's not... It doesn't seem like it's playing the reach anymore, or yet. So you can see the arm is still bent. A new power-up where your head just gets sucked back. That's one strange power-up. So actually, it looks like it's doing this every time we attack. It's just sticking to everything very slowly. Uh-oh. What's up with that? Is holding never going to false? I think that's one of our problems. Is holding never becomes false. It just only becomes true. So we must deal with that. This is another problem. We need to only say sometimes when attack action tween is called. Drawback for the fantastic arms. Yeah, it sounds difficult. It's kind of funny though, like the arms stay stretched out because they're not supposed to stretch that far. That's hilarious. I hate it. I despise it. But I don't like it because it sounds like so hard. But a part of me likes it. So we don't actually want holding to become true every single time attack action tween runs. We only want it to be when attack action tween runs if it's being called during grabbing. So I guess we'd want to say if amount set to 1 and is grabbing? I don't know if that's gonna work. If I'm being honest. Print hold got set. I probably could puzzle out why that's not happening, but you have exclusively bad ideas except when they are great ideas. Exactly. No, not exactly. You have great ideas. You have very, very good ideas. I see what you're saying. Yes. Yes. You've had some amazing ideas. You really helped me develop the power-ups list. During the Monday member stream, which I did Monday, we came up with a bunch... Well, I took down a lot of the notes you guys have been telling me over the past 10 months about power-ups to put in the game. And I reviewed them and made some decisions about them, and Dungeon Martian was there helping me sort of come up with the entire list of power-ups that will be in the game. Well, this list is subject to change as we go along, but I at least planned a lot of them out. And then, I mean, yeah, some of them, when Dungeon Martian suggested it, it was like, yeah, yes, that. Sometimes it was like, no, not that. But I was so glad that you suggested them, so, you know, put it out there. Put it out there. Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff figured out. It's very exciting. Okay. And it's gonna be a lot of work. No doubt. No doubt. Alright, so hopefully the head... Okay, yeah, nice. So it's not getting stuck anymore, so that's good. But do we even get the grab hold in general? It actually should happen with the head, because I haven't set up an exception for it yet when I grab these. Nice! Good. So that actually seems to have worked. And then we should see a print statement. Hold got set. Hold got set. Oh, it's still... Oh, because we're not unsetting it. I still have to unset the hold. That is still needing to happen. But it's going, which is good. No! We must unset it. Okay, it's very concerning. No, it's a cool effect. I mean, it's a cool effect. Like, you know, if I ever think about... at least I know that it's possible now, you know? I just have to... we're trapped in the elevator. Just have to... Wow, that was, like, very easy to embody. I'd have to think about, like, what the consequences of that are. But it's nice to know that it's doable. It's very exciting. Aim on target. We have to set is holding to false at some point. So we'll just do all the grab-ended stuff. Oh, and then why isn't the animation playing, by the way? What's going on with that? If arm right is tacking, set reach right to 1. I'm not seeing that happening. And I'm not sure why. Print. Animation should be set. Right animation should be set. Left animation should be set. So I need to figure out what's going on with that. Because I'm unsure. All right, and then for it ending, when grab ends, grab ended. How do I want to do this? We need to do this same tween again, tween method. If we're currently grabbing, oh, it's right there, 1 to 0. But we need to say, I guess we would just say, is holding goes to false. Is that it? Is that all? Is it just that? That might be enough. I wonder if I want that before. I'm not sure. And then for the reach animation, we want to make sure we actually end it, and that's going to be request 3. In theory, even though I can't seem to get request 1. Request 1 makes the animation play. Request 3 makes it end. And we still aren't making the limbs invincible, so they can get hurt while they're grabbing. I'm not sure if I want to keep that or not. I probably don't, but it's one thing that might need to be dealt with here. Okay. And I'd even be curious, print right animation should be ended. Left animation should be ended. So I'll be curious to see if those prints happen. And if the hold stops holding, if it lets go. Still gotta add an exception in for the head, but not the most important thing. Because I actually don't even want the head to grab anything. If you don't have arms, you just eat stuff. You don't need to hold on to it. It just immediately eats it, is what I want. Because you can't abduct. Your head's not long enough. Oh, I missed it. Somehow my clicks aren't always going through. I don't know if that's just like me being bad or something else. Okay, now I didn't see those prints happen. They should have happened even with the arms, or even with the head, so that's a concern. Oh, there it goes. Left animation should be set. It's not. I can tell because the arm is bent. Wait a minute. Look at it wiggling. Oh, that's the... Yeah, that's how you can tell it's not set. It's wiggling because it's playing the wrong animation. So even though it says that it should be set and it should be ended, it's not. Now, I am noticing that it's constantly setting it. I don't know if that would cause an issue. Cause yeah, I bet it could, because it might not be actually fully playing because it's constantly starting it. It's starting it, and so it's basically never happening. That might actually be what's going on. So, in fact, I would want to put this, I think, in the grab begun function, not in the reaching. So we don't want that one. We don't want it. We want to move this out of here. To grab begun. So let's try that. I'm a little concerned that we don't have a hit object null check here. So I'm just kind of keeping that in mind. Also, on grab begin, yeah, I know that it might not be necessary. I mean, we're not dealing with any errors. No error? No problem. What, there's gonna be a future error I couldn't predict? Doubt it. I don't know. I don't know if it's actually that, because I don't know. I don't know if this will actually. All right, let's snatch it. Eat it. I've got some arms. And let's see if we can grab and hold on to it. Nice. Oh, not nice. Dang. I thought it was working. It's not. So it says right animation should be set. So that code is definitely running, and it's running one time. But if that animation was correctly playing, we wouldn't see that arm waggling back and forth like that, because basically that animation overrides the walk cycle. So I need to figure out why it's not overriding it, because I don't know. It's very confusing, actually. It's actually perplexing. I mean, what's different about the way that it happens here? Like, nothing. It's exactly the same thing. Why is it not playing that animation? I genuinely don't know. Because we would do the same thing here whenever we attack things. I mean, I wonder if it's just like doing it once and it's not pausing it. It's not like holding it. I mean, it is a one shot, right? Which means it's going to do it one time. I think we might need like a different kind of animation. Or an animation that behaves differently. So here's all of that. So if we do a reach right, and when it says 1, it's doing 0, 1, 2, 3. So when it says 3, so it says request 1, right? That means it's going to do fire. So if we fire it, it goes out, but you can see it retracts it. So I wonder if it is going out, but then it's just retracting instead of staying out. It's not toggling it out. Which is a problem. I'm not actually sure what to do about that. I mean, I guess we could say it goes out and then it pauses the animation. It's pretty wacky. I'm not even sure how to. I don't even know if I can pause it though, because it's not an animation player. It's a one shot. I don't know if a one shot can be paused. This is tricky. Well, I mean, maybe I should. It's tough, because the reason why I need it to be a one shot is because we can set these filters, and what these filters do is they make sure that walking of the legs keep moving, but the arms stop. So the arms, so it'll keep, so it's walking along, right? When we run that one shot, because of these filters, right? It's gonna say, it's gonna stop the right arm and the left arm will continue. And then it does the reach instead, right? And so then when that ends, it goes back. If I didn't have those filters set on the one shot, it would be like this. But we actually want it to be like, it's really confusing. It's hard to explain, but I need to override it somehow. This is kind of a tough problem. 1 a.m. there should go now. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. You need it. You need it. Sleep well. Thank you. I'm doing great on the mind. That was kind of fun. It was hard. It was actually difficult. Thanks, Sable. Good night. And hey, good job like sorting out your new situation. The jam video has dropped. The jam video has dropped? What? Thought it was set at lunch tomorrow. You thought it was set at lunch tomorrow? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're scaring me. What are you talking about? The game jam did not just start. Okay, it's scheduled for tomorrow. Oh, your jam. Oh no! So much for sleep. No, sleep. And this is like why I started the 1 hour game jam, because like longer game jams tend to encourage me to have bad behaviors, like staying up late or staying up too late or skipping meals or whatever to work on the jam. So if you can, try to resist that. Yeah, go to sleep. Go to sleep anyway. Because it's not healthy. It's not healthy to abandon your life for a game jam. That's what's nice about the 1 hour game jam. You don't even have to worry about that. Take care. Don't worry about it. You can think about it, but don't worry about working on it. Lisa secretly started another jam during the stream. Yeah, that's true. I'm actually doing another stream at this same time. I have 2 streams happening right now. It's hard to tell because I'm so good at like masking it, but there is actually 2 simultaneous streams that I'm doing. Oh man, how am I gonna solve this problem? This problem is actually really hard. The theme is Death is Another Beginning. That's a cool theme. I like that theme a lot. I mean, if there was something other than a one-shot, that would make sense. Yeah, maybe we could fire something. We have to set up something else that actually. Yeah, that's what we gotta do. That's what we have to do. I gotta add another node into this chaos tree of actions. That's the only way. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do, I guess, an add to. So we'll take this, we're outputting it there. And then the animation that we're gonna add in. Oh, I got lost. The animation we're gonna add in, we'll need reach right and reach left. Let's just do reach left for now. So there you can see it pushes it out. Now it's not overwriting. That's where we don't have the filters added in, so it's not going straight out. So let's update the filters. This is for the left. So if we check all these and enable filtering, still looking pretty busted, if I'm being honest with you. That don't look right. I'm not exactly sure why. That looks looks like that. What do we usually... Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Left. We do upper arm left, forearm left. What you don't know is that I've been watching the other stream the whole time. I'm good. I'm good. You're totally aware of how slow you are on that? I don't know what you mean by slow. No, I mean, if you're enjoying both of the streams that I'm currently magically, amazingly being able to run right now, then you're doing it right. You're doing it right. I wonder... I mean, there's also... I need to also do it on the hurt one, but I don't think it's going to make a difference really here. Why does it look like that? Because, like, okay, so if I set this down to 0... But see, that's toggling it, which is good. If we do a reach left... See, it looks like that. That's what it's supposed to look like. Like that. But instead, it's looking like that. Why? Why? Why do you look like that? Maybe because I'm doing add. I could do blend. See if blend is better somehow. Maybe add's the wrong thing. Oh, blend is the way. Blend is the way. Enable filtering. Adding is like modifying it. We want to actually swap to it. That was the problem. There we go. Yay! Okay, and then for the hurt arm, we set those. Nice. Perfect. So then instead of playing of the fire on the one shot, or firing the one shot, I'm going to want to set the blend to 1 from 0. You know, I guess I'd like it to go gradually up to 1. That sounds like some effort. It sounds like an annoying bit of effort. So hopefully it doesn't need to be done. Alright, so this is going to be, instead of reach right, we're going to say this is hold left. This is hold left. And then we're going to add another one in. Do we normally do left first? Let's do right first. It's just less confusing to me. So we're going to add in another blend 2. Plug this in there. Hook that up there. Oh, and we're lost. Grab these. Scooch them. And then plug in an animation. Reach right. Call it hold right. Obviously, we don't want it to be 1, ultimately, but set it to 1 for now. It's doing a little too much. That's what the filters are for. We want it to do the right arm on the hurt armature and the healthy armature. And there we go. So now we can have both of them or just one of them. Nice. Good. You know, there was a power-up idea that you can hold multiple things. This would certainly... This could actually go well with the ambidextrous power-up that lets you use both arms to attack. It could also give you an extra arm to use to hold things. That might be kind of cool. Sounds like a lot of work, but it might work. No idea how to scale a 10 days project. Yeah, good night. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good night, Sable. Yeah, it's. I mean, but you know that the fact that you like aren't sure how to do that, I think that sounds good. Like, you might be all right. You might be all right. That could be a good learning experience. To just take care of yourself, right? Don't put your own bodily needs at a lower priority than the game jam. You don't deserve that. You do not deserve that. MMOI. Plus, they're handing free assets for the participants. Nice. Nice. That could be frustrating or awesome. That could go either way. Ten Sun. Yummy, free assets. MMO in a week. I mean, I guess if you already have some MMO code. Maybe not from scratch. That could be a disaster, yeah. Scoping is tough. It's tough stuff. 1,000-person studios. I don't even know if there's 1,000-person studios, but hundreds of people in a studio. Giant studios with tons of money don't even scope well. MMO in a say. In Scratch? Oh, it's so painful. Tell you what's happened. You meant to say day. MMO in a day. MMO in a day. Blah! Yeah, it's pretty obnoxious. It's a pretty short amount of time. It's a pretty short amount of time. I know someone out there could do it. It wouldn't be a very fun MMO, but it could work. I made an MMORPG in a day. Hey guys, welcome back to my game dev channel. If you haven't subscribed and liked already. I did the craziest thing chat suggested. Alright, so instead of saying... I gotta find the right spot here. That's in the wrong place. Here, on grabby gun, instead of doing reach right, we actually need to say hold right. Now, I do not understand. I actually am not sure how to refer to the property. But that should be figure-outable. I think if I click on blend, it'd be crazy to complete it in a day. Pretty much dedication to the project. I know. Well, it's not healthy. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. Jams that are longer than an hour can be very unhealthy. Especially if you scope that big. It's terrible. And I'm a little concerned because I'm not getting any... I'm disappointed because in the inspector, there's no blend value. That sucks. Because with these other ones, if I hover over it, properties sync. Like if I go to a one-shot, right? This actually isn't that helpful here. Damn. So I'm not actually sure how to reference this blend value. I mean, we might just be able to say request. I don't know. Maybe I'll look it up. Let's see what someone else maybe says. Godot animation tree blend to parameters request nothing. Cool. Oh, I spelled parameters wrong. Here we go. Right. But that's a one-shot request, one-shot request. Right, but what if it's a blend too? Blend space 2D, blend space Animation node blend tree contains many blend type nodes. Yeah. Right, I know. Oh, here we go. Blend 2/blend 3. Okay, good. No, give me the code. Tell me how I reference it in code, you freaking monster. How dare you? So I'm not exactly sure how to reference that. It tells you in the one shot. It scares me a little bit. On the one shot, it'll tell you that if we do request, we can set it. Now there is seek request on time seek. So we say blend request? Like, I don't know. I don't know about that. All right, we gotta do a little more digging. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I mean, I could just experiment with it. It's just like... What is this? What the frig? Oh, it's all of their comments. Really? Really, Google? Really? Really? You're just gonna bring me to this person's Reddit profile and everything they've ever commented on the internet, on Reddit? That's what you're gonna do? So weird. How do I attach animation blend values to my character's velocity? It was deleted? Awesome. I don't know if this is actually the right thing. I think this is something different. I don't think this is using an animation tree. Oh my god. Godot is hilarious, or Reddit is hilarious. This person tried to delete it, and it's just here. I don't think this is what I need at all. Do you have... Okay. Yeah, this was useless. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, but it does say this right here. Ah, that looks useful to me right there. Yeah, it's tough because this is all really badly documented unless I just don't know where the right place to look for it. I find animation tree code stuff to be really poorly documented. Hey, what's up, Mia Michael? Welcome. Good to see you. I'm doing pretty good. How you doing? How you doing? On Monday, during a member stream, I implemented a bunch of power-ups. And I went through like the list of power-ups that I took notes for. And I believe, yeah, there was one that you had suggested, the grab glove, where you can get multiple things. I am gonna try putting that in the game at some point, maybe in the next few months or so. But I thought I'd let you know. I haven't really made much progress on that, truth be told. But if there are steps in that direction of that being implemented, there are some steps. You remember? Nice, yes. So, because what I did during the member stream was I realized I needed to figure out what all of the power-ups were going to be. Oh, cat cam. Oh, it doesn't look as good from my view than this view because the camera is blocked by some things. But the cats are being a little cute right now. They're there. And so I went through and looked at all of the power-ups that I took notes for, and then decided, does this make sense to add or not? I don't know. One of them that I think would be good is you can grab multiple things at once. Yeah. It was really fun just thinking and talking about your game together. Yeah. I love that. Yeah. I mean, look, when I write that stuff down in the hacking plan, I'm gonna revisit it. I'm gonna consider it. It might be a minute till I set this thing up. Although, as far as they go, this is a really easy one to set up. But I've got friggin' 14 of these, so it's gonna be a lot. But I wanted to tell you if you came back through because, you know. Who's this eepy little kitty? They are eepy. It's because there's a fireplace right here. And I just got a little cold, so I turned on the fire, and they were like, "Ooh, let's go snuggle up and get some rest." They love it's like I literally summoned them with fire. Being I'm warm and comfortable, yeah, for real, right? So relatable. All right, well, my problem for today is I'm trying to set up the arms of the alien to both function where they should. There's two. I know you can't see them that well because one of them is hidden behind a pole. But yeah, there's two of them there. I need to put the camera in a better spot is what needs to happen. But it's better than no camera. And so one of the problems I'm having is that when we hold on to a human, I can get it so that if we attack things, either arm will go, depending on which side the thing we're attacking is on. But now I'm trying to set it up where when you grab a human, it actually will follow as you move around. And actually, it is following around, but the arm isn't extending out straight as I want it to and staying extended out. So I'm having to set up this special blend 2 node, but I'm not sure exactly how to control a blend 2 node via code. So I was trying to find some kind of reference somewhere about how to do that. Yeah, left and right arm mechanics. Yeah, exactly. It's always been planned, but I never really made it work until today. And now I'm just trying to make it work in every way that makes sense. So, I mean, I'll probably just have to try to guess how to set the blend. But it really feels like something that should be documented. Strikes me as worth being documented. But I can't seem to find it. Gscript, blend, animation tree, parameters in code. The animation blend space playback track needs parameters. Well, we're not using blend space. I could try blend space if that works better somehow. It's just a bit overkill. Blend position. Look at that. Parameters walk blend position. Let's go. That's it. That's what I need, I think. I think that might work. Blend position. Google around, you'll get there. I've taken a pretty substantial break on GDScript, so it's all alien to me. Nice. I'm sure a solution will appear. It did, I think. Potentially. It's good to take breaks. It's good to take breaks if you need to take a break. That's fair. Of course, I never expect y'all to be able to answer my problems. Let's see. We're going to say blend position. What two animations are you trying to blend? Hey, Joe, welcome. Welcome. We gotta do a member song. So I am blending. I'm not really blending. Really what I'm trying to do is toggle. So I'm not actually blending animations. I'm actually replacing an animation, and I'm just using the blend 2 node to help me do that. And then I was just trying to figure out how to set the blend 2 node value to be a certain number. And I think that this is how we do it. I think. Oh, and we gotta say blend position. We gotta get you a member song. We gotta get you a member song stat. So then when it ends, grab ended right here. Instead of reach right, this should be hold right. Instead of request, we want to say blend position 0.0. Now that's not going to be gradual. If I want that to like gradually shrink, I'm going to have to, you know. Well, yeah. I think I'm going to have to make it do like a move toward or something, if that's going to work. So we want to say hold left, some kind of tween value. All right. So let's see if at the very least the arm will straighten, because it is following the grabbed object, but what it isn't doing is straightening out. It's still doing the walking position when it goes to grab, but I want it to be stretched out when it does it. See if that helps. We might get an error. We might not. I'm rooting for not myself. If the blend position 0, it'll play one animation. Then if it's 1, it'll play the other animation, I guess. Yeah, here, I'll show you more clearly how this is set up. So here's the animation tree. Let's pull up our character here. So this is like a whole thing. Right, so normally we're doing a walk cycle, a running cycle, or an idle. Right now it's doing idle. And while it's idling, well, we can change that. So I could change it to running. I could change this to walking. Let's make it walk. So we've got that transition to switch between those. We've got these animations. We've got timescales on here to make the walk be faster or slower. Same at the run. And then before this walk, run, idle situation gets to the output all the way at the end, before it gets there, there's all of these potential things that could happen. So normally when we attack things, we do a one shot where the arm straightens out. So you can see the arm goes straight and then it retracts, goes out, and it comes back. Then we can do the same thing with the left side. So I've got filters on here so that way it only applies to the right limbs. So it's basically overriding the usual animation that is this. It's overriding it and it's doing a reach in its stead. And then but for the grabbing, when I grab something and the player's holding on to it, if I do a one shot, it's gonna go like this and then come back in. I need it to stay out, almost like it's toggling it out. And then we'll be able to move things around, in theory, potentially. So my attempt to solve that, still have to test it, but my attempt to solve that is adding in a blend 2. So then I can toggle it by setting this blend so it's got the same reach right or reach left instead of doing this and coming back, if I set this blend position to 1.0, you can see it sticks out. I have a feeling this might not be position. I'm wondering if blend position is a blend space thing. I'm still not convinced that this is gonna work, but we'll see. I mean, I think this will work. I'm just not sure if I have the right code for it to work. So as you can see, it's toggled, and now it's constantly sticking out. So it's basically behaving the same as the one shot. I'm just using a blend 2 node in order to do that. And then we can bring it back to 0. The blend would be if I was like gradually dragging this up, right? You can see it blending it slowly. I could do that, but for now, I'm just having it toggle it out and then come back to 0 so it holds. Now, I'm not sure if I have the code set up correctly for that to work, but we're about to find out. So then, in the code, I'm trying blend position 0.0 or 1.0. Kind of complex, but I get the gist. Yeah, it is, but it's been working well. Well, we'll see if this part works. All right, so first, we need to get some arms. So now if I go to attack something, you'll see we have left arm now and right arm. It knows if we're targeting the left side or the right side of if the obstacle that we're attacking is on the left or the right, basically. So that's kind of what I've been setting up today, in part. And then now, that's that one shot where it's just very briefly sending it out, and then it comes right back. That's the one shot. But I want it to be held. So let's see if this hold works. Nah, it doesn't. So you can tell that that's not working. I mean, there's a couple layers that's not working on, which is a little surprising. It's not really stretching far enough. I wonder if that's because of the little arm. I might need a smaller arm there. Or we might need to adjust the small arm. Anyway. Well, if it was straight, it may well reach. So that's definitely not working. But I don't think we're getting an error. So the reason why it's not working, I'm not sure yet. But yeah, basically that arm shouldn't be bent. It should be stuck out straight. But you can see it's still, that basically that blend isn't being modified at all. It's not even coming on. Whereas, you know, if I were to, let's pause this. We could do this here. I could set it to 1 right now. Let's do the right arm. Let's try that. Let's see if that works. That way I can confirm that this method would work if I could figure out how to access it in code. So if I set that to 1, oh, we want to do the other side. If I set that to 1, the arm is sticking out, and look, that's what it should look like. Obviously the hand isn't quite in the right spot, but at least the arm is sticking out straight. This is what it's supposed to look like. And that looks quite good. But when I only want that to happen when I'm actually grabbing, and then when I put it down, I'd want that to stop. And then it go back to 0. So I'm just trying to figure out how to access this and somehow get it to do that. Now I know that the code is running. We have some print statements. So if I grab it, right animation should be set. If I drop it, right animation should be ended. So it's definitely, because right after that print statement, it's doing all of this. And it's not constantly going either. So it stops. It does a bunch, unfortunately, but it does stop. So it's not like it's constantly ending it or anything. But right here, print, right animation should be set, left animation should be set. So we know that this much is running. If we grab it in the bottom left there, right animation should be set. But it's not setting. I gotta figure out why. And that's not producing an error, which is kind of surprising. Like, what if I were to say blend position? You know, just like, let me just force a typo in there. Will it even give me an error? Or will it be like, that's fine. I'm not going to do anything, but it's fine. Yeah. Oh, wait, we do get an error. No, we don't. No error. No error. I mean, the errors did go up, but I guess it's not a useful error. So apparently it will accept whatever I type in there, and it won't give me an error for it. So I just need to figure out the secret code that it wants to know. Blend position is not it. Can we just say like blend? I don't know. I'm just gonna try stuff until it works. Not blend. Request? It's probably not request either. I don't know. I have no idea. What is that autocomplete got for me? I mean, the autocomplete is not looking very useful right now. Value variant. String set property. Right, I know you want me to do a property, but which property? And unfortunately, the documentation on this is just, like, not good. It's bad. It's bad. And I have a feeling the blend position that I saw in Google there was something else. /blend /position? Maybe. Let me see if I make it an integer. Nope. Blend / position. No bueno. So let's just go back to trolling around Google. So curious where this came from. I have a feeling this is being set on a blend space, not a blend 2. But I would be curious to just confirm that. Yeah, I think that's blend space. Blend space 2D. Yeah. I mean, I could, and the thing is, I could try setting it to a blend space 2D. I could. I could do that. It seems like I shouldn't have to do that. Oh, I spelled parameters wrong. That's funny. Parameters blend amount. Dude, that's so funny. That's what, so this result that I found, I put it in double quotes, parameters, without the E. And that's what they did as well. And that was the solution to them, for them, was that they did a typo on parameters. But when I typed it correctly, it eventually came up. I still wish... So wait, where is this in here? This was in the documentation? Controlling from code. It wasn't, so this, I just wanna absolve myself a little bit, all right? I just wanna pick a bone here. With the one-shot explanation here, they tell you in there how to do it in code. With Blend 2, in the Blend 2 section, they don't tell you how to do it in code. But what I should have done was go to the controlling from code section, where they tell you how to do it in code. But even then, is it really a comprehensive list, or did it just happen to use that as an example? Oh, man. All right. Blend amount is the secret code. So let's add it in. I guess I needed to read the rest of the documentation. And I guess learning how Godot tends to structure things in their documentation would have helped. I just needed to look harder at the documentation. I'm sorry, documentation. You did pretty okay. I still think it could be better. All right, let's see if that fixes it. Bam, there you go. There it is. Wow. Wow. All right. Whew. On to the next step. We ain't done yet. So obviously it's appearing at the wrist. So we're going to have to adjust some magic numbers here, unfortunately, to make that work better. Oh man, look at that stretching. It's kind of silly. Yeah, so basically magic numbers are what have determined the position that the arm goes to. I guess I could also move. I could put an offset on the thing we grab. Maybe that would be easier to add in. Would be to offset the grab position. I mean, I like it being at the cursor. I think that's really nice that it's at the cursor. But in this case, it might be better otherwise. How does the right arm position go? Or the hurt arm? Oh, the hurt arm is perfect. A little bit, not really. This is kind of tough. Getting it, you know, you know, it can be imperfect, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, this is a little ridiculous. And then the other question is, like, do I want the arm, the fingers, to do this? I don't think I've even set up the fingers. I don't think the fingers even bend. What happens if you drag to the opposite side? Oh yeah, we should try that. I gotta try not to eat it. Oh, look, there's a bug. Okay. It just keeps it in that arm. I was thinking we could set it to try to swap. Look at the stretch. The stretch is obnoxious. It kind of breaks the magic of how this works a little bit, because it kind of reveals, like, oh right, you're just stretching it. That's okay. So maybe I think we could set it to swap arms. I don't think that would be that hard, and I think it might look better if we do that. But yeah, I don't think the fingers are rigged. And I mean, you know what I could do? I could just make a separate mesh. Please don't do that. That it switches to. There's really not a lot of good options here besides rigging the hand. That's probably the best option. Oh, we're already in the armature? Yeah, there's no fingers. There are no fingers. So, like, yeah. I'm not keen on doing fingers. I kind of would like to skip that, if possible. Replacing the mesh entirely does not feel like a good option. It is an option, though. It's entirely an option. It's actually not that hard. That would actually be really doable, now that I think about it. Yeah, we could do that. Dude, that's not hard. Because all I gotta do... I mean, it is hard in the sense that I now have to, like, make sure that's, like, programmed in. It actually does raise a lot of problems. I don't think there's a super easy solution. Any solution is gonna be effortful. But, like, I could... duplicate this arm right on top of the other one. It'd be nice if I could make it a child of this arm. Nice. That might help save some grief. Okay, it deforms differently. Oh, maybe it just moved. It might have just, its position might have shifted a bit. That actually probably makes more sense. Unfortunately. So that's gonna deform correctly, besides being shifted over. And then I could come in here and model this, you know, in sculpt mode to be a fist. Not possible to rotate the arm like the palm facing down when it's picking up something. I don't know if that would look much better though. It might be possible. I'm a little worried it's gonna introduce other problems. Because it's a really long piece. I'm not saying it isn't totally possible, but it scares me a bit. This scares me too. Just like everything scares me, really. I'm just a scared person. I think it would make more sense. It's gonna be tough because we're gonna have to preserve the volume and stuff. Let me add a mask on here. So it doesn't do all this. And if I could see the wireframe, that would be nice. Add a mask on here so it doesn't bend anything else. Just the fingers. And then we could try just swapping out the mesh. Might work. Okay, so because of that mask, my edits won't affect that darker area. It's gonna be a little tricky. I mean, I don't think it has to be much better than that, honestly. Please do elastic deform. You know what else I need to do? I need to lock the axes down. It's kind of okay if it's a little goof droop because you're really only gonna see it from that side. Could probably clear some of that mask off right here. Might help. It's not great, but I'm kind of really just proof of concepting it more than anything. Let's reduce some of that mask as well. Tuck it in. Again, doesn't need to look super good on the inside. Actually, it might. I mean, maybe there might be some context where we see it, but Hopefully not. Oh, you got a little too much masking going on there. I feel like it's lacking in extremeness. Oh, we definitely need Z-axis for this. I think it could be a little more, just more. There's something. There's definitely something. It's pretty goof true. It's not pretty. Smooth that out a little bit. Probably just could have done that. Probably shrink down the fingers. Alright, let's call that good enough for now. It's not great. I guess you'd really want that thumb to be in a lot more. If we're gonna be logical here, which we are. Huh. Oh, looks like we got some mask problems here. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. And I would need to do this with the hurt mesh as well. So like there's some problems with this workflow here. That's for sure. But again, just trying to proof of concept the whole thing. Out of very morbid curiosity. Yeah, we still got some mask left on there. It's so messy. It looks like it's deflated. Oh god. It's pretty terrible, alright? I know. It's just a proof of concept. That's all it is. I mean, then you'd have to set in code. It would have to switch between the two, and it's still in the wrong place, by the way. So it's gonna kind of look like not good. I'm not even sure how that happened. There. Oh, wait, put this at 0. Oh my god. Sloppy. Alright, save that. Horrifyingly enough. Which means in Godot, we're gonna get a new arm on there. Still would want to figure out how I want to offset the position of the thing that's being grabbed, which is gonna be its own entire situation. It shouldn't be too hard. And then we would want the offset to be different if the arm health is lower. It's getting a little obnoxious. I wonder if we could like set like a marker on the mesh itself for the position that the like X position that the grabbed thing should go to, and it can be procedural based on where the palm of the hand is. That might be something to try. So you should have that extra scary looking fist over here. There it is. You can see it has the wrong material. So that's kind of the worst thing about it, is it just has to be like set up in all those ways. Oh, and it didn't come in nested. That's very unfortunate. Because, yeah, it's gonna be hard. Because it means I have to set it up. Oh, man. It's gonna be tough. Because there's a bunch of code that determines whether the mesh is visible or not. Determines, oh man. So I have to just make sure that both arms have a closed fist variant. And again, look, I could add bones into the fingers and then animate it being closed. I should probably just do that. I have a feeling that was going to be easier than this. Yeah, I'm not doing this. This is it's too much work. It's too much work. I needed to proof of concept it to feel this sensation of how hard it's going to be to implement. I mean, I was hoping it was going to be a child of it in Godot. But it's not. Because if it was a child of it, that would be a lot nicer, because then whenever whatever code is impacting this can be also impacting that, kind of. Which would save a lot of time. So I'm actually just gonna delete that whole little side quest. The armature fingers is a whole other issue, because we do still have the second armature, right? So I would need to sort that out. Are they having a little conflict? How you doing, guys? How you doing over there? Oh. The calico cat is a bit territorial. And she doesn't normally like to be nearby the white cat. The calico is Lili. The white cat is Travi. And I missed it, but he must have accidentally bumped her or something. And she was like, "Hey, keep to your bubble." She's not a very cuddly cat. Oh, but look at blinking at him. It's so sweet. No. And he's just like, he's like ready. He's like, oh man, this cat's gonna get me. Alright guys, be good to each other. She's like, you know what? I don't want to be this close to you, man. She's very strong with her boundaries. Also, welcome to 3D Things. Did I say Sphinx? Sphinx. Ah, man. I mean, this is kind of something. Here's what I'm going to say. For now, I'm not going to worry about it. But I think someday, if it bothers me, I'll figure out how to get a clenched fist. Probably what I'd have to do is make a new armature with the fingers and then make sure I have that same armature set on the tiny one. That's a whole other thing. I'm going to see if I'm okay with not doing that. Let's figure out the offset stuff. I'm glad that I experimented with ways to do that. Noted. Noted. But get that gnarled thing out of here. Not that there's anything wrong with gnarled fingers and hands. In this case, it is not correct. So we should see that disappear. And let's get that offset so it appears near the hand. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this marker thing to work. Yeah, probably not. Because it's... Well, no, actually... Well, So what we can use is potentially a remote transform or a bone position thing. We might be able to actually make this work. So let's come over here. And I'm going to put this on the player, in the player tree. So we have these bone attachment 3D nodes. And this actually is moving the collision shape to follow the bone position. So I might be able to add a new one on here. So let's say for the right arm, we'll create a new bone attachment 3D. I mean, you don't even have to do that, Lise. You can use the same one that's already there. Just use the bone attachment lower and add a new remote transform. And then we have to say what it's transforming. I don't know where to put this. Maybe down here. I have to say what it's transforming. In this case, the thing that it's moving based on the bone position. And she's out. I knew she would leave. She was like, I don't want to be this close to him. That's risky. It's moving a collision shape to follow the arm. So we would just say, instead of moving a collision, instead of moving a collision shape, move a marker. And then that marker, I don't even know if I need the marker. We could even just say that it is the marker. No, we have to have it move a marker. And then, or I could get the bone transform. I could fetch the position of this and then add an offset onto that to represent the hand. I don't really want to do that though. So let's add a marker. Marker 3D. And this is going to be marker. I'm gonna say hand right. Well, yeah, and then we'll do one for hurt as well. So I'm gonna duplicate this. We're gonna say marker hand right, or marker hurt hand right. Okay. Then I'm gonna duplicate this remote transform. We're gonna say this is remote transform hand. No, you don't have to duplicate. Yeah, you do have to duplicate it. You do. Hand right, we'll call it. And then instead of it connecting to the collision, we'll connect it to that marker. And so now, this marker is right there at that position. Now, we need it to be further down so it's actually in the palm of the hand. And we can do that with the remote transform, I believe. Yeah, so we can set an offset right in here. until it's down in the palm. And then what we can try to say is whenever we grab something, that the thing that we grab goes to this position. Something like that. It looks pretty good to me. Maybe we could push it out a bit. Oh, wrong one. This one. Not that low. Alright. Now, we need to do the same thing, except for the hurt one. The hurt one is up here. So I'm going to duplicate that transform. Transform hand right. Technically this is for the hurt one, so we'll say hurt. And then we'll set what it's adjusting to the hurt marker. And do the same thing, figure out where it should go. Approximately. I do wonder if we can't use the same values. -0.2. See if that's comparable. I don't think it is. No, it's not. Alright, good to know. Move it down a little bit. Not that much. Seems good enough to me. We can always adjust it if needed, but we can definitely copy these over to the other side. Probably, maybe. Maybe sort of. Alright, so that's the right arm. Now we need to do this stuff on the left side. So left arm. Let's duplicate this. Remote transform. Hand left. Oh, we need to create markers. Let me just duplicate this one too. Remote transform hurt. Hand left. Let's create some markers in there. Oops, what did I just do? Hurt, hand left. Control A. There we go. Marker 3D. How did we, what was our syntax? Marker underscore? Okay, sure. Marker underscore hand left. Duplicate it. Marker underscore marker dash hurt underscore hand left. Alright. Come to the remote transform. Set it to go to the marker. Do the same with the other. Good. And then I think I should be able to put those same spots. Maybe I just have to invert some polarity. So -0.2. So let's see if we can just do 0.2. Oh yeah. Looks perfect. Probably just could have duplicated this, actually. 0.922. 0.028. 0.922. That's already 0.028. Good. And then for the other one, 0.075. I'm not gonna remember all those. I'm just gonna do it one by one. 0.075. .367. And then I think it was that 0.013. Yes. Yes. I do see some rotation values being different. I'm not sure that matters. So I'm going to set that to be neutral. In fact, that probably would be a mistake. It might be kind of funny. But let's just do this for now. So I'm resetting all these. Okay. Great. So now we've got the markers that follow along with the palm of the hand for each possible hand. And then now I gotta somehow figure out how to tell it to actually move or offset horrifyingly. I mean, you know, we actually can probably replace. So here's the thing. Right now, there's code that, I mean, the way that it works right now is when you grab something, it actually is following the cursor. It's not following the arm. It's wherever the cursor position is. I think we could just completely obliterate all of the code that determines, that connects the grabbed thing to the cursor. We don't need it to follow the cursor anymore. It only needs to follow that marker. That's actually very nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Wow. I mean, this is wow. Because let's just say there's some code that makes it follow the cursor. Now, I do have some problems with that. The main concern. No, this is bad. No, Lise, don't do that. Don't do this. This is not good. This is wrong. Because if I do that, no, because it needs to be following the cursor. Wait, how's this gonna work? Actually, how's this gonna work? I'm actually not sure. Wait, this is actually gonna be weird. Hold on a second. Okay. So let's look at the code. Let's look at the code. Let's see what happens. Guys, it's a lot. So when a human is grabbed, this is a lot. When a human is grabbed, it's going to set up the cursor position. It's going to find the position of the cursor. It is then going to set up a raycast, and that raycast is created from the cursor position, and it goes towards a plane. So we're creating an invisible theoretical plane. And when we drag something around, it moves on that theoretical plane. And then it adjusts the velocity of the thing we're grabbing and moves it to that appropriate position. Oh, wow. What is this? I think this is some code that isn't doing anything. What? Grab point offset? What the frig is this? If cursor position X is less than cursor position on grab, I don't think this is doing anything. Grab point script? What is a grab point script? I don't think this is something. I don't think this is real. Grab point script. I'm actually very afraid right now. Main scene? I'm very confused. I don't understand anything that's happening right now. I don't know how to tell. Oh, grab point. What is this? What is this? What are you? So there is a grab point in here. But is it being used? I mean, this is certainly looking like it's being used. Can we get like a visual here? I'm gonna put a mesh instance right now. Okay, we're gonna set up a little mesh instance. I don't know what's going on. I do vaguely remember creating this, but I have swiftly forgotten. So I'm just gonna put a sphere in here. Okay. Is this thing around? Is it doing stuff? Is it real? It's right there. It is right there. This isn't real. Okay. Whoa. Okay, but just because it's moving doesn't mean it matters. Oh, I know what this is. I know what this is. I think I know what this is. I may know what this is. So you can see if I move down a little bit, what this is doing is it's detecting. Are we more up? Are we more down? Are we more left? Or are we more right? Left. Because originally, I was going to... I know what this is. Originally, I was going to have... Instead of it tracking the player, it was... Or the cursor position, per se, it was going to move in, like, fixed positions. So, like, you wouldn't be able to actually move this anywhere. You could either move it more to the right, more to the left, more down, or more up. So I think this is actually nothing. Completely deprecated, not being used, although I'm not exactly sure. I kind of want to destroy it. I kind of want it to die. I don't think anything is depending on it. I think if I just get rid of it, nobody will care. That's what I think. In the messenger, we have the signal, burn it down, kill it. Kill it now. Get it out. Good it by. Grab point 2D. I don't think we need this. Grab point 2D. Yeah, it's not even being used anywhere. Delete. I know, this is risky business, but it's just, I'm trying to figure this out, and I don't need extra crap in here. Throw it away. Yes, the grab point script. Grab point script isn't being used, so none of that matters. Okay, let me make sure nothing is broken. I'm 89% sure nothing will be broken. Let's just test that theory. And then I'll continue with trying to get it to be at the hand position. I don't want this like litter in here that confuses me when I'm trying to do stuff. That's no fun. That's no bueno. So far, so good. Nothing was lost. Obviously, I should do more testing, but it looks fine to me. It's so funny watching it like carefully place the person in the orb. Boop. I don't know, something comical about it. And you go in my mouth. Alright. I'm gonna hit a GitHub commit there. Began hand, let's say this, removed grab point stuff and began handhold things. Hand holding. Grabbed abductees now have arms that stick to them while held. Began setting up the abductees to move to the hand's palm. You would back up, right? Yeah, right. Totally. Exactly. Exactly. If I ever need to go back, we can. Precisely. Precisely. And I've got this, you know, clearly titled in there, so it'll be easy to find. Exactly. Still good just to make sure nothing broke. But I really don't want to be littering my project if I can avoid it. Begin setting up the abductees to move to the hand's palm. Removed all of the grab point stuff from the main scene and the abductee script. It was old and for an idea that didn't work out. The grab point.gd script is technically still in the project though. Yeah, whatever, we can leave a script, I don't care. I think I should actually get rid of that script too. Yeah, get rid of that whole script. I don't want it. Also, removed the grab point.gd script. You know, it's just it's owned by nothing, it has no dependencies. Burn it down. Accomplished a lot. Yeah, and that's just in the last whenever I did the last commit. not 4 minutes ago. That's everything I've done in the last 3 hours, actually. Before that, we got the head to attack, left-right attacking looks better, and then left-right arms can attack, independent of each other. So a lot of new stuff. Yeah, I really want both arms to be set up correctly. It's something that was supposed to be there from day one. I just haven't really had all the things set up right for that to work. So now is the time. So we can grab with the left arm or the right arm. Okay, good. That looks good. I don't see any bugs. What? Oh, this is a weird bug. So this bug, I know what this bug is. This bug happens. I know how we can fix this. This bug happens because whenever I drug this window down and I started moving out here, there are power-up orbs that descend from the sky whenever you level up, basically. And they are currently, actually, floating above the player's head. Visually, we can't see them. But technically, they are there. Here. Right up there. So these are chilling up here. And so basically what happened was I selected it before one was able to be set up properly. So if I'm gonna fix that bug, I basically have to make sure that this is not selectable. Heck, I could even turn its process off. We could say that its process is disabled, and then this might require some. We're gonna address this bug real quick, just right quick here. I believe that the power-up menu descends when we level up. I think there's like a score minimum met thing on gameplay, on score minimum met. I think if right there, I think we would minimize this bug. I think this bug could still happen potentially. Level update, power up menu, begin. Curious. All right, hold on. We're squashing. We're going on a little bit of a tangent here. Power up menu, begin. I haven't done the commit yet. Power up menu, begin, connect. That goes in the power up menu and the camera. Now, if this process is disabled, this isn't gonna do anything. So I could also disable the processes of each. Let's do that. Let's make each of these orbs unclickable. That might be a problem though, because this script might be looking for them. I wouldn't do that. Don't do that. That's a mistake. When it begins, then I think it's gonna set them all up, and then they don't become null. So technically that bug could still happen in a very edge case small point of time if the player goes off the window for whatever reason while the power up menu is coming down. They could get that crash, that error, that problem. Wouldn't really want that. That would be bad. Because this, once this is assigned, that null problem can't happen. That's kind of tough. I don't really know. I mean, at that point, I think what would be easier, I wouldn't let's not, as much as disabling the process would be nice, because that actually will save on some minor bit of performance. Instead of that, we should say that you can't even interact with the power-ups until they're set. That probably makes the most sense. So there is a power-up ray cast, else power-up ray. Oh. What's the if? Oh. That's a, I think that's, is that prevent attacking? Yeah. So then we'd want to say else power-up ray, but only if power-ups selectable or something. Power-ups selectable false. Power-up menu begin. Power-up selectable becomes true. I don't think we have a power-up menu end, so we'd have to deal with that. We might. Power-up chosen. That would be that. So then once that's done, then we can say power-ups selectable false. So in theory, that should fix that bug. What I'm not sure of is if that has led to any other problem that I haven't foreseen. So let me just deal with that real quick. It would just be nice to not have that bug again, because it's just one of those that has popped up a couple times and I just haven't been dealing with it. And even though I've written it down like in my project manager somewhere, I would rather just squash that now. All right, so I'm gonna artificially increase this to make sure everything still works. Nice, looks good. All right. I think that's fine. So it's a really hard bug to test for. I just kind of have to hope it doesn't happen again. I think that should fix that. All right. Now, let's go back to the GitHub commit. So, one more addition in there. Also, probably fixed the bug where power-ups could be accidentally hovered even though they hadn't descended. Added a power-ups selectable boolean onto the camera 3D script that makes sure the power-ups menu is actually active before allowing the raycast to function. It probably is fixed, theoretically. Hard to test. Okay, commit it, push it. Next task, get those humans to move to that marker that I set up that's following the palms of the hands. So to do that, well, I'm gonna go back to the abductee script and just look at it a bit, make sure it makes some sense to me. Love the detailed commit message. Good habit. You'll thank yourself later. Thanks, Jean-Michel. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, and that's why I do it. Because, like, 95% of the time, I don't need it. I don't go back and I don't look at it. But for that 5% of the time that I do need it, oh, it's like, thank goodness I was detailed about it. Because, you know, I don't always know what changes were done or the implications or my thought process or something. Like, it's so helpful, so incredibly helpful in the moments that I need it, that it's just, it's so deeply worth it. Yeah. So friggin' worthwhile. Yeah. Welcome, Jean-Michel. I hope your game jam went well. All right, so now that that's cleaned up a little bit, let's go back over how the grabbing and following the cursor works, so I can figure out how I'm going to manipulate it, so that way it will, instead of following the cursor X position, it'll follow the palm of the hand X position. So we track the cursor position, and we define it as the beginning of a raycast. We then, we're actually checking, we're setting up a direction, and we're saying go between a plane that's created between the cursor and the plane. So there's a plane, so the cursor moves here, and then there's a plane. And we want that raycast to be looking at sort of the direction between those two, kind of. I'm not explaining it well, but that's generally kind of what's going on. So what is that plane? What the heck is that plane? So that plane is defined down here. When we grab something, it's going to define the plane based on the player's Z position. So that's the Z position. So it's like we're looking at the game. There's a plane that gets created, invisible plane, at the Z position of the player. Why do we make it a plane? So that way we get an X and Y relative to that Z position. So the Z position of the player, X, or Y and X relative to that Z position. And then we use that to be the thing that we grab, to be where it can move around at. It's kind of weird. Cursor position on grab, get viewport, get mouse position. Why do we do that? Oh, we're setting cursor position on grab. I don't know why we do that here. It's probably important though. And then this is where it gets applied. Self-linear velocity. We subtract the go-to from the position of itself. So itself, we're setting its velocity to that point. So I wonder if I wouldn't want to say, I don't know. Make a new variable. Held position. This is going to be a vector 3. But go-to isn't a vector 3. I would think you want to update the go-to. Plane to move on, intersects ray. Ray start point, ray direction. Oh, this is very... Oh, God. I don't know how to do this. Am I doing this right? Plane to move on dot intersects ray. I think we need to update plane to move on. To not purely be the cursor position. We might even want to update cursor position. Oh, God. I didn't originally write this code. Someone else did. And so I have to kind of make sure I actually understand it. Now, this is misleading here, right? This says vector 3001. I can't just change this x. This is telling us, well, what vector should the plane be created on? And we're saying create it on the z-axis, not at 001, if that makes sense. But, so what is this? This is tough. And plane has a lot of different ways it can be defined. Creates a plane from the normal vector and the plane's distance from the origin. Plane Z position. We're setting a Z position. So like this float, where'd it go? We had a bit of an internet blip there. Whoopsie. Internet issue. Just a bit of an internet issue there. Hold on a second. Let me be right back and make sure we're doing the best thing possible. I apologize. If you're watching it after the live stream, you don't even know what just happened. You have no idea. You don't have a clue. And you know what? You deserve that. But if you're watching it during the live stream, you just had to wait. You just had to wait. And now, you know what? Y'all, after the live stream, you gotta wait too. Just a second. Hold on. Real quick. I just gotta make sure our internet is tip-top. Okay. I have returned. I apologize. Forgive me. Forgive me, code. Forgive me, project. I will work on you. Oh god, this problem. Oh man. I hate this problem. I don't like this problem. D, creates a plane from the normal vector and the plane's distance. It says the origin. I think we're defining the origin here. Now, if I'm saying the origin is only... I'm a little confused. I think that's the distance. I think it's saying the distance from the origin, not the origin. So I think that's why we're setting the Z position. We're saying from the origin, that Z position. Whoa, a spider just dropped down. What the freak in front of my face on a web. I don't think you guys can see that little spider on there. That's nuts. That is nutso. Look at it. Look at that spider. Look at it. What the frick? Oh my god, it just fell down in my face. All right. Anyway, the universe is trying to tell me something. I do see multiple points. Creates a plane from the 3 points given in clockwise order. I don't think we want that. Normal point. Creates a plane from the normal vector and a point on the plane. I don't know what these things mean. Oh, maybe this is the one that we're doing. No, but that has to be a vector 3. Now, what if we do make it a vector 3? What if we do that? What would happen? I'm curious. It's probably not gonna work, but I just want to see what happens. What do I want to do? Oh, Thoughty. I appreciate your offer. Let me set this up and I'll explain what that is. I will explain what that is. It's more that it's the existing system is something that someone else helped me code, and I don't fully understand it. I kind of do, so I don't even know if I can explain it. But let me tell you what I'm gonna do in a second. All right, let me just set it up and then we'll do it. I'm experiment. Well, I don't know if it's gonna work. So whatever, let's just refactor this to plane position. And instead of being player global position Z, we're gonna make this a vector 3. And I'm gonna say, well, here's the other problem. This needs to be variable depending on which hand, whether it's the left hand, the right hand, a hurt hand, or the other hurt hand. So it's kind of, so we're just gonna try one for now, just for the sake of getting it set up. So we're gonna say variable hand position. We actually are going to need to on-ready the crap out of that one. That's gonna take some effort. That's gonna come from the player, actually. Variable hand position, not character body 3D, but this is gonna be a marker. So I'm only gonna do one hand for now. We're gonna wanna update this to be multiple potential hands, but we're just gonna do the one and try that. And then I'll explain it after I try to get this set up here. It'll be easier to explain that way, I think. So, aim position, it's a marker 3D. We do want to get the player. And then from there, we want to reference this. Player / alien v3 detection area marker handwrite. I think I've set that up correctly. There is a chance that I have. Oh, I typed this wrong. Marker 3D, not marked. Marker. Okay. Now down here, I'm gonna want to say hand position X, hand position Y, and then the Z. Expected end of statement found parenthesis instead. Oh. Vector 3 equals. All right. So I don't know if this is gonna work at all. I don't know if it's gonna work, and even if it works, I don't know if it working is gonna be what I'm intending. But it's what I'm experimenting with. So what I'm trying to do is not get a grabbed thing to follow the cursor on the X plane, the X axis, or the Y axis. Well, I don't really know. I haven't decided yet. I don't know if this makes sense. This isn't gonna work. I don't know. So it's really hard for me to even know how to explain. Oh, okay, there. So it didn't work. Invalid access to property or key X on a base object of marker 3D. Oh, duh. Duh. You might want to say global there. Alright, that's what I meant to say. Forgive me. Forgive me. So let's say it this way. Right now, or before I started tinkering with it, when we grab a human, it follows the cursor position. And that's what it follows. The cursor position on the same Z axis as the player. So it follows the cursor X and Y and the player Z. What I want to change that to I think what I want is an offset. I think that's what I want. This is gonna be so much easier to explain if I just undo what I did. Basically, that cursor position is hitting in the middle of the arm, instead of on the palm. And I want to move the thing that we're grabbing to the palm. Also, this is only set up for the full, healthy arm. Okay, here we go. So I'm sure something is going to be wrong, but I'm curious what. Okay, basically, it's no different. It has not done any... So, I mean, amazingly, what I'm doing works. It just doesn't do what I wanted. Cool. Great. All right. So... when I grab something, you can see it's right on top of the cursor. What I want it to do is I want it to be on the palm instead of at the cursor. That's pretty much it. Now, I will say something. Notice how It's at the feet. I wonder if I do have an offset set up. Abduction offset. That's after it's been dunked. Grab distance offset. You can use the position of the hand bone. No. So yes. I already have that. I do have the position of the hand. The problem is trying to get it to actually adjust it. I do have that. What I don't have yet is an understanding of how to make that work in the way that I want it to work. But I absolutely have the hand position. I do. Where was that offset thing? What was that? Abduction offset, grab distance offset. I mean, this doesn't look like it's even being used. At some point, I guess I was trying to use this. I don't know where. It used to be 14. So it seems like it's possible. Dang, I must have cut that out at some point in the past, and I don't know where. I don't know when I cut that out. That's gonna be hard to find. Digging through the old GitHub commits, that is gonna be hard to find. Well, I'm gonna at least undo this plane position situation, because that ain't the right spot. So let's set this back here. This isn't good for you. If you change the grab thing position to that bone position instead of the cursor, well, something has to be following the cursor. And it has to know. Because the arm is following the abductee. The arm isn't following the cursor. The arm is following the abductee. The arm is following the human, and the human is following the cursor. So I'd have to set it up so that the arm is following the cursor. And then the human follows the arm. I don't need the cursor to follow human after the grab. No. The cursor is independent. The cursor doesn't have to change. The cursor follows the cursor. So if I make the arm follow the cursor, then I could make the abductee follow the arm. Let's try that. Let me see what we can do there. The other problem is I do need to make sure that the Z position of the arm's target is specific. When grab happening, you can bind the human position to the ham bone. Yeah, but that's all. So, I mean, just to be clear, I can't do that right now. Right now, I can't do that. I mean, if I can, I don't know how to do it, basically. And I'm sure there's some way, but again, it's important to understand that the human is following the cursor. And does that make sense? Like, I just hope that makes sense. Yeah. Don't worry, we got all that set up. So, we got that, That, I think I know what you're referring to, we got that. So, we got a cursor. Cursor moves around. Currently, the human, also known as the abductee, more or less, it's a little more complicated than this, but more or less, it's following the cursor. And then the hand is following the human. Right? The hand is following the human. Which means, if I make the human follow the hand, do you see what I'm saying? Like that, this doesn't work. The human can't follow the hand because the hand's following the human. It's just not gonna it doesn't make any sense. It's gonna be, if at best, it's not gonna go anywhere. At worst, chaos. So what I have to do is I have to fundamentally rearrange it so that the hand follows the cursor. And then we can say that the human follows the hand. Let me just get rid of all these print messages here. Okay. So the way to do that, it's gonna be a little tricky. So when we grab, yes, I should think so. As things tend to be in this project. Right now, it's setting the target based on the raycast result. When we grab something, it's checking to see what's being grabbed. And then this is also, if we come back to the player script, let me see, I'm not exactly sure where we define the hit object. Where do we set the hit object? On grab begun. Target. Oh, okay, actually it's here that it's being set. Okay. Grab begun, emit. Okay, I see. So when the human detects that it's been grabbed, it tells the arm, hey, I'm the thing that you should be following. Right here, by emitting itself on grab begin. So instead of emitting itself, I would want it to emit, I mean, I would think cursor position on grab. I guess. That's gonna be a little messy. What is cursor position on grab set to normally? This is empty 0, 0? Okay. That's something. We do have this cursor position that's defined way over here. I wonder, can we make this be like the default thing? I don't know if it'll allow me to do that, but I'm gonna try it. So I don't know how this is gonna work. So in theory, this says the cursor position on grab. This will tell the arm to target that. And then we could say, maybe. And what is cursor position on grab even doing? It's not used anywhere. So this is doing nothing. This is nothing right here. This is absolutely nothing. Oh, okay. Okay, that doesn't matter. I see what's happening here. Okay, so actually what I want to do is instead of have cursor position, we'd want like grab position, right? So if I say grab position vector2 equals vector2 hand position global position x. You helped me debug this thought too, you did. We'll see if it works. We're not out of this yet, at least. Global position y. What? Expected end of statement. What are you on about? What do you mean? Oh. There we go. Yes, we need to define it. Actually, let's not even... I'm gonna comment this out. Well, where's everywhere the cursor position is used? Okay, so actually, let's not comment that out. I'm gonna call this grab position instead of cursor position. You can tell I didn't write this code because I use underscores and this other person did not. Okay, grab position equals vector2 hand position. Good, good, good. I think this is fine. And then we don't need cursor position right now. So now up here, we'll define our grab position. And I mean, we can set it to this as the default if that works. This is gonna be strange. Okay, and then back on has been grabbed, we wanted to emit, so the target that it's gonna be going for needs to be the cursor. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. I don't think you need to set a target here. I think you can just do that. Come back to grab begun, connect on the score dunk. Let's get rid of this argument. Come over here. Where my search results go? Come back over here. No target. Hit object becomes Well, and the problem is this isn't going to be constantly updated, so we do need to be tracking the cursor position, unfortunately. Would be nice to have like a universal cursor position that we track. I should do that. So we want to say if grabbing is true, if is grabbing, well, let's go check that out on the process. If is grabbing, cursor position equals that. Why is it? Oh, okay. I was like, why are you okay with that? I didn't define a cursor position. Okay, there we go. Variable cursor position. Vector 2. Set it to that. It just, obviously this is pretty pointless because this is stupid. Don't do this. This doesn't make any sense. It can't. It's not gonna be anywhere. Don't do that. Because it's just at the moment of on ready, and it's possible the viewport won't even be available at that moment. So I wouldn't. Why do that? Just make it 0. Okay, where are we at? Is this something or is this nothing? I'm dubious about this, and the only position, if assuming it works as intended, it's still only going to be the right arm that's actually set up. Okay, what's going on here? Value type of vector 2 can't be. Oh. Yes, you're right. You're very right about that. Oops. Dang. What if it's our cursor? Wait, what if it's our cursor? Wait, what if it's a cursor? We have a cursor, a 3D cursor, literally in the game. It's right here. It's right there. How does this work? By the way. How does this move? Hold on, I got some. Okay. I see now what the error in my ways. Something has to be moving this thing. I did forget how it works. So hit object is so there is some code that determines what the arm goes to. And what the arm goes to is hit object. That's what it travels to. In the case of attacking, which is different from grabbing, in the case of attacking, it goes to the thing that was attacked. In the case of grabbing, we don't want it to go to the thing that's grabbed. Right? Because we're trying to make it be, instead of this, instead of it going to the thing that was grabbed, I want it to go to the cursor. And then we want the thing that's grabbed to go to the hand. So I do have a cursor object, actually. So what we're gonna say is make the hit object become the cursor. But now I'm just trying to find where the cursor is because I forgot how I set up the cursor. I set it up somehow, obviously, or else we wouldn't see it because it's actually a 3D object in space. So as long as I can identify where the heck the crosshair lives, we can sort it out. Oh wow, we're even using, wow, it's using actually very similar code that we have for moving stuff. That's wild. That's interesting. Well, anyway, how does it know what to move though? What is this script on? Something in the main scene, yes. I figured as much. But what? I thought it would have been the crosshair. Oh yeah, it has a script on it. It's right there. Oh, I see. Okay, it's not being referenced. See, I thought something has to be referencing it. Nothing is referencing it, because the script is just on it. So I'm gonna make it be accessible as a unique name so we can reference it. I got it. Come back to the player. Good question, Thoughty, truly. Come down to hit object, which we're gonna redefine. Thank you. You asking questions helps me too. Hit object, when grab begins, we want it to become the crosshair. We're just gonna type crosshair. We gotta on-ready that crosshair. There we go. Okay, let's see what that does. There might still be something else that I missed, but we're at least not trying to make the hit object be a vector too. So far, so good. I'm gonna need to get some arms to properly test it. Uh-oh. You see that? That's not good. So, it flung it all the way over here. Oh! Definitely not putting in the right place. Feature. It's a feature. So, okay, couple things. So the arm is going to the cursor. The cursor is way back here. So that's not good. I do not want the arm to be going backwards. So I want to change the Z axis that the arm is going to. I don't want the Z axis to be the same as the cursor. I want the cursor object X and Y. I do not want the cursor object Z. That I do not want. Additionally, the human is going somewhere very strange. Follow the cursor, not the human. Yeah, it shouldn't be fun. It should be, I don't know what's going on at this point. Yeah, it's it's big frowns right now. Feels real bad. But, I mean, something is going here. Which basically, the thing that's working is that it's following the cursor. That's what's working. Even though I don't quite want it to follow the cursor as well as it is, what is definitely not working, it seems like it's just dropping it at the origin. It's dropping it at 0, 0. That's what the top left is 0, 0. So that's where it's leaving it. And you can see off to the left there, there's a shadow. So it's not even moving. So it should be like right around here. There'll be a shadow on the ground. See the shadow? Right at the corner of that fence? In between the solar panel and the fence? So it's the human isn't moving around. The human is just going to 0, 0. Probably that 0, 0 that I set initially. What we want the human to go to is the hand position. The right hand position specifically. So a couple of things going wrong here. The first thing I want to focus on, I want to get the human to go to not 0, 0. The human is on the correct Z-axis. It's on the wrong X and Y. If you have a 3D point, not the cursor, what is on the cursor position on X, Y, but not behind the alien? You can follow that with the hand. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying, but what I know to be true for that problem is that I just need to redefine what the Z-axis is. We can get the X and Y from the cursor, but we don't want the Z from the cursor. Because the cursor is an optical illusion. The cursor is set behind the player. It's basically like moving right in front of the camera. Yeah. To me, that problem is solvable. Very much so. What I'm more curious about is why it isn't going to, why the grab position isn't updating to the hand position. That's what I'm not so sure of. Before, we were setting the raycast to be at the cursor position, which is going to give us an X and Y at the cursor, obviously. Now I'm saying I wonder if I need, I mean, there's no reason for grab position to not be declared right here. Let me try declaring that. I'm gonna comment this out. That might make a difference. It might not. But it also might. Just so it's as consistent with this as possible. And that hand position, because it should be constantly updating. That's your problem. It's not. That's what's wrong. The hand position isn't being checked repeatedly. It's being set one time. I think. Maybe. I don't know if that's true. No, it should be updating. No. So that's just a reference to the hand. No. That should be updating. Maybe it's not. Actually, maybe it's not. Alright. Okay. Okay. Let's try it. I had this problem on the helicopter the other day, actually. So what if right in here, we update this. What do you think about that? It's gonna be a little hard to tell because a human is still gonna be flung way back there, so I still gotta sort that out. But yeah, because of your suggestion, let me give you a debug credit because you are helping me debug. And what I was already thinking, we can totally change the Z position. That should be pretty doable. But I really like to see the human X and Y positions be moving and not stuck up in the top left. That bugs me. It's hard to tell if that did anything. Nope. It's up in the top left. It's not moving anywhere. Dang. No movement. Oh wait, it is moving! It is moving! Very slightly. You see its little foot in the top left corner? Something is still really wrong. But look. Look in the top left. It's moving. I don't know if you guys can appreciate that, but it is moving. Ever so slightly. Let's see if we can look at its shadow or whatever. Let's do the top left. That'll be easier. I'm gonna grab it. Oh, I don't eat it though. You see it? Okay, I ate it again. You see? I move left, it moves left. I move right, it moves right. Is it moving up and down? It is! It's kind of doing the opposite directions, which is concerning. But it is actually moving. But for some reason, it's stuck up there in the corner. I don't know why. I have no idea why. I would like to know why. You know, like if I comment, here, I'll comment this out. And what if I literally switch this to grab position, right? That should immediately change where it goes. And it should now follow the cursor. Our hand is still going to be way back here, but our human should be right there, which is not where I want it. It's okay. Now, if it doesn't go back to the cursor, that's actually very helpful because it means I need to fix something else. There it goes. So now it's facing, see? Follows the cursor again. No problem. That's why I thought I could just switch out that X and Y. The human is supposed to be following the marker or the hand. The hand? Yes, correct. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, unless that marker isn't where I think it is. Or something. But yeah, that's what it's supposed to be following. So, I mean, literally, all we're doing is we're changing the X and Y position. So now I've said it's a hand position. Maybe I don't want to do global. I wonder if... I doubt that that's it. We could try that, though. We could try it. Simple enough. Could get some more data, get some print statements going. But like at face value, it seems like all I should have to do is swap out those X and Y's. In practice, not so. Yet. Okay. Nope. It's still jumping up. Over here. I mean, at that point, I have to think that it's... I mean, I guess something I could try is setting it somewhere else, some other way. Still moves in the top corner there, just a tiny bit. So then I have to ask myself, well, where is this hand position? Is this hand position where I think it is? Hand position is supposed to be the marker hand right. I mean, if we look at it, I'm not understanding how the hand position is vector 2 when the marker's position is a vector 3. Well, it is a vector 3, but I'm only fetching the X and the Y. So I'm taking the hand position, position X, hand position, position Y. Do I need to turn that into a different value? Is that my problem? Oh, do I need to like camera project or like unproject or something? Is that what I'm doing wrong? I'm not converting the vector 3 into a vector 2 correctly? That kind of makes sense, actually. I just gotta remind myself how the frick to do that. We've done it before, but I don't remember much about it. I remember we took down a note to make a short out of that, but I don't exactly recall how it was done. Debug credit for sure there, Joe. Thank you. That really helps me puzzle that out. Project position / unproject position. Convert vector 3D to 2D relative to viewport. That's what I need. I like how I want to make a short about it, but I don't even remember how it works. Awesome. Great. Project position. Camera 3D. Returns the 3D point in world space that maps to the given 2D coordinate. That returns a vector 3. So I guess we want unproject. Returns the 2D coordinate in the viewport rectangle that maps to the given 3D point. Got it. Easy. Easy. So I may not need a lot of this other crap that I've put in here, like this hand position thing, but let's just get this working first. So the grab position needs to actually be unproject position Oh, but that's on the camera, so we gotta go camera, unproject position, hand position. Argument 1 should be vector 3, but is marker 3D. Oh. Global position. Wow. I forget about that. I'm just like, well, it has an X and a Y. Why can't it be mapped to 2D? Because they're different. 3D origin is right there. 2D origin is way over there. It's different. Wow. Thank you, Joe, and Thought T, just for asking questions. It like helps me so much. All right. Now it's only gonna go to the right hand. I haven't set it up to know whether it should be the left hand, the right hand, the hurt hand, or whatever. So, nice. This is better. Oh, what the? No! Oh, I died. I accidentally spawned a helicopter. That was much better. That was perfect. That was perfect. That was exactly where it should be, because we didn't have a hand spawned in yet. That's why it was sitting down there, because the arms were, well, broken. And so it was just sitting down there. This is perfect. That worked. Nice. Now I just gotta try removing some of that crap that I added in to fix it. Let's eat one. Oh. Okay, we still got some problems. We have a velocity problem. We have a very severe velocity problem, I think. It's just throwing it up into the score dock. I don't know the project because it grew quite quickly, but by talking about the problem, maybe new ideas come up for you and it can help. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, knowing the project, I mean, just looking at the GitHub is still super overwhelming. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for like having the wisdom to do that. What? So, I mean, there's some issues going on here. Let me correct some of the stuff. Was that the only thing? Was just adding that in there? I mean, we unreadied it. I don't think we need to do much else there. Let's fix that Z position. That's gonna make this go better. So for the Z position, back on the player script, we were setting the hit object on grab begun to be the crosshair, which means that it's going to the whole entire position of the crosshair, which we do not want. So I think it might be nice if it's a little tricky. I almost want to make like a new object that itself follows the crosshair, but not the Z position. I mean, it should be ignoring, the human should be ignoring the Z position. Actually. This is a little tough. So we're gonna say this, back where it tracks the hit object, right here. When the grab reach begins, so this is when it's going to grab, it goes towards this position. And what's that looking for? That's looking for a node 3D, unfortunately. And that comes back to aim bone. So if we go to target here, local target dot global. So we do actually want it to be this for attacking, because we're using the same code for attacking as grabbing. If the human's following the hand, why does the human have a different velocity than the hand? I'm not sure. That needs to be understood. Yeah. I have some curiosities. Thought you made a little picture of what you think for the solution, but you don't know what I need to modify for it. All right, is it in the Discord live text? Let's go check it out. Let's go check it out. Thank you, Thoughtsy. Awesome. So what I was gonna do is I'm gonna say if we are attacking, because when we're attacking, I do want the arm to go to the Z position. Because when we're attacking things, it reaches into the world and hits stuff. But I would say when we're grabbing, ignore the Z position in the instance that we're grabbing. In the situation that we're grabbing. So that's what I was gonna do, is like an if-else statement here or something. Whoa! 1, raycast. 2, collision point on the human. It is beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's a paint masterpiece. 1, raycast. 2, collision point. 3, hand attached to a marker 3D at the original collision. 4, marker 3D helper node. Moving with cursor XY. Z stays on the original point. Oh. Or Z moving with the alien. Yeah. This is beautiful. I think what I'm doing will be what you're saying, applied to the project in one of many possible ways. I think that's what's about to happen here. So I'm gonna say, if what I'm not sure of is if I want to do grabbing or holding. Because we have a holding and we have a grabbing. Yeah. No, I appreciate it. When grab begins, we say grabbing is true. So let's do grabbing. Let's do grabbing. I think that makes the most sense. Here, right? No. Wait, I got lost. Target. Oh yeah, maybe it is here. Wait, if target is set to null. No. Here, right here. I'm pretty sure. Oh, there's healthy arm code and there's hurt arm code. So we actually need to put it in both of these places. If is grabbing, then we want, well, I still need to create something. Well, no, this is just a position. This just has to be a vector 3. So you can say vector 3 we still gotta figure out what the Z is going to be. Technically, I'd want it to be on the... This is complicated. I think we do it like on the origin. I think the Z is on the origin. Oh, it's on the player Z position. That's what it is. Okay, so we're gonna say target global position X, target global position Y, and then player global position Z. Oh, that's itself. That's if we're grabbing. Otherwise, if we're not grabbing, then oh, it's not gonna see it in the scope? Dang, that's out of the scope. Boo. Okay, so we gotta say variable target position equals, that's a vector 3, and it'll just equal 0, 0, 0. I mean, you could even just, you could, no, we'll do this. Okay. And then for this one, it just goes to the target global position in that instance. What does that do? What is that like? We still have the problem of the velocity of the human just being obnoxious as all heck. But let's see if the arm is behaving a little better. Maybe. I might have missed something somewhere along the line. We gonna find out. So yeah, instead of having like that object like you were talking about, Thoughty, I'm just using the player position, Z position. Okay, I think this is better. We still have the problem of there being like this weird offset. I think I might know what we can do. I don't think it's the velocity. Yes, this looks really good. The Z position is a little weird, but it's definitely better. I think, here, let me see if I can eat this. Oh, I can't, because it goes into the orb. Let me come back to the abductee. I wonder if I have like a local versus global issue. It basically just seems offset somehow. Like maybe if I do position instead. Maybe I need, I don't know. Not sure. Because it doesn't seem like it's getting flung. It's just like, you know, in a different spot. So I don't think we have any velocity problems, which is good. I think it's just not knowing the position that I actually want it to go to. Ah, still going up in the air like that. I wonder why. It's even less the right spot. But you can see how it's moving. So it is following the marker, right? Because the marker is bouncing up and down right now. And you can see that it obeys that. It's just not like the true, it's like offset by a lot. You know what it makes me think? It makes me think we have an offset set up somewhere. I just don't know where. This is when it dunks. There is a grab distance offset, but this isn't being read anywhere. Yeah. So I'm not sure. Do we have like a magic number hidden someplace that I don't know about? I'm not entirely sure what this problem is. So we're trying to set the XY position of the human to the XY position of the hand. We've captured the hand position. Something I guess I'd be curious about real quick. Is the marker actually where I think it is? That would be useful to know. Okay, so that's what the marker is supposed to be, and you can see it's following with the hand quite well. So what if I add a child to it? Yeah, just give me a mesh instance, make it a sphere, just so I can sort of visualize it. We'll just have it holding a dodgeball. All right. And I'm curious to know if that orb is actually appearing right there, or if it's somewhere else. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't right there, but maybe something is moving it. Worth ruling out. Okay, there it was. So the arm is invisible, but you can see it is in a good spot for now. All right, it's right in the palm of the hand where it should be. That's where the orb is, and the orb is a child of the marker. So let's pick it up and see if the orb stays there. I mean, the orb is still there. So it's something in the conversion, I think, with the camera unproject or something. If all else fails, maybe print marker position minus human position and see if there's a pattern in the numbers or if they're at least consistent. That's interesting. That's a really good idea. I mean, this is bizarre, right? Like, it's right there. I mean, to me, it seems like there's something. Look at that. It's so close. And if the offset is different this time. Before the offset was vertical, now it's horizontal. When did that happen? Why did that happen? That's a bit surprising. But yeah, that's a good idea, Joe. For sure. Yum! I mean, that's what they're there for. They're there to be enjoyed. It's their whole purpose. And look, it's further. It's moving. I think something is being set more often, and it's changing the value. Because it's not always the same. Look, now it's closer. I think I know what's happening. I think I know what's happening. It's fetching. I actually don't know what's happening. I do and I don't. Because it moves in real time. However, I wonder if something is being captured once and not updating constantly. Try grabbing the human centered on your character, like super close on top. That's a good idea. Oh. What? Oh my God. And then when I move, look at that. It seems to be related to the distance you have with the humans. It absolutely does. Ah, well done. Well done. Debug champions, you guys. All right, we'll give you this credit. Entitles you to no compensation, but it does entitle you to a credit in the game. It's almost close to the hands. Right. Exactly. Offset relative to initial position of grab. Yes. It is relative to the initial position of the grab. As it shouldn't be. That makes a lot of sense. And it doesn't. Wait, I still don't really understand how to... Well, when it grabs... I'm still a bit confused. But why? Why? Because this is the physics process. This is updating constantly. This is constantly changing. As long as that human is in the group grabbed. I mean, we could print it. And that'll be an XY. I'm very confused. It's like, okay, we know it's relative to the player, but so what? This is just defining the plane's Z position. Cursor position on grab isn't being used anywhere. So this is nothing. This is basically nothing. So this, I mean, I don't see anything there that would be relevant. I'm very confused. I don't even know it's a track. Print marker position minus human position. Print marker position minus human position. And then see if there's a pattern. Well, we kind of know what the pattern is. Have you used any code for the cows onto the humans that might have worked for it? It's a good question. The humans and the cows shared the exact same script. So we're actually using everything that's the same between the two. It's a good thought, Frank. But there's no difference, ultimately. Let me go get rid of this other print. This is actually, I'm actually just, like, I genuinely don't even know. Because yeah, I really don't know what's happening here. I don't understand. You know, unless, I mean, and what's so weird is it is still, it's like, it's offsetting. It's like fixing the position that it grabs. You want the grab position on the alien's hand. Yeah, exactly. I'm getting like better at this game. Okay. Oh, let's eat that so that way we can see it a little more clearly. Oh, and then I broke it. Yum, yum, yum. It loves it. It's his favorite food. Unless you get the herbivore perk. So we actually are planning out an herbivore power-up, which will mean that instead of eating humans, you have to eat plants. Pretty excited about that one. Okay, now we got full health. So come near the center, grab it. It's almost perfect. It's the wrong arm. It's okay. Human grabbed position. That is, yeah. Now I know Joe was saying subtract it, but I think we kind of know what the pattern is at this point. I mean, it's weird because it is moving left and right, and then it's offsetting it by the player's X position. So whatever the player's, does it do the player's Y position? Oh. Well, that's just following the hand. So the Y position is actually correct. It's the X position that is incorrect. So somehow it is offsetting how does it, well, I guess it's capturing the player's X position. I assume it's the player. It seems like it's the player. You know what's also strange? The arm is not following the cursor. Look. The arm is going way up there, but the cursor is down here. That's also weird. Try moving. Frank says, fun fact, playtesting your own games many times would be easier to play and knowing how it works. I know. It's kind of cool. I'm still not that good at it, but I am getting better because I get to playtest it so much. Try moving right by a lot with a human while grabbing it. I want to see how it behaves. You got it. Oh, so then if the human goes outside of this circle on the ground, it's gonna drop it. I can give it a power-up that will make it a little bigger, but we can only go so far before it's going to drop it, because it goes outside of that circle on the ground. I think I can make it even bigger. Whoops. Okay, actually, I don't think I have it set to be able to get bigger, but technically there is a bigger version. I mean, how strange is that? So we already have one problem, which is that, I mean, I guess we need to get, maybe I need to, okay, here's something that I'm thinking. For one, come back to the player script. This is gonna be odd. But instead of setting that way, this is gonna be really weird. Because think about it, it's following the hand, right? So I think there's two problems happening. I think one, for some reason, the human is offsetting, and the other problem is that the hand isn't actually going to the cursor the way I want it to. I think I need to do, let's set this up here. Variable cursor position vector 2, and this equals camera unproject position and we set that to the target. Global position. Technically, we only need to set that in here. So only if it's grabbing. Set that position. And this should be happening every frame. And then we say cursor position X and cursor position Y. I don't know if that's gonna work. I feel like it's gonna be weird. And you know what? I don't think this is necessary. I think we can find the vector 2 that the cursor is moving on, and I don't think I need to get the 3D position and then convert it back into a vector 2. I'm pretty sure there's a vector 2 that exists on the cursor that we can pull. So I should probably just do that. But I'm curious. I'm curious to know if this at least solves some of the problem. That's a no. That's a hard no. Okay, excuse me. Excuse me. There should be a vector 2 right here. Cursor position. That's in the process, though. So that's just, I mean, that's literally just the cursor position. Just use the cursor position. It already is following the cursor. You can just use the cursor. Got it. I apologize to the world. We don't need to do absolutely any of that. We can literally just do get viewport, get mouse position. Let's see if that's better. It's already at the cursor, the crosshair. I'm gonna read it as a 3D object and then convert it back into a 2D, that's silly. That's very silly. Especially because its Z position is ridiculous. It's okay. It's okay. We trial and we error. Sometimes one more than the other. All right. Oh, dang, that did not help. What? Invalid operands nil and vector 3. So it's subtracting, so this, I wonder if that's a clue. Man, this is really hard. Grab position went to negative 115,000. Sounds like it got yeeted out of the... Apparently, I think we've exceeded the bounds of what the axis allows, would be my guess. And so that's why it's nil. This is actually a really, really difficult problem. Maybe I just All right, I think I need to approach this in an entirely new way. I think I'm trying to merge systems that don't need to be merged, and that could be better served with an entirely new paradigm. So like we want the human to follow the hand, and the hand is following the cursor. Go-to must be nil. Yeah, I think it is. And my guess for why it's nil is because the grab position got so obnoxious that it just doesn't exist anymore. And so start point, redirection, that's feeding off of grab position. And if that's nothing, then I guess go-to becomes nothing. Would be my guess. So Thoughty had the idea, or the suggestion in general, of having a helper node that's moving with the cursor XY, but its Z position stays with the marker 3D. This actually confuses me more than I realized. So the hand is attached to a marker 3D at the original collision. So once we click on something to grab it, you're saying a marker 3D like spawns on that. Or we instantiate a new marker 3D at that point. And then that marker 3D its X and Y position moves with the cursor, but its Z stays at the original spawn point. I think that's what Thoughty's drawing is saying. It's a pretty good idea. The only problem with that is when we grab things, it's not supposed to be at the position of the thing we grab. The hand is supposed to be at the Z position of the player. So we don't actually need to create something new at the point of the collision onto the player, unless we add that collision point after the human. Because basically, if a human is here, as soon as we grab it, it immediately moves up here. So if we added the collision point after it came up here, that could work. But then at that point, why not just find that same point that this zips to, which is the player's Z position. So we only need to know the player's Z position. And so we could make a helper node that exists at the player's Z position. We can just put it on the player. Really, we could just put something on the player that follows the cursor X and Y. And then we just say that the hand tracks with that. Let's try that. Let me try that. Let me just kind of abandon a lot of this and just try that. And then the human could follow that same thing. So the hand and the human are actually following the same thing. So instead of having the human follow the hand, follow the cursor, it'd be more like both the human and the hand follow the cursor. Okay. Screw it, let's do it. So that would mean literally all of this goes in the trash bin, which, by the way, I am very okay with. We would still need the linear velocity. We would need to set this to, I don't know if we need to do the times. I'm not exactly sure. Anyway, we'll need, there's some things that are gonna need to happen here. But let's just comment this all out. Just totally comment that out. Throw it away. Come back to the player. Let's not do that yet. Well, I am gonna do that real quick because this is a mess and causing chaos. So for now, I would actually like to say that the target position is just this. We're just gonna kind of put it back to the way it was. And we're gonna skip all of that. So it goes to the target's global position. And then we want the target to be our new thing that we haven't created yet, which is based on the hit object that we set right here, which we set as the crosshair, but we actually want it to be our new thing that we're making. So let's make that new thing. I don't need my little example mesh anymore in here. So for the new thing that everything follows, which would I don't know, I'm just thinking here, like, about if this makes sense. I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. So we probably don't even need these markers that I made, actually. So if we put it on the player, we're gonna say this is grab target, is what I'm gonna call it. Oh, sorry, node 3D. And we're gonna name it grab target. Accessible is a unique name. Let's attach a script to it. I'm gonna put this on the player. Okay. So then, let's say in the physics process, all it's got to do is we'd actually want to say, let's say variable, we don't want to create that. Variable, I don't think. Cursor position, that's a vector 2. Set it to nothing special. And then in the physics process, we want to be tracking that. That is set to the get viewport, get mouse position. So we're getting the cursor position. And we want to say that this thing's position, I guess I would want, I think we would want to do camera. So let's set up the camera on here. Drag this in, drop it. Camera. Do we want unproject or project? I forget. Returns the 2D coordinate. We want the 3D coordinate. So we want to turn this into something 3D. It needs 2. What are the 2? Oh, and then the Z depth. Perfect. Love it. Perfect. Where's my new thing here? Grab target. So then we can say self position. Probably should say like global or something. Equals camera project position, cursor position, and then self global position Z. Let's add a mesh instance in there that lets us see what it looks like. I'll shrink it down. So it's a little smaller. And let's see what we got. So this should be moving around pretty much all the time. It should almost look like another cursor, basically. But it's gonna be a little further in. Okay, so far I don't see it, which is concerning. Maybe it's because the player isn't visible yet. That's probably why. The player needs to be visible. There it is. Bam. This is good. This is very good. No problem. All right, so now let's actually make that not visible. Our little test thing. I'm just gonna remove it for now. Then we're gonna go to the player. And when grab begins, oh, well actually I need to set this up. Instead of crosshair, we're gonna change this to grab target. And this is grab target. That's what we set that to. So down here, change this to grab target. Then come back to the aim bone stuff. wherever that lives. Where is it? Here, let me look at this. Aim bone at target. For this target position, let's comment this in, comment that out. If we're grabbing, not this, please. Target position should be set to that exact thing. Wait a minute. Why are we even bothering with the target at this point? It seems pretty unnecessary. I don't think we need to set the target because we already have the target set right here. Right? Like, I don't think it makes sense to adjust hit object. I'll do it, just I don't think it's gonna make a difference that hit object is being changed. I think it's just not gonna matter. Oh, one more thing. We want to say that the human also goes to that hit, that grab object. So let me set that up before we test it. Grab this, come to the abductee, and up here, we also want to set up, here, let's do it there. Grab target. And then where there's all this code we commented out, if it's in the group grabbed, we want to say self linear velocity grab target. Like, we might just be able to do that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Something's gonna happen. And so this is based on Thought T's model, or the way I was inspired by it. Oh, we have to do get node. We have to do all this first. So it's actually going to be on the player. I'm actually, wait, are we on the player right now? What is the script, right? What is the script that I'm on? This is the player. Okay, my mistake. I mean, I'm a little confused why that doesn't work. I mean, it's just, why doesn't that work? Oh, you saw it. One of y'all saw it. It wasn't Frank. I see it now, though. It's not a mesh. It's not a friggin' mesh. It's a Node 3D. And then, actually, that reminded me of another problem, which is over here, I can't just say, grab target. We want to say get node player / grab target. All right, that should work better, maybe. Possibly. Oh, wait, but that also says mesh instance. Fix it. Gotta be careful with that copy and paste. This is a node 3D. Okay. A velocity equals a position doesn't compute. Really? Well, you might be right. Yeah, you're definitely right. Wait, you're right. You're so correct. You're so right. I was like, that's funny. And then I was like, wait. Wait a minute. Well, then how would I even do this? I don't even know. I don't honestly, like, I don't know how to make it compute. Because over here, we were doing it like a raycast with some, I don't even know. Like, we're creating a direction here, right? What would that be? Would that be like self global position? Would we do like grab target position minus self? I mean, why even do this? I don't even remember why we're doing linear velocity, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah, it is. I'm assuming there's a good reason why we're doing velocity. Here, what if I do it like that? I assume there's some good reason. I forgot what it is. So, okay, that part might not work well. I do fully, absolutely do not recall why we did this. Let's find out. Okay, so it would appear that the hand is not going to the Z position. Of the cursor, except what? If you're setting the position of the human directly, then I'm not sure why you need to set a velocity. Me neither, but I feel like we must have done this for some reason. And so I was just going to try to keep with that. We can find out. I think we got other problems. But that's definitely one of them. You know what? I'd like to see, again, that grab target mesh. On the player. I don't think that's going to show up at runtime unless I restart it, unfortunately. I know that there's some reason why we set it to linear velocity. I'm not saying it makes sense. I'm just saying there was a reason why we did it that way. It might have been related to the old way that things were being handled, so maybe it's not relevant anymore. I think it's something to do with it being a rigid body, something, blah, blah, blah. So first of all, the Z position is not the Z position of the player. This is the Z position of the cursor, so that's why that's not working right. I wonder if you can call QFree on your computer and crash it. I hope you try it. I don't think... Autistically, I'm obligated to answer your question, literally, and say that no, I don't think you can. Welcome, Dark Rosen. So... back on the grab target script. It is definitely not moving. Oh, well, there's your problem. It's going to itself. It needs to go to the player. Oy, oy, oy. That is the problem right there with that. That's a bit of an oops. Makes sense why that wouldn't work. And why there was like that weird recursive chaos happening. Let's sort that out. Now, I'm not seeing it appear at all, so we still have some problem here, unfortunately. I don't know what that problem is, however. Huh. I wonder if... I wonder if... that's not the Z that we want here. If it's meant to function essentially as human position equals hand position, then I can't see why... Yeah, I know. Velocity is already implied, given that the positions are equal. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Again, you know, just doing what was set up before. I hear you. So, I mean, right now, the Z doesn't really matter. It does, though. I'm not really sure. What if... and this is out there. And probably unnecessary. But I'm doing it. Message sends 3D. Crosshair 3D. I know this is I know. I'm at the end of wits, and so we're just doing things. Maybe I could have done local position there. I should try that. Let me try that first. I mean, out of curiosity, if I put that back to self, I don't know if this will actually update at runtime. Oh, it does. There it is. So yeah, that does work there. It will update at runtime. Okay, and then if I make this crosshair, well, it's not gonna work because we have unreadied that. We've unreadied it. Can't find key position on a base nil. Well, yeah. So let's restart it. And then I think what I might need to do is pull out just the X and Y and then set the Z to the player position. I don't know. Get the player to be visible and see if that orb appears. It does. It's right on top of the cursor, or the crosshair, as I would have expected. Now, what if instead of that being the self-global position, I set that to be cursor position 3D, which actually I think we already have something like that, but let's not worry about that right now. Cursor position 3D, create that as a new variable. And then we're gonna set self global position to be cursor position 3D X, cursor position 3D Y, and then player position Z. Nice. Okay, we have some problems. We have a few problems there. Because that Z position is, yeah, not good. It's a bad Z position. That's what that is. Okay, so what if instead of crosshair, I say player? What do you think about that? Maybe I just need to restart it. I don't know. I don't know about that. My hope there is that it's just because since I was like getting that unique name reference, it wasn't gonna update at runtime. Maybe if I on-readied player, that would have worked better. Nah, it's just, it's literally in that same spot. Fascinating. Why? Oops. I know, I typed it wrong. Surprising. What if I just say 0? I guess it has to be something that's updating. But this isn't the physics process. So wait, if I were to move that back to that, but that's the Z, not the X or the Y. That's what confuses me. But it'll do the crosshair. That sucks. It sucks a lot. Okay, alright. How about this? Forget all that. What if we say crosshair global position? I don't know. I'm just trying things until something works. Yeah, same thing. Because what it's lacking is the right depth. So the X and Y position doesn't make sense. So the arm isn't going to follow the cursor correctly. So I would need to find some way. I mean, I would think we need to go back to the old way of doing it, basically. Is creating that plane. So actually, it's kind of funny. Thoughty, your suggestion earlier is actually what we used to have. It actually is what we used to have. It's the same thing. So, and what it is at the collision point, instead of making a marker 3D, what it creates is a plane, a 2D plane, at the Z position that we want. That Z position being the player. And then that moves with the cursor XY. We actually already had this. We already had that. So perhaps what I need to do is have not the abductee move on the X and Y, but have something else move on the X and Y of that plane that we were already creating. And then have the abductee and the hand follow that thing, the grab target. I think that's what needs to happen, somehow. Going back to the crosshair script, now I managed to adapt that plane creation code. And I guess the big difference is we're setting the Z position right here to 5.5. So then all we got to do is set this to 0. I think I know what to do. I think I know what to do. Okay. Back to the grab target. Back to the grab target. We're just gonna crush all of this. Just burn it all down. So this is on the grab target. It's currently set up exactly the same as the crosshair, except we want the Z position to be where the player is. Maybe even 0 at the origin. I don't even think anything else has to change. This could work. So let's see if our little object appears. Yes. Okay. Look, and look at the shadow. It's on the right Z plane. It's perfect. See how it disappears when we go by the player? Okay. Hey! That's it. Oh, I need that arm to be healthy. Alright, eat that up. Oh, dear God. Dear freaking God. Okay. Careful, please. Thank you. Thank you. Nice. Okay. So, I mean, the position is not in the palm of the hand, but that's okay. That's okay. No problem. That's all right that it's not in the palm of the hand. We need to make some adjustments so that it will be in the palm of the hand. That's a bug we gotta fix. It's toggling. If I let go and grab it again, it kind of toggles it. We gotta deal with that. That's different. So why... It's going to that position because that's where the cursor is. Now the hand... The connecting point for the hand is right there, because that's like where the bone starts. So that's why it's going to that spot, because that's where the bone is. If I wanted that to be moved forward, I would need some other bone to be aiming at it. Or we have to add some kind of offset for the thing that we're grabbing. Which, it doesn't bring us back to our original problem. it does not bring us back to our original problem. It does present some problems. I mean, here's the thing. Either I can make the hand not stretch as far, so it's on that point, or I can take the human and move it out to the hand. The easiest thing, in my opinion, would be to get the human to go to the hand. However, if I did that, then we have this awkward situation where the player is controlling the wrist and not the hand, which I think could feel a little weird. You know, if you're like trying to aim where you put the human, and it's a little bit different than what it feels like you're grabbing, I think that could be a problem. So I'm inclined to figure out how to get the hand to move in. It's weird. So here's why that's happening. It's because the way that we're moving the hand to the point, the cursor, is via a bone stretch. So the bone is deforming to reach that point, which means that the point that it's gonna target is based on the position of that bone. And actually, I think there is a an offset, a magic number offset being used, now that I think about it. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, here, transform look at. No, I think it's just right on the bone. I think it's just going directly to the point. And I think the bone's point is at like where the bone starts. So like if we go into Blender and we look at the armature, see how the bone, it's a little hard to see. This point right here, that's the point that it's grabbing at. I'm pretty sure. And that's why that it's at the wrist. So I could either create a new bone on the end and tell it to, I could actually, it's not a bad idea. If I create like a grab bone. What if I create a grab bone? What would that be like? That might be a mistake. Because it might mess up all of my other bone indices. So I'm not sure if I should be messing with that. But I'm too curious to stop now. So what if we do that? This bone is called Handwrite 1. We can name it something better than that, right? Is it not possible to use the end of the bone instead? It seems to be right in the hand. True. I don't know. I actually have no idea. That I don't know. That's a good thought. Let's call it Pomeroy. Where did it go? Oh, right, because I searched it. So I'm worried this is going to have some very negative ripple effects because it's going to change the bone indices, which I have applying to things. So I'm a little worried about that. Currently, we set it to the right arm to index 12. This is, I don't know, this seems very risky. To be honest, I'm concerned about this. If we come and look at the armature, the skeleton, I mean, it's not even in here. Oh, because it's not actually added in. Wait, what? Wait, I'm actually a little confused why that isn't showing up. Also, the one on the left, I didn't name palm left, by the way. Does it need to be, have like a modifier on it? I don't think so. I don't think bones get modifiers. So I'm a bit confused why it's not showing up in the armature, in the bones. Oh, maybe it'll be like somewhere else. That seems weird. It seems like it should be right there. There it is. Okay, it is in there. But that's going to change the numbers of a lot of things. Put a marker 3D as a child of the cursor and have the bone follow that. Yeah, totally. We could put like an offset. Totally. Yeah. That's actually a good idea. I think that could work. That might cause less chaos than this. I think the only place where this causes chaos, luckily, because I think all the other bone references we do are below. For the left one, we need to say the left one is now 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 would be the left bone. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 would be the right one. Is that right? How did it get so far apart? Wait, that seems, something about that seems wrong. It's not though. This is 6, that's 7, 8, 9, 10. 11. It's also not on the tiny armature, so I need to also add this onto the tiny armature or we're gonna have problems. There's a lot of problems going on here. So this is a big risk. I like Joe's idea. What I don't like about Joe's idea is it requires, it's not as procedural. Not that everything has to be. But this does sort of forego that a bit. Yeah, and then also it's gonna be beyond the palm anyway. So there's definitely some problems here. No doubt about that. I'm not sure the marker would work also because of right versus left grabbing. True. Well, what I need to do is I need to set up, I needed to know if it was the right or the left, which we do already have it knowing if the right or the left is the one that's attacking. So we could make that work. Okay, this one, palm left. This one, palm right. Okay, save that. I'm still very confused with how much these numbers have changed. Like, I would have thought it would change like by 1 or 2, but why is it changing by so many? That's confusing me a bit. Well, Lee's... So I think it's actually it is the end point. I don't know if I needed to add that bone. I think it actually is the end point, not the beginning. I think it's the end. Because we were setting it to this one, 6, 7, 8. That makes more sense. Left is 8. I see. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. So what I should be doing is moving it up a bone. But we don't want to do that because it's going to deform it in the wrong place. So I think I didn't want to create those bones at all. So I'm going to undo everything I just did here. Bless my heart. Okay? Bless my heart. When I was explaining that to Jean-Michel, I mistakenly thought that it was the beginning of it, but it's actually, I think, the end of the bone that it's looking at. Which means I'm going to need to say variable hand left index. And we're going to say that that is 9. Variable hand right index, I'm going to say is 13. And then we're going to use that. This is going to be hard, though. This is going to be hard because I don't like where this is going. Let's try this instead. Let's try this instead. So this is all happening whether it's attacking or grabbing. What if we say if it's grabbing, attacking limb is arm left index +1. Otherwise, it's arm left index. If it's grabbing, attacking limb, arm right index +1. Otherwise, not. We need to put that in both these places. Overwriting that. What is that like? Because using the other arm is more about how it looks when it stretches out like that. But we're not stretching out like that. We're stretching out in a different way. So I wonder if if this could be sufficient. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. But I'm going to find out, aren't I? Okay. So we're gonna get some arms. If I go to attack. Uh-oh. That's incorrect. That is already wrong. It is definitely using the wrong bone there. It looks like the palm is still in there, unfortunately. What about the other side? Okay, that side looks fine. Yeah, I think the palm. Hold on, I gotta actually get rid of it. Control S. Be saved. Go forth and be saved. So I want to make sure that goes away before we test it. So those numbers aren't wrong. What if it never goes away? That would suck. I'd be pissed. Okay. Come on now. Okay, palm is gone. Now test it for real. Oh, man. That wait for the game to load never gets easier. The intro. Finding a human, growing an arm. Ugh. Okay. Okay, there we go. Attacking should look normal. It does. Now for the grab test to see the position that it goes to. Look at that. Much better. Okay, maybe not. Just kidding. Hold on. It's not better. Don't look at that. That's not better. So, why not? Right now we are all healthy. So let me make sure this much is working correctly. I wonder if is grabbing isn't true at this moment. So this is for healthy limbs on the right side, which is where we're grabbing it. We have 2 healthy limbs. Print index +1. Let's see if it says index +1. It does not. So I think that isn't running. Or we're gonna say just index by itself. See if it's doing the else statement. It is, so it's doing the else statement. That's why. So I'm guessing is grabbing isn't true there, which is surprising. I guess probably because we're running this not at the same time as when we grab it. So that is arm to use. Back on camera 3D, we run this right here. Arm to use. But also, so maybe we just need to, no, that's tough. I think is grabbing is going to true on grab begun. And why not do arm to use here? Why are we running arm to use on the camera? Do we need to? Is that not? Yeah, because then we have a target. Because we need a target. But the target, we can carry it from the grab begun emission. Actually. I'm gonna say is grabbing true. Arm to use. Set that to target. And then for defining target, come over here. I gotta go back to the score dunk, because that's the other place where this exists. Wherever that lives. Here. Grab your gun, say target, even though it's not being used. Come to the abductee. Has been grabbed. Grab your gun, emit, and tell me yourself. So it should emit what it is, and then run arm to grab. Let's see what that does. Nice. Okay, so that worked. But you can now see why I don't usually use that bone. Because it looks stupid. I wonder, so, I mean, it's in the right position. It's on the palm. Now, it is behind the hand, which is not great. But you can see it's bending at the wrong place, which looks weird. One thing I could do to fix that is come to the animation tree. We're getting there. Precisely. Come to the animation tree. Eventually. I don't know if this will get updated at runtime. Actually, let me see. Like, if I, like, fire this... Oh, yeah, that works at runtime. So for hold left and hold right, I think if we add extra filters in here, it might work. Lurk active. Thank you for the lurk, Kai Guy. Appreciate it. I mean, it's a little confusing. It's very confusing. Because you can see that whole arm bends when I do this. The bone that we're moving is the next bone down, which instead of upper arm is forearm. So I guess we would actually want it to do both the upper arm and the forearm because it's, I mean, I'm a little surprised, but yeah, I guess that makes sense. Wow. That's tough. I mean, yeah, I don't know about that. I think we might want to go with Joe's idea of putting an offset because, I mean, that just looks really bad. It looks like it's contorting itself very uncomfortably. It actually kind of makes sense, but it just doesn't make sense. You can control every bone programmatically in Godot. Yes, to an extent. Yes. It's a goofy system, but it can work. I think the offset makes more sense, honestly. Because it's not gonna bend it where I want it to bend it. So, back to the script then. I think it's still fine that we're not doing the target setting on the camera. I actually kind of prefer that. But I still need to sort out. So let's undo. It's a lot of experimenting this, if you couldn't tell. What script are we on? Looks like abductee to me. So let's go back to the player script. And all of those index plus ones, they gotta go. Don't need them. Cut out. Worth trying, but not necessary. Instead, we need to check which arm is attacking, and then move the... Whoa. Don't do it wrong. We need to check which arm is attacking, and if it's hurt or healthy. And then based on that, move the target, that little white orb, further over one way or the other. Now, I wish I could use those markers that we set up on the hands, but I think those are completely useless at this point. I think it's going to become a magic numbers game, where we just start pushing it one way until it looks like it's about in the palm of the hand. I don't like that, personally. But I think it's probably the most effective solution to this problem, would be my guess. Because the grab target, I can't just put the hand information in here, because it's following the cursor position, which is very particular. We'll end right back up at the same problem we were having before, where it was like relative to the center of the player and crap. We don't want any of that. So I think we just have to like offset it. So if I'm going to offset it, how would I do that? I do not know. Harder still will be the Z position, because we actually want it to be a little in front. This is kind of tricky. I wonder... I guess gotta think about this. Well, that's interesting that uses project ray origin. Based on the cursor position. So it's turning the camera position into a vector 3. What? But it doesn't have a second argument? We don't need this second argument? I didn't know we didn't need that. Wait, but there is none. Wait, what? Huh? I'm all confused. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about that. Oh look, apparently I worked on an offset at some point here. What was that? What happened with that? Did that work? So maybe I could just say, I could say, cursor position offset or cursor position vector 2 equals cursor, can we just say cursor offset, please? Cursor offset plus that. Export variable cursor offset vector 2 And let's say we wanted it to move to the right a bit. So let's just try 2, 0. Just as an experiment. What would that be like? What does that look like as an export variable? Great. Okay, cool. Let's just see what that's like. So we should actually see that as soon as a player loads in, or appears. That little sphere should be at a different spot if this has worked. It should be off to the side. Oh, it is very slightly, ever so slightly. So let's push that a little further. Let's make that 6. We gotta go a lot further. 60. There we go. Nice. I think a problem with this, though, is both the arm and the abductee are gonna go there. We only want the abductee, but not the arm to move. So that's the problem with that. Oh, no, die! Crap! Don't kill me! Shoot! Jeez. Alright. So we have full healthy arms. Hey, what's up, Pressfire? Oh yeah, still going. You know it. Yeah, a little long. A little long. A little longer than I should. So this isn't going to look any different because they're both moving. We would want... So either we want... So we would need something extra. We would need something extra. And I think that's actually what was being suggested by Joe earlier. Yeah, still going. Still going, for sure. Let me throw some more credits around. I'm trying to get both left and right hands to behave and to do stuff. And I've got a lot of that set up really well. The last and most apparently demanding task has been getting when I hold onto a human, I want the human to be in the palm of the hand. That has been fraught for many a reason. All right, Joe Schmo, you helped me debug, but we're also figuring out, I don't even know, what do we have, like grab things? What kind of grab thing? Grab mechanic. All right, we're gonna call this grab mechanic. Give Joe one, give Thought T one. Jean-Michel's been advising me here. Yes, debug, but also grab mechanic. Okay. So we need an extra thing, and that's something different. So if before in that drawing, the hand and the human following the cursor, in fact, we have a grab target now. And the grab target is sort of following the cursor. Close enough. Grab target follows the cursor. We want... It's a little tough. I think I want to move... Because I want the hand to be on the cursor. So I think I want to offset the hand, not the abductee. So I want the human to go to the cursor, and I want the hand... Well, actually, there's another thing that we're setting up right now, and that is grab target offset. And that is going to follow this with an offset. And the hand is going to follow the No, the hand follows the cursor. The human follows the offset. And the hand follows the target. Is this? I'm guessing it's more complicated than person dot position equals hand position. Yes. Yes, considerably. Unfortunately. I barely even remember how to explain all the problems that we've had. So the cursor is following around. The grab target is following the cursor. The hand is following the grab target. That's not right. It's very confusing. Something like that. The human will go to the grab target. The grab target is going to be right on the cursor. So if there's the cursor, the human goes to the cursor. And then we want the hand to adjust itself. Because the hand hits right here. And if the human and the cursor are right here, I want the hand to be offset to actually be hitting that. Yeah, it's quite complicated because besides left and right hand stuff, there's I need it to move on a 2D plane. And I need that 2D plane to be at a certain Z position. And then I want the hand and the human to follow on that Z position's XY plane. But that XY position needs to follow the cursor. So always the things you think should be simple that just take forever to get working. I know. And so then the problem is the way that we're attaching the hand to that grab position is via bones. And the bone point is like right here, not at the palm. So we could be done here if I was okay with it following right there, but I'm not. So I need to set up an offset so the hand moves over here. Hey, Edward. I think we do have member emotes working, by the way. Welcome back. Good to see you. Okay, so let's make this happen. So I don't want an offset here, but I want one somewhere. There they are. Hey! Members can put emotes on screen. You don't actually have any bones. You don't have any bones actually inside the hand? No, we do. So the problem is, in Godot, if I want to transform a bone in code, which I do, I'm stuck, as far as I know, with a very specific position for that bone. And that position is the end of the bone. So the bone that I'm distorting, or that is stretching, is actually this bone, apparently, I think, right here. This is the bone that reaches out and grabs. So that means the grab point is right here. That's where it goes to. So that means things end up in the middle of the arm instead of at the palm. And if I try to set it to it, I can't without immense complexity that is not worth it. I can't set it to a different bone because the code is set up to move it to the position of the bone. It's the same bone that's stretching. So I would have to define a separate bone for stretching and a separate bone for moving to a position. And that, I don't even know if that's possible. It might be, but I don't even want to begin because it's like transform basis stuff. It's like, I don't want to deal with it. Like I could, but this seems much, much simpler. So that's what we're doing. All right, so for the offset, we don't actually want an offset here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all this code. We're going to create something new. We're going to create a node 3D, and this is our grab target offset. Seriously. And like, that stuff works. It works. It works well right now. I don't want to mess it up. So I'm going to make a new script on here. And it's going to look exactly the same. Then I'm going to come back to this script and we're going to get rid of the offset. No more offset. Also, we don't need this. And we don't need that. Come back to the offset. Let's make this accessible as a unique name. I probably don't need it to be, but it doesn't matter. Cut out that. Cut out that. Okay, so now we've got that offset. And then what I want is to have the hand go to the offset. So to do that, we go back to the player script. And wherever we're setting the grab target, well, actually, we would do that up here, I think. Yeah, right here. Instead of grab target, it's grab target offset. Okay, let's see what happens. I'm gonna set that offset to like, whatever, 50 or something. This might work. This might work. We do have the extra little mesh instance in here. Now I just so okay. Now this might work, but we still have to tell it, check to see, is it the left hand, is it the right hand, is it a hurt hand, or is it a healthy hand? It needs to know all of those aspects too. By the way, guys, if you haven't hit the thumbs up button on the stream, I'm obligated to remind you that it helps a lot. So thank you if you're willing to do that. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. Like this stream, more people will find it, and it makes me happy. So thank you if you're willing to do it. All right, let's make this work. So eating that. Oh no, frick. Freaking helicopter ruining everything. Okay. A slightly smaller head, but that's okay. All right, we need to look at it with the big arm. Because that's what we're setting this up for right now, is the big arm, not the small arm. Okay, doesn't look very far over at all. I think you want to go the other way there. Let's do -50. There we go. Okay, that's better. Couple things, couple notes. The hand is too far forward. Let's try -60. Hand's a bit too far forward there. So I think that's actually going to be a little tough. Oh dear. And look. Eesh. There's some problems here. I don't know if an offset's going to work. No, it isn't. It sure isn't. I'm gonna have to agree with your assessment. Now, technically, by the way, I do have a 3D position of the hand. I do have that. But I'm not exactly sure how to convert that into something that works. Because the problem with the 3D position of the hand is it's going to inherit the Z position of the hand as well. Okay, but what if... Yeah, maybe I could cut out the Z-axis. Wait, you mean on that same thing that I was talking about? Yeah. It's just, I have to be able to convert that into a 2D X and Y position, I'm pretty sure. That's my concern there. Because that offset, that grab target, its Z position is connected to the player. You know, before, when we were having it follow the hand, that was because the plane that was created wasn't on the player. But now, that plane is being created on the player. That makes me think. So before, when I tried this, the hand position wasn't being interpreted correctly because the position of the thing that was going to the hand wasn't relative to the player's position. But now that it is, I wonder if this would work better. I don't know. So, okay. So here we're saying that the X and Y is being set to get viewport, get mouse position. So then what we'd want to do is make these be the hand position. So the hand position is marker hurt, hand right. That's one of them. There's several, but that's one of them. So if I were to set that up, let's drag this in here and drop it. That's hideous. I don't like that at all. Can we make that look better, please? Thank you. Just like that should be fine. We're gonna call this hand right. Oh, I did the hurt one. Let's not do the hurt one. Okay. Hand right. Right there. So if I do, obviously we need to figure out left stuff. I'm not going to worry about that right now. So if we say cursor position, instead of being all of that, I'm sure this isn't going to work because again, this isn't converted to 2D. So I'm like pretty sure this isn't gonna work right. And I could unproject it and try to sort that out that way. But let's just try it. Vector 2, X, hand right, global position, Y. I'm under a suspicion this is going to work badly. And then let's move this in here, but I don't know. So we'll see a visual position that it should be at. The Z position is still going to be funky, but we can change that in a different way. I'm more concerned about that XY position. So this is where the hand is going to go. This doesn't make sense. Wait, this doesn't make sense. This is saying it's gonna move it to the position of the hand, and then the hand is gonna move to the position of itself. That's recursive chaos if I've ever seen it. So first of all, look, it's up here in the top left. This is actually a problem we were having before, is that it was appearing way up here in the corner at that 0, 0 origin. But wait, we can't move something to its own position without chaos erupting. This doesn't make sense. This definitely doesn't make sense. Something is very wrong here. Let us see the chaos. All right. So first I need to say camera unproject position. And we need that to be hand right global position. Like that. Okay, so there's the orb right down there at the hand, as it should be. Let us see the chaos. As you wish. Yes. It looked quite gnarled. Now you can see that orb is pretty well following the hand. You can see the Z position is wacky. But XY wise, it's fine. It's following that pretty well in the palm of the hand. What it is not following well is when we try to connect it back to itself. And it's just like chaos. So instead of that, chaos. Yes. So instead, we could say, don't move. I mean, this isn't like what I wanted, but we could say, don't move the hand to that position, but move the abductee to that position. So we could try that. So back on the player, take off offset on there. Come to the abductee. On the abductee, make grab target be the offset. Reset it. So not exactly what I wanted. So what should happen is the hand is going to go to the cursor right there. So the cursor is going to be here, the hand's going to be at the wrist, or the cursor is going to be at the wrist of the hand. But the abductee should be in the palm of the hand, which isn't quite what I wanted, but I'm sure we can rearrange it to make it make sense. Right? Alright, got an arm. The orb is looking a little strange there. Invalid access to property global position on an objective null instance. Why is it a null instance? Uh-oh. I see why. Let's grab target / grab target offset. That's why. It's fine. Everything is fine. All is well. The player model is looking really cool, by the way. Is it V3? It's V3! It is V3. Yes. Many iterations later. Maybe this is the scene that has all the ones in it. I think there's like a leg missing on one of them for some reason that I don't understand. I'm not sure where the leg went on that one. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Something terrible happened to the leg. No idea what that was. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the leg. But anyway. That was V1. Except it does have a leg. I don't know why the leg is missing. I'm still not sure. It doesn't really matter. And then that was V2, which looked really bad on the left. And then yeah, V3. V3's got mostly all the animations that it needs. I sort of took the best of both of them and combined it into the new one. I don't know what happened to that arm. That leg. Kind of bothers me. We shouldn't have to live this way. So we won't. We shan't. Never again shall I explain this. And there not be a left or right leg. Oh, it is a left leg. Whatever. Today's the day that ends. You have seen your last not seeing the leg. And then we'll hide the second armature. Bam. There they are, in all their glory together. Reunited at last. Reminding us of the progress that has been achieved over all this time. Spread them out a little more. So yeah, definitely come a long way. Alright, anyway. Let's see how this grabbing goes. Okay, not great. Could be worse. Okay, so this is pretty decent. This is definitely behaving a little better. Where's my right leg? Oh, there it is. Yay! Exactly. So that follows a lot better. The Z position is not good. And then what really bothers me is that the cursor, that we're controlling the wrist and not the hand. That bothers me tremendously. So if I want the Z position of the hand to go back, we'd have to do that somehow. Which, you know, it could just look a little goofy and it not be perfect. You know, a lot of this is kind of over-perfecting it a bit. But see, that's the main problem, is like, if the player feels like their cursor is lower, it's actually higher than it is. And that really bothers me. What? Oh, I pressed the jump button. I thought it was like pushing itself up. It wasn't. I just pressed jump. So overall, I mean, this is something. So okay, so if I want, if I want the hand to go to the cursor position, it's gonna be kind of hard. I don't know if I get that. I don't know if I get to have that. Well, unless I put an offset. On where the palm is. So if I come, that's doable. I hate it, but I can do it. So that's where the palm is right now. But what if we move that inward? Let's say we put it like there. I don't know if this will update at runtime. That was too far. Wait, but no, because the hand is now you just put it back to the way that it was. No, because the human is moving to the grab point on. It's so confusing. The human is moving to the hand position right now. We can't have the hand move to the hand position. It is the hand. Why is this so hard to wrap my head around? What? This is really confusing me. The human is going to the hand. Well, actually, the human is going to the grab target, which is offsetted to match the hand. The hand is going to the cursor position. But the point that it matches on the cursor position is not the palm. So I think the only way that works is if instead of going to the cursor position, it goes to something that is offset. So that offset that you did, well, no, but that can't be the hand. Because it can't follow itself. Doesn't make sense. So I think you have to go back to doing an offset. And the offset has to be the way the bone hits, which really sucks. Maybe I do have to, you know, I feel like I have to go find a different bone target. I think that's the only way this works. Great idle animation. Thanks, Frank. I appreciate that. This is confusing. I don't know if my brain can handle it. I genuinely don't know if my brain can do it. You know? Like, my brain might be shorted out at this point. So this is all different now. The grab target does follow the cursor. But now the grab target offset. Okay. So the hand, yes, exactly, Frank. So the hand is following. Well, actually, the grab target, wait. The hand is itself. The hand is just itself. Well, this is a little confusing because there's two different versions of the hand, right? There's the hand marker, and then there's the hand bone, both of which are children of the hand. So let's even give those a similar appearance so we know that those are connected. The hand bone is following the grab target, and the grab target offset is following the hand marker. And then the human is following the grab target offset. So that's the way this is kind of set up right now. I'm pretty sure. And with this setup, that means that the bone is going to be hitting in the wrong place. It's not really the hand bone, it's actually the arm bone, for being honest. You know, ideally, the hand bone and the hand marker would literally be one in the same. So I think I do need to figure out how to have the hand bone position be different than what is stretched. All right, I'll dig into it. I didn't want to do it. But I don't know what else to do at this point. Oh my god. So we set up the bone transform, and we set up the bone transform origin separately. Now, where do we use the... That's interesting. Like, maybe we can change the origin? But, I mean, why don't we use bone origin anywhere? Please let it be a simple... I know! Please! Please! Please so much. I mean, there's one place that this is used. And that's when defining a new transform. Transform look at. Nah, man, this stuff is. I feel like it's not going to work. Bone Transform 2. That's what we're gonna call that one. And for that, we're just gonna plug it in. We're gonna say bone index +1. This is messy town. No way. No way. I feel like it's just gonna be chaos of a such. Not as certain of the type of chaos as before when we had chaos. A very different flavor of the chaos. And I'm ready to taste. Let's go. Give me a bite. I'm ready. Come on. Bring it on. There's a new episode of Agatha all along tonight, but you know, we gotta do this. This is more important. I have to do it. I have to do it. Okay. Eat up. It's only gonna work on the healthy arm. Okay. Work. Who knows? We'll see. Maybe it won't even be that different. This is very interesting. So I think what's happening is it's like averaging them a little bit. So we still get... Okay, there's a couple problems here. There's a lot of problems here. It ain't great. The news ain't great. It is not that simple. It is so much more complex than that, unfortunately. It's like partially blending. Because, how do I explain it? If I... No! If I... let's put this back. If we say this is bone index +1. What do you mean? It looks so much better. And then part of what's gonna make this make more sense too is if I come to the abductee script and we put this back. Here, I'm just gonna duplicate this. Comment this one out. Set it to just that. Oh, that's probably not gonna update at runtime, actually. That's okay. So now what we're gonna see is that other bone. Without it, like before we only did the origin, now we did the whole thing. And it's real terrible. I think we need to reset it for this to be right. Yeah, this is hard. It's really confusing. I don't know. I think this is just something that is gonna take some time. Or maybe I need to sleep on it. I feel like I could sleep on this problem and have some ideas and try some new things. Let's gobble up. Let's gobble on up. See where we're at. This song's a lot of energy for this moment. Oh god. That doesn't look better at all. we must keep putting it in other place. I feel like, oh god. That's not really what I wanted to show you. I knew there was something I wanted to show you, but that wasn't it. There was something though. There really was. That was not it. That was definitely not it. What I wanted to show you, if we come back to, oh god. Here. I hope I still have that on the clipboard somewhere. That was a long time ago. Oh yeah, this is it. We got it on the clipboard, baby. Right there. So what this does is this changes the bone entirely. Not just a partial for the deformation to be a little different. That's kind of what we're doing before, is we were like partialing it. But what this is gonna do is this is gonna actually move it to the next bone down. Now things are still behaving a lot differently because we have this like grab offset or this grab target thing that I didn't have before, so I think that might be kind of throwing things off a little bit. But in theory, if I set this up correctly, the human will be in the palm of the hand and the cursor will be at that same spot, just like I want it. But the deformation looks stupid. It looks really dumb. I know the head twists in a weird way there. That's actually not gonna be a problem at some point. Today's not that day. There. Bam. See? Cursor is at the hand. Human is at the cursor as well. But look at that. Look at that elbow. Doesn't make any sense. Why would it do that? And the only way to get it to stretch out and extend completely, like it was before, is if I use the other bone. So like this is the right point that I want it to go to. I mean, I almost wonder if I don't want to like have like a separate aim bone at target function or something. That's insane. Don't do that. I don't even know. I genuinely don't even know what makes the most sense here. But you can see that's pretty much the point that I wanted at. The hand stretches kind of oddly, but the elbow ain't right. And so this will work on either hand too. So it's already all set up with the left and right hands. It's just that horrible elbow bend. Which, by the way, isn't even the elbow. I'm pretty sure that's the wrist. Which seems surprising, but I think that's true. So I don't know. Honestly, this is probably the best result for now. It definitely is not what I want. But maybe it's enough to leave it at for now. Let me see how that hurt limb looks. It's not the right one. There we go. Looks fine. I think that's the best appearance that I'm gonna get without getting very complicated. So I mean, it holds it, it moves around. It's not on the other side of the hand. We could even experiment with like depth test stuff, you know, like try to get the hand to render above the person. It might actually not look that wrong. Unless the hand crosses in front of the torso, that's probably going to be weird, but whatever. At least it like visually makes more sense that you're holding it in the right spot. It's just that crick in the arm that is ridiculous. So I think I'll say that that's as much success as I can have tonight. I think that's what I'll say. I really do. I have achieved so much today, and I've had help from all of y'all, and I really appreciate it. Precipier, thanks for coming in there at the end and just giving some support and some feedback. Believe it or not, it was helpful. It was. I'm going to give you a moral support credit, and Frank, you too. You guys have been there for me tonight. A lot of y'all have. And I appreciate that. It means a lot to me. So let's pop a credit on there. Jeez, I don't know how to find anybody. This list is so long. Okay, there's Frank. There's Pressy. Done. My morals are off of the charts. They really are. Actually, that's your first moral. So, they're on the charts. I would say they're on the charts. Oh, I died? Jeez. Alright. So, today, my goal was to get some dual-wielding alien action. And you know what? We got it. We got it. I even fixed some bugs I didn't expect to fix along the way, which is pretty darn cool. Yeah, so let's recap. Oh, we don't need that little orb appearing. If that orb could just go away, that would be great. Thank you, orb. So the head attacks things now. That's new. It bonks. It bonks its way right into stuff. Yeah, it does. So we actually triple wielding. Well, actually, it's dual wielding with a new weapon, the head. The head does be moving. That's pretty wacky. And then we can eat up a human here. And if we are attacking something to the right of the alien, the right arm will do it. If we're attacking something to the left of the alien, the left arm will do it, which is pretty awesome. And it is relative to the player, so no matter where we move, it's going to know which arm to use when we attack. And that works with our tiny arms and with our big arms. Both are effective in this way. So that's pretty cool. Oh God. No arms, the head is the only way. That's right. I mean, literally, that's absolutely correct. That's so true. We also began to set up grabbing. The arm follows the thing that we're grabbing, or whatever. The thing that we're grabbing follows the arm. It gets a little confusing at some point. But that is closer to working than it was before. The elbow does a weird thing that really bothers me, and there's some odd stretching. So there's a couple blips that need to be dealt with, but that's all right. No problem. It's still some really, really great success. Is that all the things? Looking in at the end of my workday, mine too. And you put in a long day of good hard work too. Limbs a grabbing. Thank you, Kai Guide. That's really nice of you to say. Thank you. let me look at the history here, just to like make sure I didn't miss something. We did clean up some code. I removed some things that didn't need to be there, so that was nice. The head attacks, left-right attacking, yeah. I mean, that's been it. I've ended up spending a lot of time working on the, you know, the grabbing. There's some more things that I want to do, so I'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time to work on this some more. We're gonna work on that grabbing. See if we can improve it. It's a little weird there. It's like, I don't know why that's like off. Oh. I actually know why that's happening. That is something I need to fix. If I attack, it's gonna fix itself. There's some kinks to iron out in regards to the grabbing aspect, but the attacking works really well. That works fabulously. Just gotta figure out what's going on with that grabbing. But everything else is tip-top, so I feel really good about that. Thanks everybody for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Thank you to the members for supporting this channel. It looked like it got smushed in a waffle iron or something. Quite a shame, quite a shame. It's impressive how long a day you put in one sitting, basically. Thank you, Kai Guy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I'll be putting in another. I'll be putting in a whole nother bunch of time tomorrow. I will. Let me give you. I gotta give you. That's not a moral support credit. I don't know if that's not a moral support credit. I don't know what is. So thank you, Kai Guy, for the love. See you later, Pressapire. By the way, guys, if you're watching this after the live stream, really anytime, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. But specifically, if you're watching it after the live stream, you'll actually be able to tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. And in fact, if you click in the bottom right, you'll see the next live devlog that I'm about to do. And frankly, I hope I see you there. All right, y'all. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't. Thank you for the thumbs up.